So here we are, Exodus 17. I'm again reading from ESV. All the congregation of the people of Israel moved on from the wilderness of Sin by stages, according to the commandment of the Lord, and camped at Rephidim. But there was no water for the people to drink. Therefore the people quarreled with Moses and said, "Give us water to drink." And Moses said to them, "Why do you quarrel with me? Why do you test the Lord?" But the people thirsted there for water, and the people grumbled against Moses and said, "Why did you bring us up out of Egypt to kill us and our children and our livestock with thirst?" So Moses cried to the Lord, "What shall I do with this people? They are almost ready to stone me." And the Lord said to Moses, "Pass on before the people, taking with you some of the elders of Israel, and take in your hand the staff with which you struck the Nile, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there on the rock at Horeb. And you shall strike the rock, and water shall come out of it, and the people will drink." And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah, because of the quarreling of the people of Israel, because they tested the Lord by saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" Let me just stop there. We hit a few things. There was a reference to the elders of Israel, and you say, well, that's kind of weird because we're only going to get the elders in the next chapter. That's true, but we've already seen, Exodus doesn't follow strict chronology. It was composed at different times. We also got a reference to Horeb, which we saw earlier in our episodes on the location of Mount Sinai. That's another name for Sinai. We're going to get into that big time here. That's really what our focus this episode, this part of Exodus 17 is going to be. But if we keep reading, here's what we get. This is verse 8 now, to the end of the chapter. Then Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. So Moses said to Joshua, "Choose for us men and go out and fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand." So Joshua did as Moses told him and fought with Amalek, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed, and whenever he lowered his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands grew weary, so they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it, while Aaron and Hur held up his hands, one on one side and the other on the other side. So his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Joshua overwhelmed Amalek and his people with the sword. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Write this as a memorial in a book and recite it in the ears of Joshua, that I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven." And Moses built an altar and called the name of it, "The Lord is my banner," saying, "A hand upon the throne of the Lord. The Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation." Now that's the end of the chapter. And again, I don't want to telegraph too much now because I'm going to do that at the end of this episode. But the reference to Amalek is really, important. It's going to take us down a number of roads here, and some of the language used elsewhere in this section. Now, the part about Moses raising his hands, if you remember the episode that we did about Elim and the terebinths there, the 12 and the 70 and all that imagery, we alluded to this episode about, well, maybe the staff of Moses, since it's wood, it came from a tree, is emblematic of the tree of God, or divine encounter, maybe even Eden, because there's a reason why trees were put at places of divine encounter, or divine encounter occurred at places where there were trees, because of the cosmic garden, the cosmic mountain imagery that takes our minds back to Eden. So we talked about that a little bit. I'm not going to spend much time on that next week. I'm going to spend most of the time, really practically all the time, on the issue of who is Amalek and how that bleeds into some other passages. But when we get to the end of this episode, I'll telegraph that a little bit more. So for our purposes here, we want to get into the first 7 verses. And the first thing we sort of run into here, it doesn't sound like much. I mean, this is easy sermonic material, trust God, so on and so forth, and all that's true. And it would be good sermonic material. But the reference to Rephidim and Meribah and Massah are actually really important. They're going to dovetail with some things that we've talked about earlier. So Rephidim, I'm going to read you a little bit from the Anchor Bible Dictionary on Rephidim. And I think that'll sort of, again, telegraph for us what we're going to be talking about. So the entry in ABD, Anchor Bible Dictionary, says this: Rephidim, a station of the Exodus located between the wilderness of Sin and the wilderness of Sinai, according to Exodus 17, 1 and 8, Exodus 19, 2, and Numbers 33, 14, and 15. So let me just read Exodus 19, 2, just so that you have that in your head. They set out from Rephidim and came into the wilderness of Sinai, and they encamped in the wilderness. There Israel encamped before the mountain. In Numbers 13, 14, and 15, they set out from Alush and camped at Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. And they set out from Rephidim and camped in the wilderness of Sinai. So you get the impression that Rephidim and Sinai are somewhat close. We don't have measurements or anything like that in here, but we kind of get that impression. Let me back to ABD. The next sentence says, Dofka and Alush are also mentioned as encampments between the wilderness of Sin and Rephidim. The location of Rephidim is unknown and dependent upon the identification of Mount Sinai. Various proposals have been made following a northern route of the Exodus, placing Mount Sinai and thus Rephidim in the Negev highlands, the North Sinai, or the land of Midian. Those opting for a southern Exodus route locate Rephidim in the vicinity of Jebel Musa close to the southern tip of the peninsula. Now, let me just stop there. In Jebel Musa, that's the traditional site of Sinai, way down in the V, that's formed between the two forks of the Red Sea. And the other ones are, of course, further north, a variety of situations. But the key point at this point is to note that Rephidim, again, has some proximity to Sinai, to Mount Sinai. Now, 3 significant events occur while Israel is situated at Rephidim. The Israelites complain of being in a place where, quote, there was no water for the people to drink, unquote. So Moses is instructed to provide water by smiting the rock. Rephidim became known as Massah, which means testing, and Meribah, which means contention, because Israel determined to test the Lord to see if he was among them or not. Again, we just read that. The term Massah is used several other times in warnings to Israel not to prove or test the Lord as they did at Rephidim. And those references would include Deuteronomy 6:16, Deuteronomy 9:22, and we've got Deuteronomy 33:8. So basically just don't do this like you did at Rephidim. Now here is an important component. Meribah, okay, that term that we just read in Exodus 17 that's associated with Rephidim, the incident at Rephidim. Meribah also refers to an incident near Kadesh Barnea, involving a challenge to Moses to provide water. Okay, that's Numbers 20, verse 13, Numbers 20, 24, Numbers 27, 14, Deuteronomy 32, 51, and Psalm 81, 7. And we also get Meribah mentioned in Deuteronomy 33, 1 and 2. I'm going to turn there in a second. But again, here's what you need to be tracking on. Rephidim, there's some proximity between Rephidim and Mount Sinai. Okay? There's also some proximity between Rephidim and Kadesh. Okay? Again, I should just read a couple of numbers. Which ones do I want to go to here? Well, you know what? I'm going to hold off because I'll get into a fuller discussion here about the Kadesh specifically. Let's go to Deuteronomy 33, 1 and 2. Here's where else, but this isn't going to be as obvious in translation, where else this occurs. So Deuteronomy 33, I'm going to start with ESV, and here's what it says. I actually did discuss this passage in Unseen Realm in the section about divine counsel presence at the giving of the law. Okay, so here's Deuteronomy 33, verse 1. This is the blessing with which Moses, the man of God, blessed the people of Israel before his death. He said, the Lord came from Sinai and dawned from Seir upon us. He shone forth from Mount Paran. Let me stop there. Now here we're back in the March from the South passages. And earlier when we talked about the location of Sinai, I said you must account for the march from the South. And it's part of how to locate Sinai, and it's actually significant trouble for the view that Sinai is in Midian. Okay, if you can go back and listen to those episodes. But here we are again. This is one of those passages. The Lord came from Sinai and dawned from Seir upon us. He shone forth from Mount Paran. Here's the next line. He came from the 10,000s of holy ones with flaming fire at his hand, which is really odd. That's ESV. Yes, he loved his people. Verse 3, all his holy ones were in his hand. That's also really odd. So they followed in your footsteps, receiving direction from you. Now, if you read Unseen Realm, you will know that there are a number of textual issues in Deuteronomy 33. And I took people to the Septuagint and compared the Masoretic text, the traditional text, with the Septuagint. Because this passage is really behind the New Testament idea, which is stated in 3 or 4 passages about the law being dispensed or delivered through or by angels. Okay? And it's not really clear in ESV because ESV is following the Masoretic text, basically. The Septuagint, it gets a little clearer, and I'll turn there in a second. But if I switch versions here and go to the Tanakh, this is the Jewish Publication Society English translation of the same passage, Deuteronomy 33, this is what it says. It translates the Masoretic text a little bit differently than ESV does. This is the blessing with which Moses, the man of God, bade the Israelites farewell before he died. He said, the Lord came from Sinai. He shone upon them from Seir. He appeared from Mount Paran and approached from Rivavot Kodesh. It transliterates that term. It doesn't translate it, it transliterates it. Lightning flashing at them from his right. Lover indeed of the people, their hallowed something are all in your hand. Again, that's awkward too. They followed in your steps, accepting your pronouncements. Now, the Hebrew text reads, either translated from Rivavot Kodesh or going back to the ESV, where it says, from the 10,000s of holy ones. The Hebrew text actually says, Meribat Kodesh. Meribah. Meribat is the construct form. If you've had a little Hebrew, you know that the AH ending of a feminine noun, and geographical nouns are typically feminine, changes to a T when it's linked to a following noun. So Meribat Kadesh is the word Meribah, which is associated with Rephidim in Exodus 17, followed by the place name Kadesh. It's really kind of odd. And you can see, again, why there's a problem. Now, if you go to the Masoretic text, the Kadesh part is pointed, the vowels put in it are pointed to spell Kodesh, which is like holy or holiness or something like that. But the Septuagint, and I'm going to click over to Unseen Realm here because I discussed this in Unseen Realm. The translator of Unseen Realm didn't take those consonants that way. Or excuse me, the translator of the Septuagint that I refer to in Unseen Realm did not take the consonants that way. I'm going to click out to Unseen Realm. This is on page 164. That's where it begins. And this is part of the discussion of the law being dispensed by angels and whatnot. And I put Deuteronomy 33, 1 through 4 into two columns. The left column was the traditional Masoretic text, and the right column is the Septuagint. Here's what the Septuagint says. The Lord has come from Sinai, and he appeared to us from Seir. He made haste from Mount Paran with 10,000s of, or from Kadesh, Kadesh, the place name. At his right hand, his angels with him. And in Unseen Realm, I talked about how the Septuagint, since it has angels with him at Kadesh, which is also right there in the verse, it's connected with Sinai, how the Septuagint is really kind of the pool from which Paul in Galatians and the writer of Hebrews and some other passages in the New Testament where they get this idea, this connection between the law being delivered and having an angelic presence there. And this is a very clear New Testament idea. And so the question I'm addressing in Unseen Realm at this point is, where does the idea come from? And, you can go back and look at the discussion there. If you wanted to look at the New Testament references, you'd go to Acts 7, 52 and 53, and Hebrews 2, 1 and 2, Galatians 3:19. And this is a very clear New Testament idea that the law was delivered or dispensed by or, somehow mediated by or in some way connected with the event of the giving of the law. There's angels, there's a divine council presence. Okay, you can go back and read that. But what I want you to notice here is that there were some translations, namely the Septuagint, that took the Hebrew and saw a place name there, Kadesh. And if you looked again at the Hebrew, underlying that, you could see how they could do that with the vowels. You could also see prior to that the word meribah in construct, to use Hebrew grammar lingo, meribat Kadesh. So Deuteronomy 33, these first few verses, which are clearly associated with Sinai, this is Yahweh coming from the south. The Lord came from Sinai, dawned from Seir, connects Sinai and Seir and Mount Paran, and now Kadesh. Okay, just hold that in your lap for a little bit, because what we're going to establish here, or at least illustrate, is that Rephidim, which is the passage in the first 7 verses of Exodus that we just read, where this incident with the water of the rock comes from, it is associated geographically. It has proximity to Mount Sinai, which would make sense given Deuteronomy 33, and again with the way the Septuagint translator took the text, and other passages as well. So we have Rephidim and Sinai being part of the same regional context, and if Rephidim is part of that context, and Sinai and Kadesh, well, so are Meribah and Massah. Again, so we've got a number of place names here that are all, again, part of the same regional context. And this is actually going to produce another problem for Mount Sinai being at Midian, because Kadesh is known. The location there is known. And so are Seir and Paran. These places are known, just the area, at least generally. And so we're right back, into that topic that we had discussed, weeks ago about the location of Sinai. And here we have Exodus 17 contributing to the problem. Now I'm going to go to Anchor Bible Dictionary again, and this is the entry on Massah and Meribah. It has those two places have their own entry. It says this. Literally, the terms mean testing and strife. This is the site of an Israelite rebellion during the desert wandering, Exodus 17:7. The precise location is unknown, since the Elohist, again, Anchor Bible Dictionary has taken the JEDP view of the Torah, since one, places it at Horeb and near Rephidim in Exodus 17. Both of those, again, are equally unknown locations. So Horeb, again, is Sinai. Nobody knows how do you determine exactly where Sinai is. Again, nobody knows that. Rephidim is the same place, same incident. And so Massah and Meribah, again, are part of this whole discussion. Now, they give some cross-references here. I'm going to read these to you. Numbers 20, verses 13 and 14. Just listen to what these passages say. This is about Edom, okay? Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. Now, right away, that implies that the two places aren't precisely the same, but they're regionally, they're close. They're in the same area, same region. We're talking regionally here. Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. And Edom, of course, is associated with Seir and Mount Paran. And those places are in turn connected with Sinai. All right, Mount Sinai. This is the March from the South tradition. If you haven't listened to those early episodes, you need to. So he sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. Thus says your brother Israel, you know all the hardship that we have met, how our fathers went down to Egypt, and we lived in Egypt a long time. And the Egyptians dealt harshly with us and our fathers. And when we cried to the Lord, he heard our voice and sent an angel. Isn't that interesting? And brought us out of Egypt. And here we are in Kadesh, a city on the edge of your territory. So again, there's that indication that there's geographical proximity here. Please let us pass through your land, so on and so forth. And of course, then they have a problem. Edom says, no, I'm not going to let you do that. And then there's a conflict there, or at least, it's not a good relationship. Edom refuses. Israel turned away because, again, there's a relationship there. And so God says, okay. But again, it establishes an adversarial relationship between Edom and Israel. But for our purposes here, the point is that we've got some geographical regional connections between these place names. Numbers 27:14. I'm going to go back up to verse 12. The Lord said to Moses, go up into this mountain of Avarim and see the land that I have given to the people of Israel. When you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people, as your brother Aaron was. So this is right before Moses dies. Because you rebelled against my word in the wilderness of Zin when the congregation quarreled, failing to uphold me as holy at the waters before their eyes. These are the waters of Meribah of Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. Now, you'll notice how similar that language is. Exodus 17, it was the wilderness of Sin. Okay, we have in Hebrew, let me just go back there, wilderness of Sin by stages. Now, that in Hebrew is spelled differently. What's translated sin there is spelled differently with an S letter, as opposed to here, the wilderness of Zin. That is it's another S letter, but it's a different one. Hebrew has different S's. The first one is Samech. This one is Tzadeh, okay, if you know the Hebrew alphabet. So they're nevertheless kind of close, close in terms of name. And we have the same incident going on there that there's an incident about water, like not having water. And in one, Exodus 17, that where we're at today, it doesn't say that Moses sinned. It just says he did what God told him to do in the presence of elders and Aaron and all that. And they went on their way. But at the other one that this refers to, Moses disobeys, has a problem, and then God tells him, look, because of what you did here, you're not going to go into the land of promise. Now, we know these stories. And I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole of the stories. Are these two traditions conflated into one or separate? I think you can easily tell. For those who want to see sources in the Torah, they're going to look at these and say, well, they're basically the same, but yet they're not. Moses is punished after one; he's not punished at the other, and so they look at this as two sources converging into one, and the editor not getting them quite exactly right, or that sort of thing. And then other people would say, no, these are two things that happen at the same place at different times, and we have separate incidents. Regardless of that, what I want you to notice here, if you want to take either view, that they're separate traditions happen at the same place, or they're two different events that happen at the same place at different times, you have Kadesh associated with Meribah here. That's going to become important. Numbers 33, verses 36 to 37. We read again. The Israelites, set out from Jotbathah and camped at Avronah. And they set out from Avronah and camped at Ezion Geber. And they set out from Ezion Geber and camped in the wilderness of Zin. And then in parentheses, it says that is Kadesh. Okay, so again, you have Kadesh being lumped in with these other geographical terms. In the next verse is they set out from Kadesh and camped at Mount Hor on the edge of the land of Edom. Again, right there, it's the same region. Kadesh, Meribah, Rephidim, Massah, okay, and Seir, Paran, Edom. Are you getting the picture here? Mount Sinai is somewhere in the mix of all these place names. It's somewhere in there. All of these places are regionally associated with each other. They're close by. Okay, there's a geographical matrix going on here that the Israelites are smack dab in this region. And we know where Edom is. We know where this region is. We know where Seir is. We know what that region is. It's kind of some of them are subsets of others. We know about Edom. We know about Seir. We know about Paran. We know some of these places. And the unknowns like Meribah and Massah and Rephidim, those are the question marks. But we know generally where these things occurred. And therefore we know generally where Sinai should be. And it's not in Midian. That's the point. You can't get Kadesh in Midian. Kadesh is known. So this isn't, on one hand, this doesn't really help locate Sinai with any precision, but it does hurt the Midian view. It makes it just extraordinarily hard with the rest of the March from the South tradition. So here we are again. Back to ABD, Anchor Bible Dictionary. The writer says, well, let's look at Psalm. He actually brings a Psalm in here. He quotes Ezekiel in a few places that places Massah and Meribah at Kadesh. Again, we don't need to read all of these things. Psalm, let's see. I'm going to go there, 81 here. See if I can find this. Let's see. I'll go back up to verse 6. Let's go to verse 4. For it is a statute for Israel, a rule for the God of Jacob. He made it a decree in Joseph, and he went out over the land of Egypt. I hear a language I had not known. I relieved your shoulder of the burden. In distress you called, and I delivered you. And these are all references to Joseph going down to Egypt, God delivering Jacob, Israel, okay? In distress you called, I delivered you. I answered you in the secret place of thunder. I tested you at the waters of Meribah. Okay? Hear, O my people, while I admonish you, O Israel, if you would but listen to me. And again, it's a reference to Meribah in association with the secret place of thunder, okay, which would be the mountain, okay, where God, answered the call, which was the burning bush incident. So again, you've got Meribah and Sinai again in the same region. There's some geographical proximity going on there. In Anchor Bible Dictionary, the writer says, examination of the text referring to Massah and Meribah shows that there was no unified tradition of what constituted the rebellion. So now they're going to go off into the sources and all that stuff. Let's see. Again, without getting lost in the source talk, the question is, could these things be harmonized for us? That's the question for us, or maybe they're different incidents. And you're going to have scholars on that side as well. The test that they were given involved water, obviously. Psalm 81 implies that all Israel was tested by the waters of Meribah. Then he's going to go, no, Deuteronomy 33, not so much. It looks like, the priesthood was. So they're going back and forth. And again, the question is, well, maybe these things can be reconciled. Maybe they're two different events that happen at the same place. Again, you're going to have scholars take different positions here. Here's a key thought, though. Psalm 95, 8 through 11, and I'm going to click there, specifies that Israel was punished with 40 years of wandering in the desert for the sin of testing Yahweh at Meribah. But no details are supplied. Now let me read that to you. I'm going to go back up to verse 6. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. This is Psalm 95, verse 6. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker, for he is our God. We are the people of his pasture, the sheep of his hand. Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as at Meribah, as on the day at Massah in the wilderness, when your fathers put me to the test and put me to the proof, though they had seen my work. For 40 years I loathed that generation and said, they are a people who go astray in their hearts, and they have not known my ways. Therefore I swore in my wrath, and they shall not enter my rest. Now, that passage, I'm just going to give you my little take here. That passage doesn't specifically say that the 40 years punishment derived from or was caused by what happened at Massah and Meribah. I think the writer of Anchor Bible Dictionary might be reading that into it. But some scholars do make that argument. Okay, where else, if you remember our series in Hebrew, where did I suggest from other Psalms and from other passages, where did I say that when the writer of Hebrews says they're not going to enter into my rest and then references the Old Testament, anybody remember what incident the writer of Hebrews took us back to that was the catalyst for the wilderness wanderings? That was Numbers 13 and 14. And what was the failure? It was the report of 10 of the spies who went into the land and saw the Anakim, okay, the descendants of the Nephilim there, and they just quit. That happened at Kadesh. Okay, so you could, again, connect that incident with Meribah if you wanted to, because they're both connected with Kadesh. So we have another passage, in this case, Psalm 95, that has some geographical proximity relationship between not only these place names now, but a specific incident that was the catalyst of the 40 years of wandering. And that just so happened to involve the vestiges of the giant clans. Now that is going to be part 2, because Amalek is intimately connected with the giant clan stuff. We're going to get to that next time. So again, I'll telegraph it a little bit more. We're not done with this yet, but what I want you to see is that we've got a convergence, a concatenation of place names that are regionally in relation to each other. Meribah, Massah, Kadesh, Rephidim, Paran, Seir, Edom, and Sinai. The ones that are known are not in Midian. Okay, they're just not. They're not on the right-hand side of the right prong of the Red Sea. They're not over there. They are on the other side. They're on the left-hand side near the top. Okay, again, Edom is known. Seir is known. For the 4th or 5th time now, if you have not listened to the March from the South episodes related to the location of Sinai, you just have to do that, because that material typically gets skipped or glossed over, or nobody really kind of realizes what that means in relation to discussing the location of Sinai. And here we have another one, Rephidim. So again, I just want you again to realize that while we can't determine these things with the kind of precision we'd like to have, you can whittle away. You can whittle away at it. You can get rid of some options, or at least take some options and label them least likely or something like that, or less likely. Now, again, let's go back to the Meribah, Massah, the Rephidim episode here, the incident in the first 7 verses. Again, we now have this associated with the 40-year curse in some way by virtue of Psalm 95. What I'm suggesting is, okay, in some way, again, either we've got a couple of incidents at Kadesh / Rephidim / Massa Meribah. Maybe things happened at the same place at different times. Okay, maybe again, if you prefer the JEDP approach, well, these are different sources that are trying to put the events together. Again, whichever way you want to go. I mean, I don't think that view is called for. Again, and I'm in part because I think there are other weaknesses to the whole JEDP thing. I mean, I'm a little bit colored by that, but there are differences between them, and there can be different events. There's no rule against that, because if they're, now catch this, if these places are regionally, again, close, they're just within a few days of each other, walking around, it is quite conceivable that you could have things happen at the same place or near the same place more than once. I mean, that there's nothing nonsensical about that. That's very possible. So, what are we going to do with that? And if we throw Deuteronomy 33 into it, the giving of the law, Sinai at Meribah Kadesh, okay, it's very possible. Again, these could have been way stations, and they were. We can tell this much from the itinerary. There were way stations on the way to Sinai, and they do have something to do with after Sinai, journeying to Canaan, and then failing, and then being sentenced to wander for 40 years. I mean, basically, they're kind of in the same area. They're just wandering around, kind of in the Negev somewhere, or, south of Canaan proper, because they're going to emerge, ultimately after 40 years, they're going to go up the Transjordan from the south and then cross over into Canaan, during the days of Joshua. I mean, we know how this works, roughly with the itinerary. Again, all of this can work, really, except for if you think you're in Midian. Then you've got significant problems. And if we throw in the whole, we spent part of an episode on this too, the whole 3 days journey language in the mouth of Moses and Aaron and God himself, okay, in the burning bush incident in Exodus 4, let my son go out into the wilderness 3 days and offer sacrifice to me. We know where the sacrifice happened. It happens at Sinai, okay? Do we take that literally? I mean, if it's 3 days, then really all of the views of Sinai have a tough time. I mean, even the Kadesh Edom is like, boy, you'd really have to truck it for 3 days, to have 3 days and get out there. I mean, I guess you could make it, maybe. I mean, it's 3 days. Maybe they had to sort of wait to catch their breath before they, did what they're going to do. I mean, who knows? You can quicken the pace dramatically and get there if you're going to take that 3 days literally. This is why some people will say Sinai is Har Karkom, which is a little bit short of some of these other places. Again, but it's still to the south. But to get to Midian in that amount of time is impossible. It's just not feasible. So you have to sort of take the 3 days as not literal. Then you have to ask yourself, well, why does God and Moses? I mean, this is like 4 or 5 times they say this. What's the point? You have to basically take that part of the itinerary not at face value, and then take other parts at face value. And again, there's no sin there. I mean, that's an interpretive strategy to do that. But I want to point out again that even if you quote unquote solve that problem, you've still got this agglomeration of place names all in the same region, but not Midian. Again, you've got a problem there. So I want to just read a couple of excerpts here from people who have taken this information. These are commentators. I don't want to just say that some people say that we've got different incidents at the same places. That's real. I mean, there are scholars who land there. So I don't want you to get the impression that I'm just saying that because I don't like JEDP. Again, I'm not a traditional Mosaic authorship guy, and I'm not a JEDPer. I'm something else. Okay, something in the middle there. But Expositor's Bible Commentary. This is written by Walter Heiser. Okay, Heiser says this. This is his take, commenting about Massa and Meribah, this incident in Rephidim. This incident is not to be confused with a similar episode that comes near the conclusion of Israel's 40 years of journeying in Numbers 20. So this one, Exodus 17, is near the beginning. It's a few months, and then the other one is like 40 years later. There are obvious differences here. The incident is not to be confused again with the one in Numbers 20. In this later account, the glory of the Lord is not present in that one, whereas he is in Exodus 17. And Moses is explicitly instructed that he is not to strike the rock, but only to speak to it. This shows that the only connections between Israel's need and God's supply was the divine word. True, they also named that place the waters of Meribah, Numbers 20:13, but the symmetry and naming may indeed be deliberate to emphasize the purpose in allowing the incidents and in directing that they be recorded as scripture. God's people are prone to grumbling at the first hint of adversity, no matter how abundant and spectacular may be the evidence of his power and presence. Let me just stop there. Basically, Heiser's saying, look, they complained at both places, so both incidents, so the terminology is still appropriate. Back to Heiser. Thus, the dual name brought out both the people's testing of God, Massa means to test, and quarreling, Meribah means contention or strife. In less than 6 months, they had witnessed 10 plagues, the pillar of cloud and fire, the opening and shutting of the Red Sea, the miraculous sweetening of the water, the sending of food and meat from heaven. And yet their real question came down to this: is the Lord among us? Like, duh. That's not in Heiser, that's me. mean, you have this string of events, and you get to Exodus 17, and then their question is the Lord among us? Like, how clueless can you possibly be? And that was Heiser. On the Jewish side, Cassuto, let me quote him. He separates the incidents as well. An incident similar to this one, which took place at the outset of the Israelite itinerary, so in the wilderness, is depicted in another part of the Torah, Numbers 20, verses 1 through 11, dealing with the end of the wanderings. From the literary viewpoint, this provides an interesting example of the symmetry that the biblical style is fond of achieving by means of parallelism between the beginning and conclusion of its narrations. And from a thematic standpoint, we may see in this duplication the intention to substantiate emphatically the tradition concerning the providential care that the Lord gave to the needs of his people in the wilderness, from the first to the last stage of their travels. So Cassuto is more or less making it either literary purely, but he also, again, recognizes the disconnect in the chronology and therefore, again, presumably the events. And he's saying, look, these two events are characterized, in very similar ways to create literary symmetry. Again, these are just examples. I just want you to know that, again, there are scholars who disagree on this, and it's really comes down to the authorship debate. But regardless of that, for our purposes, what I want you to get focused on, if you want to rabbit trail on these things, I throw them in sometimes because people are interested in issues like authorship. But for our purposes here, we want to pay attention to where these things in Exodus 17 happen. Again, this concatenation of place names that are associated with Sinai itself, the mountain. I'm going to read what Sarna says here from his Exodus commentary. The Rephidim is the last station on the journey from the Sea of Reeds to Sinai, according to Exodus 19:2 and Numbers 33, 14, and 15. So those are the other itineraries. Its location is uncertain. Verse 6 in the present chapter shows that it must be very close to Horeb, Mount Sinai, but the identity of the latter is itself a matter of considerable scholarly controversy. Certainly, a wilderness station must be assumed to be an oasis. Why then was there no water at Rephidim? Unlike the situation at Marah in Exodus 15:23, that's the bitter waters, potability and the quality of the water is not mentioned as a problem here. Therefore, either drought conditions had caused severe depletion of the usually available local resources, or the people were forcibly denied access to them. Now, let me just stop there. What Sarna is making an assumption here that any place that the great company of people would stop, they would only stop if there was a reason to stop, i.e. there was an oasis. There's food and water there. They stock up. And, that makes sense. We're not actually told that, but, there's some sense to that. And so Sarna goes from that point of logic in his head and says, well, if it was a way station, why wasn't, what's wrong? And he says, there's no mention that the water is bitter like at Marah. They just don't have it. So why don't they have it? So he says either there was a drought and it was dried up, or there was some force there preventing them from getting to the water. And he opts for the last one because of what follows in Exodus 17. He says the latter choice, again, they were forcibly denied access to the water. He says the latter seems more plausible because it ties in with the next episode, verses 8 through 16. The hostile Amalekites were in control of this region and blocked the approaches to the sources of water. And that's the end of Sarna. So that's his take on how he sets up what's going to happen in what follows. Now, we can look at it and say, well, okay, that might be the case. It says Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. That's Exodus 17:8. It's very clear that there's a conflict. Something starts the conflict. But there's just more to it because of Amalek. And so next time, we're going to get into verses 8 through 16. And the real question we're going to start with is, who are the Amalekites? Now, I'm going to seed some things to you so that you can be thinking about them, for next week. So we first encounter the name Amalek in Genesis 36:12. All right? It's one of these boring genealogies. And if we've learned anything on this podcast to this point, it's that boring genealogies sometimes, in case many times, have some really interesting stuff in them. So I'm going to read Genesis 36. I'm going to go back to verse 11, one verse prior. And here's what we read. The sons of Eliphaz were Timon, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Verse 12. And 12 is a parenthetical thought, or begins with a parenthetical thought. Timnah was a concubine of Eliphaz, Esau's son. She bore Amalek to Eliphaz. And then it continues, these are the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. So we learn in this parentheses a few things. Timnah was a concubine of Eliphaz, who was Esau's son, whose own mother was Adah, who, if we go back up to Genesis 36:2, we read this. Esau took his wives from the Canaanites. Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and then a few other women. So we learn that Adah was the daughter of Elon, quote unquote, the Hittite. According to Genesis 36:20 and 22, Timnah was a Horite, Horite. Let me just read Genesis 36:20 And 22, these are the sons of Seir, there's a familiar name, familiar term, the Horite, the inhabitants of the land. Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishan, Ezer, and Dishan. These are the chiefs of the Horites, the sons of Seir, in the land of Edom. Horites are in Seir in Edom. Okay. The sons of Lotan were Hori and Himam, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. Okay, so we learn from that genealogy that Timnah, who was the concubine of Eliphaz, who was the son of Esau, okay, and Eliphaz's own mother was Adah, who was the daughter of the Hittites. We learn that Timnah was a Horite, one of the native population of Edom. And the Horites were a people group who lived in the hill country of Seir, according to Genesis 32:3, which says, Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. So Seir is a sub-geographical set of Edom. Seir was part of Edom. You say, well, who cares? Well, we have to ask ourselves, where do we get this grouping elsewhere? Edom, descendants of Esau, the Horites, Seir. Where do we get all that elsewhere? Deuteronomy 2. And if you've read Unseen Realm, that's going to be familiar. Deuteronomy 2, and I'm going to go back to verse, let's go here. Who's the speaker here? Okay, it's Deuteronomy, so we're going to have Moses here. And in verse 9, the Lord said to me, do not harass Moab or contend with them in battle. See that Moses is leading, the Israelites up, the Transjordan here. Do not harass Moab or contend with them in battle, for I will not give you any of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar to the people of Lot for a possession. Verse 10, the Amim formerly lived there, a people great and many, and tall as the Anakim. Like the Anakim, they are also counted as Rephaim, but the Moabites call them Amim. The Horites also live in Seir formerly. They lived there formerly. But the people of Esau dispossessed them and destroyed them from from the place where they had settled, as Israel did to the land of their possession, which the Lord gave to them. Now rise, go over to the brook of Zered. So we went over to the brook of Zered at the time from our leaving Kadesh Barnea until we crossed the brook of Zered was 38 years. So they've gone full circle. We began at Kadesh, and they've ended there, and then they go across. Again, we know the familiar story here. But the Horites are mentioned in Deuteronomy 2, verse 12, along with the Amim and the Anakim and the Rephaim. Isn't that interesting? If we keep reading in Deuteronomy 2, we get down to verse 20, and we read this, talking about, again, Ammon in this case, the place Ammon. It is also counted as a land of Rephaim. Rephaim formerly lived there, but the Ammonites called them Zamzumim, a people great and many, and tall as the Anakim, but the Lord destroyed them before the Ammonites, and they dispossessed them and settled in their place, as he did for the people of Esau, who lived in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites before them. Now, did you catch the parallelism there? Who are the destroyed them of verse 21? The Zamzumim, the Anakim, the one, or the Rephaim. And who are the destroyed them in verse 22? It's the Horites. Now, this is consistent with Genesis 14, verse 6. This is, the 5 kings against the 4 kings and all that, the Kedar Laomer, passage, which I do not talk about in Unseen Realm, but we're going to get into next week. In the 14th year, Kedar Laomer and the kings who were with him came and defeated the Rephaim and Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim and Ham, the Amim and Shaveh, Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran on the border of the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to En Mishpat, that is, Kadesh, and defeated all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites, who were dwelling in Hazazon Tamar. And of course, we know from Amos 2, 9, and 10 that the Amorites were tall as cedars. Right? You see the picture emerging here. I mean, we've already gone to Numbers 13. That's, again, the famous Nephilim Anakim passage. Just look at that. I can't help it go to Numbers 13. This 26 through 23, and especially 28 to 33. It's 26 to 33, and it just there's a lot packed into this. Pay attention here to especially to verses 28 and 29. So it says, however, the people who dwell in the land, again, this is the bad report from the spies. The people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are fortified and very large. And besides, we saw the descendants of Anak there. And then you get the grocery list. Amalekites dwell in the land of the Negev, the Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Amorites dwell in the hill country, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea along the Jordan. And then you go down to verse 33. We saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who come from the Nephilim, and we seem to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seem to them. Where does that incident take place? Numbers 13:26. And they came to Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the people of Israel in the wilderness of Paran. Can you believe that? Paran. Deuteronomy 33, Paran is where Sinai. Paran at Kadesh. Numbers 13:26 actually says that the failure with the giant clans occurs in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh. They're right back into it. When you hit, again, the incident in Exodus 17 with the Amalekites from verses 8 through 16, it's the same area. It's also where Sinai, I mean, can you believe this? The place where they fail because of the giant clans, this region is peppered, sprinkled, again, with more of these people. Now, there had been a lot more of them in the past, because the descendants of Esau and Ammon and Moab, they've wiped out the Amim and the Zuzim and the Zamzumim, and the Horites are always mentioned with them, with those other groups. And interestingly enough, Amalek's mom was a Horite. So that's what we got going there. Again, it's cosmic geographical stuff that you wouldn't necessarily pick up on unless you're looking back and looking at some of the genealogies and some of these place names and how they sort of conglomerate together. The Amalek incident occurs in the same vicinity as the later failure of Numbers 13 and 14, which is the catalyst of the 40 years wandering. Now, Moses and Joshua here, think about this. Moses and Joshua are going to defeat the Amalekites, whose lineage goes back to the Horites, one of the people associated with the giant clans. We don't have the giants specifically mentioned in Exodus 17 unless you count the Horites. That they're, again, in that people group, there's some of these because they're always mentioned with the other ones. All the way back to Genesis 14. Look at the list. You've got Rephaim, this is from verse 5 to verse 7. Rephaim, Zuzim, Amim, and the Horites in the country of Seir, the hill country of Seir. And the hill country is a big deal too, because when you actually get into the conquest accounts, the places where you get the killing language, again, to target the Anakim, is typically in the hill country. I mean, these things overlap. And they have relationships to each other. Amorites, Amalekites, Horites. Again, the other ones sort of get more press because we think for some reason that they're the ones specifically associated with the Rephaim and the Anakim. They really all are. All of these subgroups. So I mean, it tells you that among these people groups in these geographical areas or this wide geographical region, both south of Canaan and then in the Transjordan on the other side, this is where all this action takes place, and we have all of these common associations. And here's the surprise. Sinai is somewhere in the middle of that because of these geographical place names. Again, it's just, I've mentioned it before, you can't get this. You can't get all this stuff. It's not just one or two things that you got to somehow get it over into Midian. You got to get all of this in Midian. And I don't know how you're going to do that. I mean, there's more going on than just one or two place names. It's all of this activity and this action. And Kadesh is known. Seir is known. Edom is known. Lots of the other places aren't, but there are some that are. And Sinai is somewhere in the middle of all this stuff. Doesn't that set up the giving of the law, the fact that God is camped out in the middle of this? I mean, it just adds another layer to the whole series of confrontations. God essentially going into a place that he's been cleaning house there before Moses and the Israelites ever get there. He's using other descendants of Abraham to do the job. And again, if you've read Unseen Realm, you know that this is ultimately about God's victory over chaos. And the victory over chaos is intimately associated with Babel and Babylon. And not coincidentally, it's not only what happens in Genesis 11 that's connected to Babel, it's also what happens in Genesis 6 that's connected to Babel. Again, it's a matrix of ideas. I mean, how many times have I said that? You have a matrix of ideas that are at work, running underneath the surface of these sorts of things. And so where does God put his own place? Right in the middle of that, because he's going to do away with it. He's going to clean house. He's going to establish his beachhead right in the middle of this stuff. That's where he's going to begin his, to make new, to revive, to make alive again his presence on earth. I mean, think Eden, and kickstarting Eden, the phrase I use in Unseen Realm a lot. This is where he decides to do it. This is the beachhead right here. And then he's going to move with the people from Sinai into Canaan. And what was cleaned up in the Sinai region, again, Seir, Edom, Paran, Kadesh, Rephaim, all this, that's just going to move. That's just going to migrate into Canaan proper. And the Israelites are supposed to do the same thing there. Get rid of the vestiges of the Babel chaos. That's what you're here for. And this is where we are going to start the next installment, the next phase of salvation history, to restore Eden and unify what was lost, what was disinherited at Babel. Again, all these Babylonian connections mean something, but we often don't notice them.
Yeah, I telegraphed you kind of what we were going to do here at the end of part 1. And the focus is Exodus 17, 8 through 16. And so we might as well, as we begin, just read those verses again. So this is the Amalek incident. Earlier in the chapter, we had the incident at Rephidim, which is, close to Sinai proper. We had the Massa Meribah incident, and we talked about geographically, where these things are. That we have a cluster of terms now by the time we hit Exodus 17. Seir, Edom, Paran, Timon, Rephidim, all these different places. Kadesh was an important one that we talked about last time. That cluster. Midian is the outlier. As we said before, if you go way back, to the episodes we did on Midian and the location of Sinai, the only way you can really factor Midian in is if it's like bordering, this area. But the places that are known here are not in Midian proper, and so that's a big problem for that view of Sinai. But we talked about the geography last time and where this happens, and basically to make the point, look, if all these places are sort of associated regionally with Sinai, then you have some cosmic geography going on. And when you have in verse 8 Amalek, it says, came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. You have these people coming into what could very well be, since Rephidim and Massa and Meribah are associated with Kadesh, and again, Kadesh with Paran and Timon and Seir, Edom, Sinai, all that kind of stuff. You could have essentially an infiltration by these outsiders of, what's going to be, or what would be conceived of as holy ground, sort of the environs around Sinai, very, very close to it. And, we made the comment, we asked the question, actually, who is Amalek? And Amalek has a history that we will repeat in this episode, just to get us into it, that is associated with all the giant clan stuff. So let's jump in here to verse 8. I'm just going to read 8 through 16. Then Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. So Moses said to Joshua, choose for us men and go out and fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand. So Joshua did as Moses told him and fought with Amalek, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed, and whenever he lowered his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands grew weary, so they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it, while Aaron and Hur held up his hands, one on one side and the other on the other side. So his hands were steady until the going down of the sun, and Joshua overwhelmed Amalek and his people with the sword. Then the Lord said to Moses, write this as a memorial in a book and recite it in the ears of Joshua, that I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar and called the name of it, The Lord is my banner, saying, a hand upon the throne of the Lord. The Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Now, what you typically hear with this is that here you have a rogue, people. There's nothing typically unusual about them. They essentially molest Israel on their way to Sinai. I mean, basically Israel's practically at Sinai, so they're preventing Israel from getting to the mountain of God. And that's so offensive that from here on out, that God is angry at the Amalekites. Okay? And that's not untrue, but there's just more lurking in the story than you would suspect. So in the last episode, like I said, we asked, who were the Amalekites? And I'll confess, this episode is going to feel like a long rabbit trail before we return back to the passage and make a few observations. But again, I think it's worth it because this is the kind of thing we do in the Naked Bible that nobody else does. Get into some of the weeds here. And there are some really interesting things. So despite the fact that it's going to be feel like a long rabbit trail, I want to establish that I'm not making up the association of Amalek to terms or people names or labels that are clearly associated with giant clans. I'm not making it up. And you can find these connections in scholarship, and you basically you find all the data points and then you connect the dots. It's not rocket science in that respect. But you're never going to see these things unless you go looking. So basically, if all you want to know is whether it's reasonable to think that this conflict with Amalek was possibly, at least in part, a conflict with giant clan population, the answer is yes. But explaining why or how that worked in the mind of the biblical writer is, I'll be honest here, that would be a book-length task. So what I'm going to try to do here is summarize a few things in what will feel, again, like a rabbit trail, and then take it back to Exodus 16, 8 through 16, and read that episode supernaturally, or as some would prefer to call it, mythic history. Events on the ground that are happening that have a strong, supernaturalistic, divine, in this case, quasi-divine feel to it. So that's what we're going to do in this episode. So we first encounter Amalek, as I mentioned in part 1, in Genesis 36:12. That's where we get the name, and I'll just read Genesis 36:11 and 12. The sons of Eliphaz were Timon, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Verse 12, Timnah was a concubine of Eliphaz, Esau's son. She bore Amalek to Eliphaz. These are the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. So we learn from that little bit that Timnah is a concubine of Eliphaz, who was Esau's son, whose own mother was Adah, who, if we go back to Genesis 36, verse 2, we find that Adah was the daughter of Elon the Hittite. According to Genesis 36:20 through 22, a few verses later, Timnah was a Horite. That's Horite, one of the native population of Edom. Now, the Horites are going to be our focus today. They were a people group who lived in the hill country of Seir, and Genesis 32, verse 3 tells us that Seir was part of Edom. And according to Deuteronomy 2, verses 10 through 12, verses 20 through 23, we learn that the Horites were defeated and displaced by the Edomites, and they are listed in those passages in Deuteronomy with other people groups that are incontestably giant clans. So this raises the question of, well, who are these Horites exactly? And answering that question requires investigating the contexts in which the Horites are mentioned, doing a little digging into the other people groups with whom they are listed. So again, this is the direction we're going to go, that we have an association with, again, what is going to emerge as a giant clan population, the Horites. Esau's line has a child by one of these women, and that child is Amalek. And Amalek is the forefather, the forerunner of the Amalekites. So there's this line of descent, pardon the pun, that we can look at and say, well, isn't it odd, again, that these are the people that sort of surface when the Israelites are trying to get to Yahweh's domain? And isn't it interesting that Yahweh's domain is sort of smack dab in the middle of this? Because when we have these complex of geographical place names, Seir, Edom, Haran, Taman, Kadesh, Massah, Meribah, Rephidim, okay, all these places, this concatenation of places, we learn from Deuteronomy 2 that earlier than the days of Moses and Joshua, they were just infested with these giant clans. And the descendants of Esau got rid of most of them. You actually have references to other people, like the Philistines, when they come into the area, they get rid of them. One of the populations as well. I mean, you have the Genesis 14 incident where some of this happens, but it's as though, I'm going to telegraph where we're going here. It's as though God has sort of planted himself in the middle of the chaos tribes, the chaos vestiges of Genesis 6, because we know that these people groups, we know this again from Deuteronomy 2, both of those passages, that these are the people who are Rephaim, and the Rephaim are Anakim, and the Anakim, by virtue of Numbers 13, 32, and 33, were descended from the Nephilim. Okay, it's as though God just sort of camps right in the middle of this, kind of to make a statement, and then waits there until his own choice of timing to bring his people, Israel, again, the people that he created supernaturally after the Babel incident, to this place. And in the centuries prior to that, he is using other lines of Abraham and even other peoples, from other nations, to eliminate these giant clans, sort of to clean house before company gets there, i.e., before the Israelites get there. So again, this is sort of the big picture view of what's going on here in terms of, again, a supernatural outlook of what's going on in these stories. So Deuteronomy 2, let's go back there, 10 through 12, and then 20 through 23, established the Horites lived in Seir, which is a sub-region of Edom. Rephidim is, of course, again associated with Massah and Meribah, which in other passages, and we mentioned this last time, are explicitly associated with Kadesh. And Kadesh was, of course, the place that Israel failed. Later on, when after Sinai, after they get to Sinai, they get the law. Now it's time to go on to the Promised Land. They're going to come back to Kadesh, and they're going to fail. They're going to send in the 12 spies. 10 of them are going to come back, and they're going to say, forget it. We've looked in there at the land, and we know who's there. We know the Anakim are there. It's worse than we thought. Now, if they're encountering some of these people at the incident at Rephidim, they should have known that God was capable of delivering them, but they fail at basically the same region, same location, regionally here at Kadesh, and then that's what initiates the 40 years of wandering. So we sort of come full circle in a short amount of time, 13 months later, because they're going to be at Sinai for 13 months. So a little over a year later, they circle around, circle back. They're going to go up through this area, again, the march from the south, themes that we get in the Hebrew Bible about where Israel comes from to enter the land, or where Yahweh comes from. And here we go. We encounter some of the same, basically the same situation, probably magnified, more of them, and they just quit. And the spies say, forget it. We can't do it, and then we get 40 years of wandering. So when it comes to the Horites specifically, where we want to camp here, we have limited passages. We have Genesis 36, which we looked at. We've got Deuteronomy 2, 10 through 12, Deuteronomy 2, 20 through 23, and the other passage where they're mentioned is Genesis 14, 5 through 7. So Deuteronomy 2 is where we'll start here. That should be pretty familiar. And I'm going to read the passages in total just so that they're fresh in the minds of the listeners, and then I'm going to make a few observations. So Deuteronomy 2:10 says this: the Amim formerly lived there, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim. Like the Anakim, they are also counted as Rephaim, but the Moabites call them Amim. The Horites also lived in Seir formerly, but the people of Esau dispossessed them and destroyed them from before them, and settled in their place as Israel did to the land of their possession, which the Lord gave to them. I skip down a little bit, Deuteronomy 2:20. It is also counted as a land of Rephaim. This is in reference to Ammon now. Rephaim formerly lived there, but the Ammonites called them Zamzumim, a people great and many, and tall as the Anakim. But the Lord destroyed them before the Ammonites, and they dispossessed them and settled in their place, as he did for the people of Esau who live in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites before them, and they dispossessed them and settled in their place even to this day. As for the Avim, who lived in villages as far as Gaza, the Kaphtorim, who came from Kaphtor, destroyed them and settled in their place. That's Deuteronomy 2:20 and 23, and there's some interesting things. You can already see how what's said about the Amim is almost word for word what's said about the Zamzumim, and again, referencing them as Rephaim and tall like the Anakim. And then that language, some of it is applied to the Horites. Okay, you just read through the passages and you can notice that. So a couple of observations. So here's what's sort of obvious. The Horites are mentioned in connection with both the Amim, the giant clan of Moab, and the Rephaim Zamzumim, giants of Ammon. The Horites are right smack dab in the middle of that. Secondly, Deuteronomy 2 tells us the people of Esau destroyed these giant clans and also destroyed the Horites. Why include the Horites in this description, unless there was a reason to do so? Third, along with the Amim, Zamzumim, Rephaim, and the Horites, the Avim are mentioned as also being destroyed by the people, by people who came in. Interestingly, in this case, it's the Caphtorim, okay, the people from Caphtor. Now, the Avim were said to have lived in villages as far as Gaza, okay, which is on the coast. That's going to become Philistine territory. So we have another people group of interest here, the Avim, and they live again in what would be a traditional Philistine area by the time the Philistines really get some attention in the Hebrew Bible. They are, again, part of this complex. They also show up in Joshua 13, verses 3 through 4. I'll read that. From the Shihor, which is east of Egypt, northward to the boundary of Ekron, it is counted as Canaanite. There are 5 rulers of the Philistines, those of Gaza, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gath, and Ekron, and those of the Avim. In the south, all the land of the Canaanites, and Me'arah that belongs to the Sidonians, to Aphek, to the boundary of the Amorites. They get a bunch of people groups in there. We're going to talk about who some of these groups are and their history, and how, more importantly, 2 things. How these people would have been perceived by their contemporaries, by ancient people. And then later on, when we get the Israelites in the picture, how the biblical writers especially would have been using these terms, these people group terms of the population of Canaan. Those are 2 related but somewhat distinct issues. Now, there's a book I'd recommend to people who are really into this. I recommend this book because it's not easy to find a lot of information about some of these groups because they're basically mentioned once or twice. Avim, you get into the lists of people that are targeted, the Girgashites, the Jebusites, the Perizzites, the Kerethites, all that stuff. There aren't that many good sources, but one of them is by Baruch Margalit. It's called The Sea Peoples in the Bible. The Sea Peoples, for those who aren't familiar with the term, they were people from the Aegean who come from that area, across the relevant portions of the Mediterranean, and they settle in Canaan eventually. You get them in Canaan, in Syria. They try to attack Egypt. This is where we know the Sea Peoples from, basically Egyptian texts. Because the Egyptians had to essentially defeat them and thwart their infiltration. But we don't have an empire in Canaan, so that was just easy pickings for the Sea Peoples to get in there and either decide to live there or move on and invade somebody else. So the Sea Peoples, one of them are the Peleshet, which in biblical language are the Philistines. But some of these other terms that you get with these people groups are derivative from names for the Sea Peoples. So this is a good resource, The Sea Peoples in the Bible by Margalit. That's Margolith. And according to that book, the Avim basically get defeated. The Avim are people that are there before the Sea Peoples get there. They're defeated by the Philistines, and his take on Joshua 13 is that they essentially, the survivors, the ones that aren't killed, essentially get absorbed into the population of the Philistines. Now, what's also going to happen by the time you get to the days of the conquest is that you're going to have the sons of Anak, the Anakim, those that escape Joshua. They're going to go as well to these places, to the Philistine cities. We know that from Joshua 12, for instance. So you've got vestiges of the giant clans that these places are going to become known for. Having said that, it seems, and if you do a lengthy study of the Philistines, that you have, since the Philistines are the Sea Peoples and they come from the Aegean, you also have giant traditions. We'll just put it that way. These giant warrior traditions, this sort of subpopulation. You have some of that in ancient Greek, again speaking broadly material, and some of that gets wrapped up in with the Sea Peoples, and so it's quite possible that you have some of this kind of thing going on with these people that are unusually tall and they're perceived again as divine offspring and whatnot, especially by the biblical writers. They're agents of chaos because of their history. The Aegean, again, we have to remember this. There's sort of 2 parts to the Aegean. There's the Greek part, and then on the east you have Anatolia, which is where you're going to get some of these other people groups. You're going to get the Mitanni, you're going to get the Hurrians, and a lot of scholars, and I think there's good evidence for this. We're going to go through some of it today. Think that the Horites were the Hurrians. You've got people coming from the Caucasus, from Turkey, what is now Turkey, down into the land, and their history is directly traceable back to Babylon. So the ancient person is going to sort of know, and the ancient writer anyway, somebody who's literate, is going to know basically the bloodlines, the genealogies, the history of these peoples. And all that the biblical writers are going to need to know is that, look, we have here vestiges of certain places in Mesopotamia, specifically Babylon, that's the big one, who, again, are going to be perceived as generational offspring, agents of chaos. They're going to emerge, again, from in Babylon's case, the Apkallu incident in the Era epic. This is how these people groups are going to be perceived. So some of them are going to come across the Mediterranean. They're going to settle in Canaan, even before we have the descendants of Esau, even before we have Moses and Joshua. And the descendants of Esau are going to wipe some of them out. Abraham, again, that whole incident in Genesis 14, they're going to be involved in that. And then, of course, here with Moses and Joshua. So there's a history here of certain people groups getting into Canaan that God is going to providentially deal with. And they have a long Mesopotamian history that goes all the way back to Babylon. That's what I want to try to sort of flesh out and explain in the time we have left for this episode. So the Avim, in a nutshell, are pre-Philistine sea people. And when I say pre-Philistines, I'm talking about the Philistines we know from the Bible that have settled in these cities. The Avim are going to have lived there before. They're going to come from the same areas as the Philistines are ultimately going to come from, but they're going to be conquered by the Philistines, and they're going to just be eliminated and absorbed. So there are pre-Philistine sea people, and Bowling in his Anchor Bible Yale commentary, when he's commenting on Joshua 3, puts it this way: they were settled in the neighborhood of Gaza only to be at last attacked and displaced by people from Kaftor, which is Crete. That is, again, the Philistines. Unquote. He adds, interestingly enough, that the Septuagint, where we have Avim in these two passages, or the Joshua passage, and then the one here in Deuteronomy, the Septuagint translates that as Huio, which the Septuagint translator also uses to render Hivites. And the Hivites, again, are one of these people groups in the conquest that, again, we know almost nothing about. So there's a chance that they could have been the same, or at least perceived as the same. That's from Bowling's commentary in the Anchor Bible series. So what we glean from all this is that it would be odd to have the Horites thrown into this mix, where by the time Joshua at least gets written, these places are going to be characterized, known for giant clans. So it would be odd to have the Horites and, frankly, the Avim thrown into that mix if they weren't also, because they're described as being targeted in some cases by the same descendants, from Abraham, the line of Esau, or others. Now, why would you throw them in there? Why would you even mention them if they weren't part of the same problem, if they weren't part of the same sort of targeted group? That the biblical writers want us to realize that, hey, God was basically getting rid of these vestiges of the days of chaos, the days of primeval chaos, the descendants of if you're Mesopotamian, the Apkallu, or descendants of the Nephilim. God was already at work getting rid of those individuals. They were the biggest threat, even before Israel got there. And so why, if you're trying to make that point and you throw the Horites in, it stands to reason that, okay, we've got something going on here with the Horites. Now, the Horites themselves, we know from the Bible, they preceded the Edomites and Seir. We know their lineage and all that stuff. Tigay writes, it is uncertain whether they are connected with the Horians, a non-Semitic people spread through the Near East in the 3rd and 2nd millennia BC. And he's right. It's not certain, but a good case can be made for that. And so I'm going to follow that trajectory. The possible link to the Hurrians is better addressed in conjunction with Genesis 14. I'm not going to go too far into Genesis 14 here, because a lot of this material is going to be, I'm going to do a presentation at a conference in Lubbock very shortly now, in the middle of August. This is going to be my topic, so I don't want to tip too much in my hand there. So I want people to come to that. It's Jed Burton's conference, but I'm going to read this and we'll say a few things about it. Genesis 14, 5-7, if we read, again, that passage, here's what we get. This is that confederation of kings in Abraham's day. It says this. I'll go back to in the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings who were with him came and defeated the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Zuzim in Ham, the Amim in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran on the border of the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to En Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and defeated all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who were dwelling in Hazon Tamar. Amalekite there is something of an anachronism. Again, you have to realize Genesis 14 is written after the time of Esau, and it's going to be one of his sons whose concubine is actually the mother of Amalek. So the Amalekites there is a bit of an anachronism. We've encountered this thing before in Exodus. You get it lots of places in the Old Testament because of the time of when something is written. But look at the names here. I mean, it's very obvious what you have going on here. You've got the Rephaim mentioned, the Zuzim, the Amim, the Amorites, which is the name used in the book of Amos for the giant clans generally, Amos 2, 9, and 10. The Amalekites, again, who descend from the Horites, and then of course you get the Horites thrown in here. And why would you put the Horites in here when everything else, why would you put the Horites in there and then their descendant, Amalek, in this list unless you have the same kind of problem? There's just no reason to do it, because everything else in the list, again, is very explicitly associated with the giants, giant clan stuff. So again, this is what we're dealing with here. Now, let's go to Mesopotamian sources. We don't want to lose sight the Amalekites are derivative of the Horites. The Horites are likely, again, Tigay says it's uncertain, but again, you can make a good case for this. They're likely to be associated with a people called the Horians. And the Horians have some relationship association with the Amorites, at least in Mesopotamian sources. So what I want to do here is talk about other sources, Mesopotamian stuff. They know these people, and these people have a history. And what I'm going to point out here is that the names of individual people groups here are going to be used by biblical writers intentionally to take the mind of the reader back to the chaos of Babylon. What we get in the Bible is Horites and Hittites is another one of these. Some of these, even Philistines, some of the Genesis passages, but some of these names don't refer ethnically to people. They sort of become swear words or bad words, bad labels that you would stick on people that you're afraid of or that you just don't like. Bad guys. And that is the way the biblical writers will use terms like Amorite, even Canaanite, Horite, Amalekite, but especially the Amorites and the Horites here, because they have a long history. If the Horites are Hurrians, there's a history here in Mesopotamian sources that explain why, sort of give you some of the background as to why these names would be associated with Babylon itself. So to summarize what the primary sources of Mesopotamia show, here's just a bullet point list. Before the biblical patriarchs, before their time, in northwest Syria or Lebanon, that's the area geographically just north of Canaan, And in northwest Mesopotamia, if you think of the Tigris and Euphrates, those rivers extend almost into Syria. So again, that's just above Canaan. Before the time of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, in these areas, northwest Syria, Lebanon, northwest Mesopotamia, those places were occupied by a people known in Mesopotamian sources as Amorites. Now, these Amorites migrated east into Mesopotamia at some point before the third dynasty of Ur, which is still before the time of Abraham. They were therefore called by the Mesopotamians, the native Mesopotamian population. They were called Amuru. That's where Amorite comes from. And that means Westerner, people that come from the West. The Sumerian equivalent is Mar-Tu. Amuru, Mar-Tu, it's the same thing, just different languages. These Amorites eventually take control of Mesopotamia. They literally just run through Mesopotamia, the city-states there, including Babylon. What we don't realize is that Hammurabi, the great Hammurabi, was an Amorite. His dynasty was an Amorite dynasty. The Amorites took over Babylon. So what the biblical writers thought of as Babylonian then was historically Amorite. That's an important point to keep back in the back of your mind. When the biblical writers are talking about the Babylonians, it's people that live in Babylon. Okay, we get that. But the people who are in control in certain periods of time are actually these Amorites. So Amorite and Babylonian, in some context, they're almost synonymous. Again, like Hammurabi would be the best example. His dynasty was the Amorite dynasty. And the Amorites ruled most of the city-states in Mesopotamia. Now, when you get to around 1500 BC, which might be, again, the early days of the Exodus, right around there, there was another migration that occurred from the north. Another group, the Mitanni, which was a federation of Hurrian states. The Hurrians are another people group. They sweep down from Anatolia, so from part of the region that would have been associated with sea people. They sweep down from Anatolia through Syria. Some of them settle in Canaan. That was pretty minimal. They're going to, again, do the same thing the Amorites did. They're going to go through Mesopotamia. And they get all the way to Babylon. They actually conquer Babylon, but then for some reason, they turn around and they go home. So they don't stay there. But what's left is a sort of a combination of still native Babylonians, Amorites, and now you've got some Hurrians or Horites in the same area. We're going to focus on Babylon. It's more than Babylon, but Babylon's the big deal here. So here we have all three of these terms: Horite, Amorite, Babylonian. You can even throw Hittite in here because from Anatolia, that's where the Hittite Empire was. So you get some Hittite presence there. These names, again, I think you can already see where this is going, are names that show up in the conquest accounts biblically for not only people who need to be defeated, but several of them are associated with the giant clans. And that shouldn't be a surprise because Genesis 6, 1 through 4, the context for that, those 4 verses, really the first, really 5 verses, I want to be honest here. The context for that whole episode is the Apkallu story from Mesopotamia, which is focused on Marduk, Marduk's reaction. Marduk is the one who punishes the Apkallu and all that kind of, which is Babylon. I mean, again, you have this matrix of ideas associated with individuals, again, the descendants of the Apkallu, which were half divine, half human, and they were giants, Gilgamesh, all this kind of stuff. You're basically throwing all this into the hopper, and along with these place names. And for an Israelite, for a biblical writer, these are the worst of times and the worst of people. What happens here with the Apkallu to a Mesopotamian, they're heroes because they save, they restore, civilization after the flood. And Babylon's so wonderful, and we owe this to the Apkallu, our divine overlords, and whatever, people that helped the kings and gave them wisdom and all this kind of stuff. Okay, but if you're a biblical writer, especially if you're writing Genesis 1 through 11, either editing it heavily or composing it during the exile in Babylon, okay, these are the worst of people and the worst of times. This is chaos central. This is anti-Eden. The conditions that emerge from this incident, the flood incident, with the sons of God, the Apkallu and the Mesopotamian story. Again, that is the worst of the worst. They are the very manifestation of the anti-Eden world. So this is how a biblical person, a biblical writer is going to think about that. And when they're thinking about Babylon as anti-Eden, if they know the history of the place, they're also going to lump in the Hurrians, the Horites, the Amorites, all these other terms. And so when they write, again, about the conquest, they're going to be using these terms to label people that just generally oppose Yahweh and oppose the re-implantation of Eden, in other words, the kingdom of God, Yahweh's people in his land, in his temple, all that stuff. They're going to be standing in the way. And if they happen to be unusually tall, they're the worst of the worst. They're the biggest threat. They are the personifications of anti-Eden. And this is how this set of circumstances is parsed in the mind of the biblical writer. So when we encounter these terms in the Old Testament, again, we shouldn't be surprised if we know a little of the history. Where else do we learn about Eden in the Old Testament? Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28. You go back and read that stuff, ask yourself the question, are there Babylonian elements in those episodes too, in those diatribes against the king? Well, good grief, Isaiah, king of Babylon, he's the one that it's directed at. Again, using the story of divine rebellion. Again, I hope, again, listeners have read Unseen Realm, because I can't rehearse the content of Unseen Realm in every episode, or even any episode. But this diatribe against the king of Babylon is using the story of a supernatural rebellion in the heavens, in the council, to comment on or go after the hubris of the king of Babylon. But it's Babylon again. Okay, it's this rebellion motif, which again, if you're familiar with the Genesis 6 story, you get that. If you go back, to what happens in Eden, rebellion of one particular divine being, a member of Yahweh's council, to eliminate the humans that he doesn't want. There you are again. Again, there are Babylonish elements to all of the stories in Genesis 1 through 11. That is not an accident. You're supposed to be thinking anti-Eden in all these stories. And not only anti-Eden in terms of people, what people do to screw up, but supernatural agents who are in rebellion against the true God and who not only are adversarial in their relationship to him, but they are adversarial in their relationship to his human family. This is what all this stuff is about on a cosmic geographical level. Ezekiel 28, cherubim, and you get the Mesopotamian, Babylonish elements there. And Ezekiel's writing from where? Babylon. Okay. Again, all of these things are factors in the way writers are writing things and the way their readers are deciphering what's being written. So when you come across Babylonish stuff and some of these other, again, people group names and even the place names, you should be thinking that the thing that should pop into your head from this point forward, hopefully, is anti-Eden. That is an agent of Eden, an agent against Eden. He's a representative of anti-Eden chaos, because that's what an Israelite's going to be thinking. That's how they're going to be parsing these things. Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28, they're not lessons on, heavenly zoology. Okay, I run into people all the time. Well, explain the anatomy of the cherub. If you're going down those rabbit trails, you're missing the point. These are metaphors. Okay, they are descriptions, images, iconographic descriptions. Okay, of agents that the biblical person would have immediately associated with Babylon and anti-Eden. That is how you're supposed to be thinking about these passages, not getting a heavenly zoology lesson. And it's the same thing for some of the terminology here associated with people groups. It's not a geography lesson. These terms are being used to conjure, to produce certain ideas, thought patterns in the reader's head. And the main thought pattern is chaos, anti-Eden, enemy of Eden. And specifically, some of those enemies that come from the Nephilim, the Apkallu, and the Mesopotamian side. The worst of the worst. And this is how, again, the writers are trying to get their readers to think. Now, a few notes on the term Amorite. Again, this is from Anchor Bible Dictionary. The term Amuru first occurs in Old Akkadian sources as the general designation of the West, referring to the west wind and to the geographical area lying to the northwest of Mesopotamia. The most frequent usage of the term refers to the population of that western region as an ethnic designation. And in those days, its semantic equivalent, Sumerian Mar II, was used already in the 3rd millennium BC, even at Ebla, in an ethnic or cultural sense, designating the population of the West. Okay, that was recognized to be foreign. These are foreigners. For the Mesopotamians, the Amorites were foreigners, that are going to invade their own lands. It's going to be bad, but they're going to become the Babylonians, okay, that the biblical writers know. Amorite is not a Semitic language. Okay, well, let me be more precise. It can't be established as a Semitic language. It's something different. Akkadian is Semitic. It's East Semitic. Sumerian, of course, is something different. Amorite is different than that. It's not related to Hebrew or Ugaritic. It's not part of the Northwest Semitic group. They were their own people. They're foreigners. Okay, and again, recent studies of Amorite have established this. But again, for those of you who are interested in this sort of thing, Journal of Semitic Studies actually just came out with an article. Alexander Andresen and Juan Pablo Vida, Amorite, a Northwest Semitic language ? And they basically conclude that we really can't say that it's Semitic. It has features of Semitic, but there's lots of stuff that is just totally different. So I mention this not for some language lesson, but these are outsiders. They're foreigners. Now, what we know of them, though, Amorite has produced, at least to date, no text. There are no Amorite texts, like literary texts or even economic texts. What we do have are, the neighborhood of 6,000 or so personal names that are Amorite. You're familiar with biblical names, how you can sort of take them apart and they say something. Biblical names have a grammar. Okay, Daniel, God is my judge. Okay, it's actually a verbalist clause. Okay, Amorite is the same way. And other names in other languages too. And we have about 6,000 of these, and they come from all parts of Mesopotamia. So it's demonstrable that the Amorites, both by the evidence of personal names and what the Mesopotamians actually say later on, took over the whole area. I mean, this is an invasion. And it was viewed negatively by the people at the time, but they become what the biblical writers know as Babylon. You get the same thing as I mentioned before with the Mitanni, the Hurrians. The Mitanni is a kind of an empire name, but it's actually a confederation of Hurrian city-states from North Mesopotamia. Again, they do the same thing, just like I described a few minutes ago. So this is what you have happening. You have all of these people sweeping down, invading what would become biblical Babylon, and the names of these people sort of become part of a metaphorical vocabulary to take the mind of the biblical reader back to this place, specifically to Babylon. That's ground zero for the anti-Eden. And when you do that, and you're talking about giants, you as an Israelite, again, a literate Israelite, are going to think, oh yeah, I know why Genesis 6:1-4 is there. The Mesopotamians thought these were great. This was great after the flood. That the sons of God, the divine beings, the Apkallu came and had children that were hybrids and all this kind of stuff, and they thought that was great. It saved their civilization. But we know, again, this led to disaster, depravity, idolatry. people forsaking the true God and worshiping these other beings as gods, and so on and so forth. I mean, this is where the writer wants to take the mind of the reader. Because an Israelite, let's face it, I mean, again, this is what we do here at Naked Bible. I've made the comment a number of times. You run across these weird passages, weird people groups, weird names. The Israelite who's living, in the first millennium BC or even the early second millennium BC, they're going to know just what to do with this stuff. They're going to know. They're going to know what it means. They're going to know sort of where to plug it in their worldview and their theology. They're just going to know because it's part of their world. We don't know any of it. So we have to go back and try to recover it. And so, again, to us, it's difficult. It's work. But, that's what we try to do here. I want to read one other selection here. I go back to Anchor Bible Dictionary. Amorite as a political designation. ABD says, it was noted above that in native Amorite society, there were already kings and other titles that designated political functions or offices. So let me just stop there. When the Amorites come in there and they take over, they set up their own governmental political systems. Again, Hammurabi, his dynasty was Amorite. And they're going to use certain terms to describe themselves as rulers and their apparatus, their bureaucracy. Again, it's normal stuff. So ABD continues, following the diaspora of the Amorites in the 20th to 19th centuries BC, there was evidently a multitude of political titles that made use of the term Amurru or the Sumerian Martu. The term father of the land of Amurru was used at Larsa, for example, by an Elamite king, and subsequently by other kings, including Hammurabi. The title became King of the Amorites by Hammurabi's 35th year and was a standard appellative of kings from then on, obviously devoid of any ethnic connotations. Now, that's an important paragraph. What it means is after the Amorites invade and they take over and they set up office, the title King of the Amorites is going to be used across the board in Mesopotamia and in the years following by anyone who's a king, whether they're ethnically an Amorite or not, because they sort of want to hitch their wagon to the conquerors. Right? It just becomes a title, King of the Amorites. Now, that becomes an issue when we get into biblical stuff. Back to ABD. The next and last occurrence of the royal title King of the Amorites occurs in the biblical references to Sihon, Sihon, who associated with Heshbon in Transjordan, and who was defeated in the earliest recorded battle of the newly established Israelite Federation, Numbers 21. There can be little doubt of the historicity of the event, even though the present narratives are, of course, garbled by the overlay of later tradition and interpretation. His royal title must have derived from and represented a continuation of the political traditions of the old North Syrian principality of Amurru, the Amorites. Together with a number of other puzzling traditions, notably the Balaam narratives, this title strongly indicates a considerable influx of population into Transjordan. Again, Transjordan is the other side of the Jordan, and into Palestine at the time when destructions in North Syria were leaving much of that region virtually depopulated. At the same time, in the transition from the late Bronze to the early Iron Age, the population of Transjordan saw a very sharp rise in density, and the only reasonable source for this rapid growth was the region to the north. Even the name Sihon, as well as Og of Bashan, who is also identified as an Amorite king, has no reasonable Semitic etymology. As was true also in Mesopotamia, the term Amorite no longer had any ethnic or linguistic significance and had simply become part of the traditional titulary of kings with North Syrian cultural connections. By the way, that's the foe from the north thing working its way through again. Again, if you've read Unseen Realm, you know what that is. The conclusion is inescapable that Sihon and others were the remnants of North political entities. They were where the Amorites that invaded Babylon long before had come from. And they were attempting to reestablish their old political regimes in another region, the Transjordan. So, again, what that means is the Amorites go into Babylon, they take over. They're so ubiquitous in terms of their rulership that the title King of Amorites, King of the Amorites, becomes something everybody uses everywhere. Now, when they, again, have trouble, when they get run out of town by the Mitanni, by the Hurrians, they eventually are going to go down into the Transjordan, where we find them biblically. Let's just say circa 1500 BC. Sihon, Og. And Og, again, clearly, these are Rephaim. They're clearly associated with giant clan stuff, okay? They're going to come down into the Transjordan, and they're going to call themselves Amorite kings. Doesn't mean they're Amorite ethnically descended, like if you gave them a DNA tell, you're not. No. It means that they are trying to link their authority with the old Amorites, with Babylon. Okay, it's Babylon again. This is why in Unseen Realm, I made a few comments on this in Unseen Realm, specifically about the way Og and his bed are described. Okay, if you remember this again, if you've read the book, the sacred marriage bed of Marduk in Babylon aligns to the cubit, precisely with Og's bed, the dimensions that are given in Deuteronomy 3. I'm going to read a little excerpt from Unseen Realm. The most immediate link back to the Babylonian polemic is Og's bed. In Hebrew, it's the Eres. Its dimensions, 9 by 4 cubits, are precisely those of the cultic bed in the ziggurat called Etemen Anki, which is the ziggurat most archaeologists identify as the Tower of Babel referred to in the Bible. Ziggurats function as temples and divine abodes. The unusually large bed at Etemen Anki was housed in the, quote, the house of the bed, the Beit Ershi, and Eres in Hebrew, the word used for Og's bed. Those are cognate equivalents. It was the place where the god Marduk and his divine wife, Zarpanitu, met annually for ritual lovemaking, the purpose of which was divine blessing upon the land, unquote. Then in a footnote, I add this. Consequently, in addition to the giantism element, a link between Og and Marduk via the matching bed dimensions may also have telegraphed the idea that Og was the inheritor and perpetuator of the Babylonian knowledge and cosmic order from before the flood. And then let me stop there. That's what Og wants you to think. That's why Og is calling himself an Amorite king. Okay, I'm from Babylon. I inherited the civilization. I mean, I'm a product of the wonderful Apkallu salvation that resulted in the greatness of Babylon. That's what Og wants you to think. And again, the biblical writers are clued into this. This is what the dimensions of Og's bed are about, not telling us how tall Og was precisely, but to link Og back to anti-Eden. And that's what the term Amorite is supposed to do. That's what the term Horite is supposed to do in these narratives, in these conquest narratives. Now, ABD continues that Sion and Og were not the only illustrations of such a process is indicated by the fact that the Amorites are also included in all of the various tables of the nations scattered through the Pentateuch and Joshua. These lists designate political regimes and not merely ethnic groups. This is evident both from the fact that they are labeled goyim, which is probably best defined as a politically organized military gang, just a group of people, maybe mercenaries, something like that. Again, a military force, a state force. They're labeled goyim, and from the fact that some of them, such as the Jebusites of Jerusalem, there's another name that we get associated with the conquest, okay? The Jebusites of Jerusalem can definitely be identified with specific city-states. It has been established that the regime of Jerusalem, already in the Amarna period, okay, this just call it 1300 BC, this is long before David. David has to take Jerusalem from the Jebusites, okay? It has long been established that the regime of Jerusalem, already in the Amarna period, derived from North Syria. That's where the Amorites are from. Its Amorite derivation is indicated not only by its name, Yabus, which is Amorite, Yabusum, but also by the bitter condemnation of the prophet Ezekiel, Ezekiel 16:2-3, who accurately described Jerusalem's origin as a hybrid of Amorite and Hittite. Remember what the verses said? Ezekiel 16, Son of man, make known to Jerusalem her abominations, and say, thus says the Lord God to Jerusalem, your origin and your birth are the land of the Canaanites. Your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite. And both those terms, Amorite, Hittite, are from the Amorite and the Mitannian invasions that will create what the biblical writers know as Babylon. Again, these things are not accident. And isn't that cool? When David, the prototype of the Messiah, chooses a capital, it's Jebus, Yebus, the Amorite capital. Okay, it's like he's invading the new Babylon and taking it for Yahweh. Again, the conceptual imagery here, if you know the backloaded story and why these terms are used, why these place names, why these people group terms are used, it is all about the supernatural rebellions of Genesis 1-11. It's all about that, the anti-Eden, all of it. Again, what we do typically is we think that the context for understanding this stuff is just a map or pieces of pottery, or historical records of this or that. And all that's important. It is. But what you get typically with biblical scholars today is that they never even think about or introduce to you the cosmic religious angle of all of this stuff. That's what's missing. That's why the Old Testament can be pretty dry and toasty. This is the conflict between two kingdoms. I've used that phrase of Jesus' announcement about the kingdom of God. What is spiritual warfare? Spiritual warfare is actually the conflict between two kingdoms. And it's easy to see that when Jesus shows up and he starts saying things like, the kingdom of God is among you. And he starts casting out demons. Yeah, spiritual warfare. We finally get some of that. Look, you've been having that for a long time. You just don't recognize it because we don't know the terminology. We don't know the worldview in our heads. What Jesus is doing with Satan, casting out the demonic presence, okay, in various places, and he hits both Jewish and Gentile territory, okay? When he's doing this, he's doing what the Israelites were doing to the giant clans. I mean, it's the same thing. It's the conflict of two kingdoms. It's the effort to reinstall Eden and defeat the anti-Eden. It's order against chaos. It's Yahweh against the gods. It's Yahweh's children against their children. This is how it's perceived. But again, most of the time, Old Testament scholars, even in the evangelical tradition, they don't want to go there. It's just too weird. Well, okay, call it weird. It's weird. That's good. That's a nice word. But it's what's in the head of a biblical writer. Do you want to understand what they're writing or not? Here we go again. It's the same thing. I'll quote you a little bit from Peoples of the Old Testament World. This is a good book. I recommend it. I think it's available in paperback now. Numbers 13:29 states, quote, the Amalekites live in the land of the Negev. The Hittites, the Jebusites, the Amorites live in the hill country. And the Canaanites live by the sea and along the Jordan. While the Amorites are here listed among the peoples of the land, the Bible provides scant evidence about them. Yeah, specifically ethnically. The word Amorite, it continues, has ancient origins, deriving from the Akkadian Amoru, the equivalent to the earlier Sumerian Martu. In both languages, the word could designate a region, people, or direction, Westerner. And then it goes on to again talk about the Amorites, but it says here, the discernment of specific ethnic groups from archaeological evidence is next to impossible. Excavations from Hazor in the north to Lachish in the south clearly indicate that throughout the region during the period of the Middle and Late Bronze Ages, the material culture was uniform. In the absence of inscriptional material, it's impossible to determine the relationship of particular material remains to a specific group. Nevertheless, Kathleen Kenyon begins with the biblical statement that the Amorites live in the hill country. Canaanites live by the sea along the Jordan, Numbers 13:29. And then the rest of it is where these people live. Amorites are the hill dwellers, Canaanites are the plain dwellers, so on and so forth. I'm going to be as gentle as possible here. It doesn't matter because Amorite transcends ethnicity. The term transcends ethnicity, and that's what you get with Horites, Horite, Hurrian. Horites maybe are also the Hivites. Okay, you're dealing with the use of a term to label a people an enemy, who themselves, like Sion and Og, they wanted to be thought of as Amorites. They want you to think that they're the vestiges of what happened long ago in Babylon. Okay, it's supposed to make you think of that. It provides a cosmic theological rationale for what's happening on the ground in terms of the conquest in this area. And Yahweh has decided to settle early before they even get to the land. Yahweh is here in this region. This is where his mountain is. And he's going to clean house. He doesn't want any agents of chaos, any, again, of these descendants from the days of the flood, the violation of the flood. He doesn't want them in his house, in his home, in his backyard, in his front yard. He doesn't want them. So he's going to remove them in preparation for the company that he does want. That would be his people who he has taken out of Egypt. And then when they're there, he's going to give them the law, and then he's going to travel with them to Canaan. And we're going to have to repeat the process where we go. We're going to go to the Transjordan and finish the job there, because we still have some of these Amorite dudes left. The Rephaim are still up there in Bashan. So we're going to take care of business there. The descendants of Esau have already taken care of business in Ammon and Moab. Okay, we're going to take care of business in Bashan, and then we're going to cross into the land. And these are the targets. The people, those individuals that are perceived as being descended from the episode of the flood. This is where you get, again, the whole failure, Numbers 13, again, like I talk about an unseen realm, it's not a coincidence that where the verbs of killing, the cherem terminology, and other verbs are used. If you go to the places where they're used, they all happen to be places where the Anakim were spotted. Again, it's not a coincidence. It's a cosmic theological rationale for what is going on and what God wants done. There are other verbs of conquest used. Again, I point this out in unseen realm that talk about dispossess, drive out, expel. It's not just verbs of killing. Again, it's the verbs of killing show up when you have armed conflict in places where the vestiges of the giant clans are. You just do. And again, I'm not saying that other people aren't killed. And these particular individuals are scattered throughout the land. They're pockets of them. They live in different places among the other peoples of the land. Okay, but they're the ones that get targeted, and God has been targeting them long, for centuries before Israel ever shows up. And this is the overarching rationale for what's going on here. Now, let's take this back to, again, just spend a few minutes here in Exodus. I told you it was going to be like a long rabbit trail to set this up. So Exodus 17, 8 through 16, the battle with the Amalekites. Again, we know where this place is. It's part of this regional complex of where Yahweh is, and Sinai and the mountain and all this sort of stuff. So we know, kind of the context here for what's going on. And let's just read a couple of, there are a few things here that are kind of curious when we actually get into it. Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. So Moses said to Joshua, choose for us men, go out and fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand. And that's an important phrase. He's going to stand on the hill with the staff of God in his hand. So Joshua did as Moses told him and fought with Amalek, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went to the top of the hill. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed. Whenever he lowered his hand, Amalek prevailed. And then in verses 12 and following, they give him a place to sit. They hold up his hands on either side. And when the hands are up, Israel prevails. When they're down, Amalek prevails. So, what's going on here? Well, in episode 280, the one on Alims, 12 springs, and 70 palm trees, the latter at the end of Exodus 15, we talked a little bit about this. The rod is conceptually connected to the tree metaphor of divine presence. Okay, where do you get the rod? Burning bush. Okay, God specifically, empowers Moses through the rod. Take your rod that's in your hand, put it down. And all these things that Moses is going to now use the rod to work for signs. It represents the power of God and the presence of God because of where it came from and because God is with Moses. It also goes back even further. As we talked in episode 280. Again, you got to think like an ancient person, but where do rods come from? They come from trees. They're made of wood. Why are trees important? Because they mark places of divine encounter. This is all over the Old Testament. Okay, they mark, especially the Torah. They mark places of divine encounter. The big one, of course, is Eden. It sets kind of a different tone because here we have Moses with the rod of God in his hand, which again serves as a cosmic metaphor for the presence and power of God. And where was the presence and power of God first known on earth? Well, that would be Eden. Okay, the gardens have trees. Okay, again, all these things are interrelated. The set of ideas, a matrix of ideas here. So you have, again, it's cosmic geography. It's holy war in that sense. God is going to deal with Amalek, who is descended from the Horites, in this place with the tree. Okay, with the rod. Okay, again, conceptually, the elements just come together, and it just gives you a little bit of a different flavoring for what's going on in the confrontation. The battle, you have the rod of God used. You get to verse 11. The part about holding up the hands. Commentators will say, well, the meaning of the holding up the hands is unclear. Maybe it's like laying on a hand. No, he has the rod in his hands. That's what the earlier verse said. He's not going to stand up there with empty hands and raise the hands and look. No, I'm going to stand at the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand. That's what the hands are. The motion is about raising the rod. And that language, interestingly enough, if we actually look up the lemma used here for held up, okay, that also occurs, the same verb about holding up the staff of God and holding up the hands. It occurs in Exodus 7:20. Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded. In the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, he lifted up the staff and struck the water in the Nile. And all the water in the Nile turned into blood. It shows up in Exodus 14:16. Lift up your staff, stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it, that the people of Israel may go through the sea on dry ground. To me, it's very clear, that what's going on here. He is wielding the rod of God. Moses is empowered by the rod, the staff. And why is it important that it be held up? So that the people can see who is delivering them, who is giving them victory. You hold it up at the top of the hill. If you're not holding it up, they don't know that it's there. They don't know that Yahweh is fighting on their behalf. Again, that the victory is linked to the rod. It's not Moses. It's not Joshua's generalship. It's the rod of God. It's the staff. And it's seen when you hold it up, when you hold it up high. Again, that's the whole point of the description of the story. Now, verses 15 and 16 to wrap up, they're kind of enigmatic. Moses built an altar and called the name of it, "The Lord is my banner," saying, "A hand upon the throne of the Lord. The Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation." Now, that's the ESV. Sarna says, although the passage purports to be an explanation of the altar's name, the relationship between the two, between the altar and the saying, are difficult to discern. Well, they are. Currid, in his commentary, writes this, and I think this is you'll see what I think here in a minute. Currid writes, the Hebrew term often translated banner is really standard or signal pole. The Hebrew word is nes, N-E-S. Okay. In antiquity, a standard was a rallying point. Often it bore an emblem, symbol, or banner on its top. A standard was normally raised on a hill or other high place to be seen by all. It was an object of focus and hope for the people. And so Moses' appearance on the top of the hill with the rod of God in his hand acted much like a standard. The rod on the hill served as a symbol of Yahweh's power. Yahweh was thus seen to be the standard beneath which Israel rallied. Now, we know that the word banner is nes. Okay, so let me go back to the two verses again. Here, it sounds kind of odd. Okay, Moses built an altar and called the name of it, "The Lord is my banner." The Lord is my nes. Okay, nesi actually in Hebrew. Saying, Moses is like interpreting the name of the altar. A hand upon the throne of the Lord. What's that? What throne? What are we talking about here? Now, a lot of commentators have pointed out that the word throne here is case, kaf, instead of nun. Spelled, the consonants between nes and case are the same except the first one. And so some have thought, well, maybe this is a script error. It's true that Old Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew letters K and N are very similar. And so when the Hebrew Bible was moved or transcribed, either from Old Hebrew or when the script being used was transitioning from the Old Hebrew script to the block script that we're familiar with today, they could have confused the K and the N. And so maybe we're supposed to read banner in both these verses. The Lord is my banner, saying, "A hand upon the banner of the Lord." That would make sense in view of Moses holding up the rod and stuff like that. So most commentators are going to say, look, this is a text critical problem. It should read "a hand upon the banner of the Lord," not "a hand upon the throne of the Lord," which really doesn't make any sense. And the point would be, if we make that textual change, the point of calling the altar "the Lord is my banner," it would be Yahweh is my power. Yahweh fights for me. And the following verse, changing throne and banner, would be to explain how the Lord fought. Well, he wielded his rod against his enemies. The altar would mark the ground as under Yahweh's dominion. So it kind of works, kind of fits. And to me, that's a good explanation. However, the Masoretic text, as it stands, could be kept. You don't have to make the change. You can still sort of get the same basic point. Instead of "a hand upon the throne of Yahweh," you could translate the verse "a hand against the throne of Yahweh." And what would the point there be if we just go with the word throne, "a hand against"? Well, the reading as it stands would explain not how the Lord fought, because it doesn't have the word banner in it anymore. It has the word throne. It would instead explain why the Lord fought. The Amalekites had encroached on his domain, his sovereignty, there at Rephidim, which again is in the region of all these other places associated with the presence of God in Sinai. So the Amalekites are trespassers, and they're also threatening God's people. So if Moses builds the altar and calls the name of it, "The Lord is my banner," saying there was a hand against the throne of Yahweh here, and the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation because of that. Anti-Eden is encroaching upon Eden. That would be the point. So whichever one you prefer, again, I think you can make a good, very interesting theological, cosmic theological statement out of it. So that's the latter half of Exodus 17. Again, I told you up front it's going to sound like a long rabbit trail, but I think it's useful to do this from time to time because there's just a lot going on under the surface if you think like an Israelite, a literate Israelite who knows the set of ideas, who knows the little bit of the history of the other people, and the scribes. These are literate people writing the Hebrew Bible for their own audience, and they're assuming certain points of knowledge about peoples and about terms and about places in their own lives, in their own histories, whether they be oral histories or some other parts of the Bible that happen to be written before this, whatever, that we just lack. We just lack exposure to that sort of thing. So I think it's useful to go on rabbit trails like this occasionally because they become helpful for kind of fleshing out
things that are going on in a particular passage. Well, let's jump into Exodus 18. And as I telegraphed at the end of the last episode, we have talked about this topic, or this chapter, is a better way to say it, in other episodes. So for those who might be new to the podcast, you could go back to episode 249, and that was the one, did the Israelites believe their judges were gods? And that's something that pertains to Exodus 18 because of the incorrect idea that references to plural gods like in Psalm 82. Well, that's just a reference to the Israelite judges who helped Moses decide cases. And there are various passages people try to defend that idea. Never mind that the council of Psalm 82, if you go over to Psalm 89, the council is in heavens. Never mind sons of God language everywhere else is divine beings. But people are even in the evangelical tradition, especially in the evangelical tradition, don't like multiplicity of Elohim, even though that's what's in their Hebrew Bible. So one of the theories that's invented to explain it away is the Israelites thought their judges were gods, and people go back to Exodus 18 because that's where Jethro and Moses have their conversation about, hey, Moses, this is kind of stupid to sit here all day long and decide all these cases. You need to appoint judges. And you can listen to that passage. I would recommend actually reading Exodus 18 yourself, and you will notice that the judges that are appointed there are never called Elohim. Period. Never. So you can listen to that episode for that point. You could also listen to episode 109, even further back. And that one is on Jesus' use of Psalm 82 in John 10. So it's called John 10, Gods or Men. And it taps into this idea of Psalm 82 talking about just people. So we hit Exodus 18 in both of those episodes. So what I'm going to do in this one is spend the time in our episode really on it's going to be a topical episode, elders in the Hebrew Bible, elders in the Old Testament. And there's a lot more variety here. If we were doing books like historical books, Samuel or Kings or something like that, when you actually get into the titles of individuals in the bureaucracy, sometimes it really matters, to help understand sort of the Game of Thrones, even though I've never seen an episode of that show, but I'm going to use it because so many people know what it is. But the sort of the palace intrigue that goes on in the Bible, in different reigns, especially David and Saul, it helps to know who the players are and who they're not and where they overlap. And we're going to get into some of that in this episode with elders, because one of the articles I'm going to reference uses the episode with Absalom to kind of flesh out who the players are. In that episode, it helps us understand a little bit more about elders, at least one group of them. So we're going to do something topical this time, because we've already covered the turf, the theological turf in this passage elsewhere. I do want to point out one thing, though, before we run into it. In Exodus 18, I'm going to just read the first 5 verses, and I'm going to go to the last verse, because we have another issue here that makes a Sinai in Midian equation really difficult. Okay? So just a geographical note here. So Exodus 18 reads as follows. Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that God had done for Moses and for Israel, his people, how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. Now Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, had taken Zipporah, Moses' wife, after he had sent her home, along with her 2 sons. And the name of the one was Gershom, for he said, I have been a sojourner in a foreign land. And the name of the other, Eleazar, for he said, the God of my father was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife to Moses in the wilderness, where he was encamped at the mountain of God. I'm going to read that over again. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife to Moses in the wilderness, where he was encamped at the mountain of God. Now let's go down to the last verse of Exodus 18. So in the meantime, we're going to get this conversation, and I'll read that when we get into the elders thing here in a moment. But the last verse says this. Then Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he, Jethro, went away to his own country. That tells you that where they were at the mountain of God is not in Midian proper, because Jethro goes back to Midian. First 5 verses, Jethro comes from Midian, and now he goes back to Midian. So the Sinai Midian equation there has a rough time with that. You got to do something with that. And we're not going to spend yet another episode on location of Sinai, but there you go. Now, in Exodus 18, Jethro comes, he greets Moses, blessed is the Lord, blessed be Yahweh, verse 10, who has delivered you, out of the hand of the Egyptians in the hand of Pharaoh, so on and so forth. So they have a nice get together. In verse 13, the next day Moses sat to judge the people. And the people stood around Moses from morning till evening. When Moses' father-in-law saw all that he was doing for the people, he said, what is this that you are doing for the people? Why do you sit alone and all the people stand around you from morning until evening? And Moses said to his father-in-law, well, it's because the people come to me to inquire of God. When they have a dispute, they come to me, and I decide between one person and another, and I make them know the statutes of God and his laws. Moses' father-in-law said to him, boy, you're dumb. That's my translation. He says, what you're doing is not good. You and the people with you will certainly wear yourselves out, for the thing is too heavy for you. And again, we kind of know the rest of the story. Now, what I want you to notice, I'm going to go back up to verse 12. Catch this. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, brought a burnt offering. They have a nice get together and sacrifices to God. And Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. And then the next day, Moses sat to judge the people. See, the elders and the judges that are going to be appointed in this passage are 2 separate things. They're 2 separate bodies. The elders already exist. We're going to see that today. The people who are appointed here are called judges. They make judicial decisions.
Okay, so he gets this idea from Jethro. Jethro says, hey, verse 21, look for able men from all the people, men who fear God, who are trustworthy and hate a bribe, and place such men over the people as chiefs of thousands, of hundreds, of fifties, and of tens. And let them judge the people at all times. And every great matter they shall bring to you. Any small matter they shall decide themselves. So it'll be easier for you, and they will bear the burden with you. If you do this, God will direct you. You will be able to endure, and all this people also will go to their place in peace. And then Moses does that. So that's what Exodus 18, gives us the backstory to how we get judges, these people who have judicial authority in Israel. Now, what we're going to find as we get into the issue of elders is that it's not that neat of a division. You're going to see the elders have this authority as well. You say, well, how does that work? Like, why is there overlap? We're also going to see there's more than one group of elders. So it can get a little muddled as to what's going on here. But this episode will take us a little bit into sort of how Israel as a people, dare I say a country or something like that, or just as a people, how it was run. And there's a really important point of demarcation here. There's how things went before the monarchy and how things go after the monarchy. So once you get a king, things change. Everything is run through the bureaucracy of the king. He has his own bureaucratic ways of dealing with things. Now, he's going to have to deal with what has gone before, but the power of the elders and the judges, but especially the elders, is going to fade. It's going to decrease once you get into the monarchy. But let's just start with the terminology generally. And on the episode website, I'm going to have a couple of documents. One is just going to be a lot of references to the term elder so that you don't have to look them up. I'm going to try to do some summary here, but you can refer to the document later on. Again, if you want the information, you can have it there. But generally, the term for elder, zekanim in Hebrew, the plural, it can mean old men, just guys that are old, but its use overwhelmingly points to a social political class, and again, more than one, that had some sort of governing function in ancient Israel. What I mean by more than one is that we're going to see that there are tribal elders and clan elders, and then there are elders that are going to be sort of in a different kind of group that are composed of, in some cases, those other elders, in some cases not. Again, it's a little muddy. Elders, though, are mentioned nearly 150 times. Occasionally, the context is another country besides Israel. Genesis 50, verse 7 talks about the elders of Egypt. Okay, and Numbers 22 is another one for the Moabites. But typically, the references are overwhelmingly to elders in Israel. Now, just to give you a few examples here, some sample references. There are general references to elders of Israel. Exodus 12:21, Exodus 24:1, Leviticus 9:1. I mean, there are lots of these. Again, you can use the handout, the document for this. So you get general references to elders that, okay, there's a body, there's a group that has some authority in Israel, just generic. You also get the phrase elders of the house of Israel. And the references here are Ezekiel 8:11 and 12, Ezekiel 14:1, and Ezekiel 20, verse 1. Now, again, we did a whole series of episodes on Ezekiel. Elders of the house of Israel, the northern kingdom, the 10 tribes of the north, they're gone by the time of Ezekiel. Their history, they're toast, they're lost. Those are the lost tribes, the 10 tribes. So we talked about how Israel, in a sense, just means the people of God who are left, okay, which would technically be Judah. But again, this is a title that would have had a long history in the nation when we had all 12 tribes. And so the terminology stays the same and is really a reference point to the people of God, okay, the Israelites collectively in whatever form they take. You also have phrases like elders of the congregation. Leviticus 4:15, Judges 21 and 16 are the two instances. So again, this basically says, hey, you have men in Israel who represent the congregation in various ways. Okay, so it's very general. Deuteronomy 31:28, though, is an example where we get elders of the tribes. So each tribe has elders as well. We also get a phrase, elders of Judah or elders of Jerusalem. And this is when we get into the monarchy period. So now, is that just the southern kingdom? Yeah, when you get past the point where the monarchy is split, the 10 tribes in the north have their own elders, and the tribes in the south, they have elders too. And Jerusalem as a city has its own set of elders. So you can see that you get these multiple groups. Major phrases, a lot of the occurrences are elders of the people, elders of the land. It's another way of saying elders of the people. Again, you can look at those on the separate document on the episode webpage. You also have elders of cities, city elders. There are lots of these. So what you have is you have the same term being used of national representation, tribe representation, clan representation, city representation, and even in the days of the divided monarchy, both kingdoms, their representation. The same terms apply to all of them. So sometimes there could be overlap, sometimes there won't be, and sometimes, I would say most of the time, you don't know which group really is even being talked about. There are lots of different elders here. So you say, well, who cares? Why point it out? Well, I point it out for this reason, because there are some theologians, biblical scholars, Bible students that will, in an effort to articulate or flesh out the role of elders in churches, will indiscriminately pull passages in the Old Testament that talk about elders and use that information. I'm sorry, but local churches are not theocracies.
Okay, they are not the northern kingdom or the southern kingdom. They're also not tribes and clans. Okay, so you need to exercise a little more care than you might think on occasion to try to determine the best you can. What is the context? What kind of elder are we talking about in the Old Testament at any given verse that we might want to use to explain to our people what our elders in church do? You can't just pull them all because they had different roles. And some of those roles are national political roles or maybe advisor to kings roles that aren't really going to overlap to the care of sheep in the local church. So again, I'm not going through a host of these. I mean, there are 150 of these. You can look them up yourself. Or use the sheets for some of the ones that have multitudes of hits for the phrase. But I'm just pointing out that we need to exercise a little bit of care here because elders doesn't always mean the same group in the Old Testament. You got 5 or 6 groups. They all have different spheres of authority for what they're doing. So let's be a little careful. A few more phrases. Elders of the Jews. That's an interesting phrase because it occurs only in the later books. Ezra 5:5, Ezra 6:7-8, and Ezra 6:14. And that's where we get the term Jew. Those from Yehudi, from Judea, because of the exile. The people who were there, who were taken to Babylon and let go, they were from the kingdom of Judah because that was the only one that was left. The place is called Judea. And so what used to be Israelites, they get referred to as Jews. And it's a term that's applied to them by foreigners, the people who captured them and deported them. But the term sticks among the people when they come back. They refer to themselves this way. And this is why in the later books, it's kind of interesting you get elders of the Jews. Elders of the house of David. So David has his own elders, 2 Samuel 12:17. And you even have, curiously enough, elders of the priests, 2 Kings 19:2, Jeremiah 19:1. So again, you get a lot of variety here with elder stuff. So let's not be indiscriminately using Old Testament references. The good way to say it is either to explain the role of elders in the church, or this is the negative way to put it, to prop up some idea, okay, in your church. Now, let's try to take things in context. Do the best you can to determine which group we might be dealing with and what the groups do. So functions of the elders in Israel. Let's talk about that a little bit. Generally, their role is representational. They represent the entire Israelite community in a political or governmental sense. Again, whoever the leadership is, they represent the people to those leaders. They're sort of go-betweens. And occasionally they do that in religious context. Now, some examples. Elders are witnesses to the striking of the rock at Massah, okay, Exodus 17:5-6. And they apparently represented the people in that episode. They're bearing witness to what's going on there. Because like not every person in the Israelite camp can crowd around and watch that. Another example would be their elders are given Passover instructions back in Egypt, Exodus 12:12. And naturally, they're supposed to then go back to the people and tell them what to do. Elders approach Moses on behalf of the people in Deuteronomy 5:23, along with heads of the tribes. So this is curious. Again, you have tribal elders and you also have heads of tribes. So now we have a different phrase. Well, what's the difference? Are they the same? Two ways of referring to the same bunch? Well, it's hard to know because sometimes you could say that, you could read that in a passage. Other times they seem to be just distinct groups. Again, it's hard to know. The elders of Israel ask Samuel for a king, 1 Samuel 8. When Samuel gets the request, it comes from the elders, the elders of Israel. Psalm 107:32 seems clearly a representational body, but it also is likely about decision making. Let me go to that passage, Psalm 107:32, and just read that to you. It's kind of an interesting verse. Let them extol him in the congregation of the people and praise him in the assembly of the elders. Now, are we to read that and say, well, this congregation of the people, that is the assembly of the elders, or is the assembly of the elders a distinct body, distinct from the congregation of the people? And again, this is the kind of verse that becomes important when people are trying to discern whether Israel had any sense of representative democracy in biblical Israel. Certainly when it comes to the monarchy, the answer to that is going to be, no, not really. I mean, you're going to have elders representing the people, sure, but a monarchy is a monarchy. The Israelite monarchy was not like the British monarchy. David was not a figurehead. And then the country was really run by a prime minister with a parliament. No, that's not what's going on in Israel. You don't have any sense that the next king didn't need to be a lineal descendant from David or from the previous dynasty. And the people don't have a say in that. Monarchies are monarchies in the ancient world. They're not modern, sort of constitutional monarchies. We don't have that in Israel. Nevertheless, you do have phrases like this: congregation of the people, assembly of the elders. So there's two ways of referring to the same thing. In other words, it's still a small group of guys, and they represent the people. Or do the people have something else, some other means of representation? The answer to that seems to be no. That the representation of the people in whatever era is going to be through this small group. And again, it's not like they have elections every 2 years, for this group. It's not like we have today. We don't have a representational democracy in Israel. We do have representation. We're a group of elders. And again, once you get the monarchy, you've got kingship and the bureaucracy and the army and all that kind of stuff. So, I want to disabuse listeners of the idea that ancient Israel was run like the United States. It wasn't. We don't have their system. They don't have ours. There's going to be some point somewhere where something's going to look or sound similar, but These are not carbon copies by any stretch of the imagination. Now, I'm going to reference an article here by Mackenzie, John L. Mackenzie, The Elders in the Old Testament. It's an older article, 1959, but a pretty good one. It's from the journal Biblica, volume 40, number 2. And he sort of has a bit of a summary here as far as corporate representation. He writes, when Saul asks Samuel to honor him, quote, before the elders of my people and before Israel, unquote, he must be thinking of the elders of his clan and tribe as representing the whole group. David sent gifts to the elders of Judah in order to win the favor of the tribe, 1 Samuel 30, verse 26. Abner confers with the elders of Israel about changing their allegiance from Ishbaal to David, 2 Samuel 3:17. And it is the elders of Israel who make a covenant with David at Hebron, 2 Samuel 5:3, on behalf of the people, 2 Samuel 5:1. So you can see, just in that little excerpt, you've got passages where you have especially before the monarchy. I mean, in these instances, David is trying to get tribes of Israelites on his side, to be the next king after Saul. So this is political machination on David's part, sending gifts to the elders of Judah, to have them favor him. Because what's going to happen is each tribe is going to have their own representatives. They're called elders, okay? And those tribes are going to decide, those elders of the tribes are going to decide who they will throw their allegiance to as king. So in that sense, the people, quote unquote, the people have a say, but through a very small group. And in the early days of the monarchy, when you don't have the big standing army and all that kind of stuff, you don't have conscription and all the things that go with the bureaucracy that Samuel warned them about. This is in its infancy. You have to have the tribes follow you. Why? Why is it important that you have these small groups of elders from each tribe throw their allegiance to you? Because guess where you're going to get your fighting men from? The tribes. I mean, if you can't count on getting a certain number of men, warriors from each tribe, your effort to be king is going to die pretty quickly because they're going to throw their weight, their resources, their fighting men to somebody else. So in that sense, you have some kind of representation through the tribal elders going on here who decide, who's going to be the king and all that stuff. Once the king's installed, well, then the king can, down the road, it becomes a bit of a different story. It's much more difficult for the tribal elders at that point. When you've started a dynasty and you're a couple kings in, okay, it's much more difficult to wrest control away from a particular king, a particular individual. Because not only do you have the risk of the army, and especially if the king treats the soldiers well, they're going to be on his side. But you also have to convince the other tribes to rebel with you, which is a tall order. It's very risky, obviously. You essentially you'd have to create a coup, and even in modern times, we know how those things, tend to go. Now back to Mackenzie, just for some other examples. Likewise, David sends a message concerning his restoration after the defeat of Absalom to the elders of Judah. He has to let them know, okay, I'm king, Absalom's not. Josiah summons the elders of Judah and Jerusalem to hear the reading of the code of the law discovered in the temple, 2 Kings 23:1. Jeremiah invites some of the elders of the people and the elders of the priests to witness the symbolic breaking of the flask, Jeremiah 19:1. On behalf of the people, 70 elders of Israel, now this is interesting, no doubt 72, 6 for each tribe, ascend the mountain with Moses, Aaron, Nadav, and Abihu to ratify the covenant in the name of Israel, Exodus 24, verse 1 and following. Aaron and the elders of Israel share the sacrificial banquet of Moses and Jethro. We just read that, Exodus 18:12. Moses sets the words of Yahweh before the elders of the people, Exodus 19:7. And all the people answer that covenant then, the words of Yahweh in Exodus 19:8. So again, you get the idea of representation there. And in that case, the ratification of the covenant, that the people are there in mass and they answer yea or nay. The elders of the Edah, the congregation, are to lay their hands upon the head of the bull, which is slain as a sin offering for the entire Edah, the entire congregation. So again, at that particular ceremony, Leviticus 4:15 is the reference there. The elders, the elders of the congregation. Now, does that mean that all of the elders of each tribe have to walk up and lay their hands on the head of the bull? Well, maybe. Or maybe you have a separate group now called the elders of the congregation, the elders of the Edah. Again, it's not completely clear. The elders of Israel are summoned with Aaron and his sons to hear the words of Moses, Leviticus 9:1. It is as representatives of the people that the 25 elders are called to witness the disaster which overtook Dathan and Abiram, Numbers 16:25. The law of Deuteronomy was delivered to Moses by the priests and the elders, Deuteronomy 31:9. And it just gives you an idea of the representational role. There's a lot of that thing going on. Secondly, the elders also seem to be some sort of advisory group for whoever the recognized leader is. Or they serve some sort of, in some cases, they might serve as some sort of extension of the leader's authority. Deuteronomy 27:1. That would be Deuteronomy 27:1. Now Moses and the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep the whole commandment that I command you today. So there you have the elders sort of either mouthing with, or by virtue of the fact that they're with Moses when this command is issued, they therefore become an extension of the enforcement of the command. Okay, in Joshua 7:6, the elders pray with Joshua. Joshua 8:10, they may be there to give Joshua advice. In that instance, I'm not going to read that passage, but it's very clear they're not soldiers in the army that are with Joshua. The elders are still there when they're going to go into battle. Are they advising Joshua militarily on what to do? Well, again, we're not told. We just don't know.
But in this general regard about giving advice, it's interesting to note that the elders of Israel existed as a group, again, before Moses heard Jethro's idea about appointing judges. So you have elders exist prior to that point, and they are giving advice. And so this might suggest that the elders or the judges are a lesser authority than the elders. And I think that is the case. I think the elders are a higher authority. You never have the judges that are appointed in Exodus 18 doing some of the things that the elders are, like showing up at a ceremony and approving something, or becoming extensions of governing authority, or receiving gifts so that they'll throw their allegiance one way or the other. You don't have that of judges. Judges are just completely judicial. They're deciding cases between disputants in regard to the law. That's what they do. Now it's a big deal. Again, why point that out? Would you really call the lower guys on the totem pole Elohim? No. Okay, not only are they not called Elohim in Exodus 18, but neither are the elders ever called Elohim. And in fact, if you want to really get picky about it, when it comes to Moses' role before and after his conversation with Jethro about deciding, all the cases are now the big ones, Moses isn't called Elohim either. The only place we get that language of Moses is when it's Pharaoh. When God says, "Look, you're going to be like Elohim, Pharaoh." Like I'm the one who's instructing you. You're going to be the one instructing Pharaoh. That sort of thing, and showing power and whatnot. We talked about that when we hit that language earlier in the book of Exodus. So it doesn't make much sense, again, to view the judges that are appointed in Exodus 18 as Elohim, because they're even lower than the elders. That just doesn't make any sense. Third, elders are authorized to go beyond advice to making decisions in some cases on behalf of the people. This relates a bit to the earlier category of representation, but there are some verses that clearly have them making decisions or participating in decisions. So let's go to Judges 8 for one of these. And I'm not going to read all of them, but we'll go to Judges 8. There are a couple of interesting ones here where we get the elders doing something here that really amounts to making a decision. I'm going to start in verse 4 here. And Gideon came to the Jordan and crossed over, he and the 300 men who were with him, exhausted yet pursuing. So he said to the men of Sukkot, "Please give loaves of bread to the people who follow me, for they are exhausted. And I am pursuing after Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian." And the officials of Sukkot said, "Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna already in your hand, that we should give bread to your army?" So Gideon said, "Well then, when the Lord has given Zebah and Zalmunna into my hand, I will flail your flesh with the thorns of the wilderness and with the briars." And from there he went up to Penuel and so on and so forth. Now, so Gideon shows up at this particular place and he asks for food, for the men who are with him. Now the elders aren't mentioned there, but if we go down to verses 14 to 16, actually I'll start in verse 13 here. Then Gideon, the son of Joash, returned. This is after he defeats Zebah and Zalmunna. He returned from the battle by the ascent of Heres, and he captured a young man of Sukkot, and that was the place that just refused him, and questioned him. And he wrote down for him the officials and the elders of Sukkot, 77 men. And he came to the men of Sukkot and said, "Behold, Zebah and Zalmunna, about whom you taunted me, saying, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna already in your hand, that we should give bread to your men who are exhausted?" And he took the elders of the city, and took thorns of the wilderness and briars, and with them taught the men of Sukkot a lesson. So it's a great translation there. The point here is that in the first request, the elders aren't mentioned. He just talks to the men of Sukkot. But in the second, the elders are mentioned along with officials. So apparently, the elders were part of the decision-making process, in this case, a very poor decision, to not give Gideon and his men food, so that the elders here have some decision-making authority, decision-making capacity. Let's look at another one, 1 Samuel 4:3. This is the Ark of the Covenant with the Philistines episode. When the people came to the camp, the elders of Israel said, "Why has the Lord defeated us today before the Philistines? Let us bring the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord here from Shiloh, that it may come among us and save us from the power of our enemies." So apparently, the elders have the authority to go to the priest and say, "Cough up the Ark, bring the Ark here." They have the authority to do that. They make the decision. They carry it out. Of course, it ends in disaster. And this is 1 Samuel. This is prior to the kingship. Things are a little bit chaotic. It's the extension of the period of the judges, and so maybe we can't read a whole lot into it. But anyway, before the monarchy, apparently you had elders somewhere who could do this and make decisions. One that's later in Israel's history, Jeremiah 29:1. Jeremiah 29:1. These are the words of the letter that Jeremiah the prophet sent from Jerusalem to the surviving elders of the exiles, and to the priests and the prophets and all the people whom Nebuchadnezzar had taken into exile from Jerusalem to Babylon. Now, apparently, again, what this verse implies or suggests is that in the exile, you have people who were elders of Judah, the two tribes who were still in existence at the time Nebuchadnezzar shows up, and they get deported, and they're still considered elders in the exile. So even in the exile, it seems that you had a small group, again, called elders, who represented the community and can make decisions for the community. So there are lots of examples of judicial roles where elders are deciding cases. Deuteronomy 19:12, just read maybe one or two of these. Deuteronomy 19:12. But I'll go back to verse 11. "But if anyone hates his neighbor and lies in wait for him and attacks him and strikes him fatally so that he dies, and he flees into one of these cities, the cities of refuge, then the elders of his city shall send and take him from there and take him over to the avenger of blood so that he may die." Again, they're giving him up here. So maybe these aren't the avengers, the cities of refuge. I'd have to read the whole passage here. Let's talk about three other cities. Oh, yeah, it is the cities of refuge. So the elders have the authority in these cities to hand over somebody who does this to the avenger of blood. So that's judicial authority in the city. So I'm not going to read other passages, but elders have this ability as well. So at this point, we have several groups emerging. We've got a royal elder group, or a group of elders that advises whoever's the leader, whether it be a king or somebody like Moses or whoever. We have city elders. We have family and clan elders. Okay, so we've got at least three distinct groups. Before the monarchy, again, the function of elders might be further nuanced this way. There are passages where elders, that term occurs in relation to other individuals, like officers, quote unquote officers. Joshua 8:33 distinguishes the elders from officers, judges, and priests. Okay, Judges 8 did the same thing, distinguish them from princes. Psalm 105:22 does that. Deuteronomy 5:23 distinguishes the elders from the leaders, the heads of the tribes. Joshua 23:2 and 24:1 actually mentions four groups of leaders. Let's just go to that. Just read one of those. Joshua 23:2. Joshua summoned all Israel, its elders, its heads, those are the heads of tribes, its judges, and its officers. So you've got four layers of authority there. Now, what do we do with that? Again, it's hard to know exactly who does what and who can't step over the line, and you're infringing on somebody's authority and turf and so on and so forth. But again, the point of the episode is not to do all that. The point is that you have elders. They're not priests, at least we know that. They're not judges, although they can exercise judicial authority. Officers are probably, this is a guess, this is an academic guess, the term for officers is distinct from all these other terms, and those are probably what you might call enforcers. Maybe like, a police force sounds a little too clunky, but these are people who sort of make sure that the decisions of the elders or the judges get carried out. They enforce the law. Maybe that's just a better, broader way to say it. They enforce the decisions. So you have, a basic system here. A system of representation, system of advice, system where decisions are made and they're enforced. And then, of course, you have the priests doing their things. Now, that's all before the monarchy. After the monarchy, things get, a little sketchier. The monarchy is complicated because of kingship. Now, I have another article here. Again, I can put these in the protected folder, the one by Mackenzie and this one, called The People and Kingship in Ancient Israel. Okay. This is by Chaim Tadmor, Tadmor, in the Journal of World History, 1968. So it's also a bit older. And this is the guy who uses the Absalom incident to sort of illustrate the hierarchy of the bureaucracy that's going on. So I don't know how much of this I really want to get into, because this is an extensive article. And the Absalom story. Absalom, I'll just read the first few verses here from 2 Samuel 15, I believe it is. Yeah. So Absalom's conspiracy, just to set it up a little bit. After this, Absalom got himself a chariot and horses and 50 men to run before him. And Absalom used to rise early and stand beside the way of the gate. And this is where the elders are going to meet. And when any man had a dispute, to come before the king for judgment. Wait a minute. Don't other passages say that the elders met at the gate? Yes, they do. But here it says they're coming before the king. Well, this is the monarchy. So again, the king's bureaucracy, you can already see in something like that, is beginning to usurp a little bit of the elder role. Again, we don't know exactly how this looked. Do the elders work for the king now? Are they getting usurped? Again, we can't really tell. But when any man had a dispute to come before the king for judgment, Absalom would call him and say, hey, come over here. From what city are you? And when he said, your servant is of such and such a tribe in Israel, Absalom would say, see, your claims are good and right. You're right, dude. There's no man designated by the king to hear you. Basically, he intercepts them before they ever get there. Then Absalom would say, oh, that I were judge in the land. Judge. Are we supposed to conclude now that the judges are meeting at the city gates, or is it the elders, or is it somebody that works for the king? Again, it's muddied. Oh, that I were judge in the land, that every man with a dispute or cause might come to me, and I would give him justice. Whenever a man came near to pay homage to him, he would put out his hand. Absalom would put out his hand, take hold of him, and kiss him. Thus Absalom did to all of Israel who came to the king for judgment. So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel. And at the end of 4 years, he's doing this for 4 years, Absalom said to the king, please let me go and pay my vow, which I have vowed to the Lord in Hebron. Is this a lie? For your servant vowed a vow while I lived at Geshur in Aram, saying, if the Lord will indeed bring me back to Jerusalem, I will offer worship to the Lord. The king said, go, have a good time. So he arose and went to Hebron, but Absalom sent secret messengers throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, as soon as you hear the sound of the trumpet, then say, Absalom is king at Hebron. And again, we sort of know the rest of the story. Now, Tadmor, in his article, goes through the whole Absalom incident and gets into the political machinations, again, the biblical Game of Thrones here, as it were. He writes this: the forces arrayed behind Absalom are generally designated the elders of Israel and the men of Israel. Two groups. Okay? At the very beginning of the revolt, David is told the hearts of the men of Israel are after Absalom. When David flees from Jerusalem and Absalom comes to the city, all the people, the men of Israel, quote unquote, will come with him. 1 Samuel 16:15. It is before the king and, quote, all the elders of Israel, unquote, that Ahithophel gives his advice about how to capture David. And it is before Absalom and, quote, all the men of Israel that Hushai the Archite gives his advice to the contrary. Absalom and, quote, all the men of Israel cross the Jordan in pursuit of David. 1 Samuel 17:24. Absalom's camp is referred to in shorter form as Israel. 1 Samuel 18:6. So the people, i.e. David's army, went out into the field against Israel. It is clear that the elders of Israel and the men of Israel are not used synonymously here, but that there is a clear distinction between them. Whereas the king and the elders of Israel accepted the advice of Ahithophel, the men of Israel rejected it. This then was a higher authority. So the men of Israel are higher authority. Well, who are the men of Israel? We'll get to that in a moment. This then is a higher authority which could overrule the decision of the elders. The men of Israel constituted a broader body than the elders, not only in name but also in substance. Who did the men of Israel encompass in this case? Again, let me just stop here. You can see already that in the monarchy there's this different group that has the greater authority. Who are they? It cannot be assumed that the references to the heads of the clans or to the tribal notables, since these seem to be identical with the elders of Israel, or at least the two overlapped to a large extent. The comprehensive definition of the concept, the men of Israel, is clearly emphasized, for example, in the words of Hushai the Archite, 1 Samuel 16:18, quote, "And this people and all the men of Israel," unquote. Now, the only body before which David was likely to have fled from Jerusalem with his professional army when news of the rebellion reached him could only have been the other army. We will thus not err in proposing that men of Israel was the army of Israel. This assumption explains why the men of Israel accompanied Absalom when he entered Jerusalem, and why it was that body, rather than the elders of Israel, that later crossed to Transjordan to fight against David. 1 Samuel 17:24. Absalom passed over the Jordan, he and all the men of Israel with him. On the basis of this distinction, we can understand the contrast between the nature of the counsel of Ahithophel, the moving spirit behind Absalom's revolt, and that of his rival, Hushai the Archite, David's fifth column. Ahithophel's advice, he opposes Ahithophel's advice. "Let me now choose out 12,000 men, and I will set out and pursue David tonight." That's 1 Samuel 17:1. That advice was meant to give an all-Israel expression to the war against David, since the intention was 1,000 men from each tribe, 12,000 men. Ahithophel's aim was a quick action to capture David alone without touching the people who were with him. But Hushai the Archite likewise offered military tactical arguments against this advice and urged that all Israel be gathered to you, from Dan to Beersheba, by the sand of the sea for multitude, 1 Samuel 17:11. And that this reinforced army would be used to attack David in his camp and destroy all his supporters. So Hushai says to Absalom, look, don't send the 12,000 out right now, like right now, which is what Ahithophel wants. Go and let your army grow. Let all Israel be gathered to you from Dan to Beersheba. It's going to take some time. And then that reinforced army should go and get David. It buys David time. That's why Hushai is saying this. Of course, Absalom doesn't know Hushai is loyal to David. And we know, of course, back to the quote, back to Tadmor, we know, of course, that it was Hushai's advice that was taken. But it is worth noting some fine distinctions in the wording. Absalom's army, which was fighting David's army, is called simply Israel, or the people of Israel, whereas David's army is referred to as the servants of David. And the people of Israel were smitten before the servants of David. 1 Samuel 18:7. The contrast here is clear and sharp. David and his servants versus the whole people of Israel, including the tribe of Judah. And Judah's part of this. Tadmor says there's no basis for the assumption that the tribe of Judah took no part in Absalom's revolt and remained neutral throughout. Moreover, it is inconceivable that Absalom would have been crowned in Hebron, the sacred city of Judah, without the tribe's active cooperation or consent, really without the elders of the tribe, their consent. And only on the assumption that Judah participated in the revolt together with the other tribes of Israel is it possible to explain the appointment of Amasa, a Judahite and a relative of the king, as Absalom's general. I'll just stop there. I mean, there's a lot of intrigue that's going on here, but the point is that when you get to the monarchy, it's the army that calls the shots. You've had a representation, and in the best of circumstances, the representation is honored by the king. And Absalom uses the old institutions, the elders by the gate, the judges by the gate. He uses them over the course of 4 years to have them throw their weight behind him when he goes to Hebron under ostensibly one reason, but of course his reason is to launch the coup. So he uses the old institutions to ingratiate himself and get into power. But when push comes to shove, you don't succeed in a coup through democracy. That's not how it works. And he's so effective at it that even the tribe of Judah, David's own tribe, is against him. In the whole thing. Now, we know the rest of the story. We know Absalom's revolt fails. So on and so forth. But you can already see that eldership in a monarchical setting starts to sort of give way to power. As far as how this relates to our own considerations here in Exodus 18 for our purposes, and the things that I want to just point out as we wrap up here is that Exodus, and what it describes is obviously long before the monarchy in the biblical storyline. The elders existed prior to the appointment of judges in Exodus 18. So if we're going to be precise in our language, Exodus 18 isn't about appointing elders, it's about appointing judges. In addition, the men appointed at the suggestion of Jethro don't seem to be tied to specific tribes. They're not like the elders. You have elders of the individual tribes. These are just, again, random individuals that fear God and won't take bribes and so on and so forth. So they're different from the elders. The judges in Exodus 18 are different from the elders, but nobody's called Elohim. And in fact, the judges have a lesser status. They are not decision makers. They are adjudicators. They don't, if we can use our own judicial system, Congress in the United States anyway, Congress, and the court system. The judges don't make laws. They interpret them. That's what they do. They make decisions. Okay, so that's what the judges are doing, in Israel. The ones who are participating, at least in theory, at least especially before you get a monarchy, in laws would be the elders. Now, granted, we have the giving of the law in Exodus. That's going to happen in Exodus 20.
Later chapters in Exodus are going to expand upon the original commandments. You're going to have case law that develops. Okay, we don't know if the elders directly had a hand in any of that, or how that all sort of came to be in the biblical storyline. But we do have indications in a few passages where elders do participate in making decisions. So in theory, there could have been some participation there with making law. If anybody enforces the law, it's going to be the, quote, officers in Israel. They're the ones that are going to be charged with doing this. The priests, of course, are off doing their own things. They can police the laws that pertain to them, obviously. So we're talking about a civil situation here. But again, the guys appointed in Exodus 18 are lower level than the lawmakers. We'll just make that general statement. They're also lower than the priesthood, and they are not called Elohim. They're important, but they have a lower level. They are referred to consistently, again, by judging terminology. Second thing, let's go back to this 70 thing. It's kind of interesting. The men appointed in Exodus 18 are referred to by judging terminology. They're called judges, either the noun or the verb or the participle, okay, the judging words in Hebrew. They have a judicial role, something elders might do, but for the most part, the judges are going to be doing this. So at this point, you could say the elders are tribal leaders because the judges aren't said to be specific tribal leaders. They're not even said to be from specific tribes. So the elders are the tribal leaders, the judges are underneath them. And it's kind of interesting, though, that the elders as tribal leaders, the Mackenzie's article that I read from suggested that there would have been 72. Even in Exodus 24, they're numbered at 70. Some scholars say, well, that's not 70 is probably a rounded number because 72 would mean 6 from each tribe, you have equal representation, blah, 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 blah. It's interesting if you go with the Septuagint in the Table of Nations, you get 72 there instead of 70. And so if you went with the Septuagint, you would have and you bought this idea of 6 from each tribe. You'd have 72 representatives in Israel, and you'd have 72 nations in the Table of Nations. They would sort of mirror each other. It's kind of interesting whether that's true or not. Who knows? On the flip side, if you just go with the 70, okay, 70 nations in Genesis 10, and you go with the 70 elders in Exodus 24, you still have a mirror, regardless of the math. How do we know there was any concern that each tribe has the same number? We don't. That's just something scholars like to argue about and say we don't. But there seems to be some sort of mirroring going on here between the nations who are outside of Israel and who, of course, by covenant with Abraham, by covenant with Israel, they're going to be brought back into the fold, into the family of God. There seems to be some mirror opposition between that number and the number of elders, like equal halves of the same family. And think cosmic, theological, these kinds of terms. The numbers might be useful for transmitting the idea that both Israel and the nations are two equal halves of the same family, just by virtue of the numerical structure. Again, just something interesting to think about. Third, duties of the men appointed in Exodus 18, judging, are not going to be the same as later judges, the period of judges who are military deliverers. And they sort of operate alone. You don't have a committee. You have Gideon, Samson, Jephthah, all these guys. They're not operating by committee, and they're military leaders. So just because the same term is used of the leaders in the period of the judges, don't assume that there's a one-to-one or equivalent relationship here. It's not really the case. The judges, again, of Exodus 18, again, they're low-level judiciary authorities. They're not military deliverers. And then lastly, again, just to reinforce the point again, in no case is any official in Israel called Elohim. None of these are called Elohim. There is no group of human authorities in Israel that is ever called Elohim. Zero. And so, again, this idea is artificial from the get-go to avoid divine plurality in certain passages. But if you want, again, a full treatment of that, go back to, again, the earlier episode. You have episode 109, which was Jesus quoting Psalm 82. But the big one on this would be episode 249. Did the Israelites believe their judges were Elohim, were gods? And the answer is no. But you get a full treatment of that subject there. So, again, for our purposes here, just wanted to do a topical episode. What were elders? What do they do? How many different groups are there? I mean, it's a lot more complicated than you would think. And the takeaway for us, again, today is in churches, again, where we have elder rule, elder authority. If your church does, then this is going to be pertinent. If it doesn't, well, then I think you can still take the principle. We are wise to not just indiscriminately go to the Old Testament, pull out the word elder, and then say, well, this is for the church. Okay, maybe it's applicable, maybe it's not, because there are different groups of these guys, and they had different spheres of authority, different functions. You could sort of look at Exodus 19 as a covenant prelude to giving the law at Sinai, because again, the law is itself a covenant, but there's going to be a covenant ceremony that follows Exodus 20, and the idea of creating a covenant with between God and his people at Mount Sinai is actually introduced in this chapter. So we're going to work our way through most of the chapter. In fact, I might as well just start off by reading at least a portion of it. It's not that long of a chapter, but there are, again, as is our typical method, there are a few things I want to dive into in the chapter. We're not going to go verse by verse. So Exodus 19 begins this way. On the third new moon, after the people of Israel had gone out of the land of Egypt, on that day they came into the wilderness of Sinai. They set out from Rephidim and came into the wilderness of Sinai, and they encamped in the wilderness. There Israel encamped before the mountain. While Moses went up to God, the Lord called him out of the mountain, saying, Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob and tell the people of Israel, You yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, You shall be my treasured possession among all peoples, for all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the people of Israel. I'll just keep reading a little bit more. So Moses came and called the elders of the people and set before them all these words that the Lord had commanded him. Notice the elders there. We talked about them in Exodus 18. And so they're witnesses. They're part of this process, part of transmitting the information to the people. In verse 8, all the people answered together and said, all that the Lord has spoken we will do. And Moses reported the words of the people to the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, behold, I am coming to you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and may also believe you forever. When Moses told the words of the people to the Lord said to Moses, go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their garments, and so on and so forth. So we'll hold off on the sort of the purification process. And I want to focus on really verses 4 through 6 in that beginning section. That was essentially the first 10 verses of Exodus 19. So this is the reference really about being a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. For those who have read Unseen Realm, this is part of the Deuteronomy 32 worldview about how Israel is supposed to be mediator, a collective mediator, or the people individual mediators to the rest of the nations. And this is part of the logic of why Israel is supposed to be unique, to attract them back into relationship with the true God. So there's some things to notice here that, again, are worth pointing out. The language of verse 4 is actually echoed in Deuteronomy 32. Specifically, it's verse 11. So we have a reference here, or at least a connection point to the Deuteronomy 32 worldview through verse 11. I'm going to read Deuteronomy 32:11. Like an eagle that stirs up its nest and flutters over its young, spreading out its wings and catching them, bearing on its pinions. Again, this is a description of how God dealt with, cared for Israel. And that language, again, in verse 4, I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. So when you read Exodus 19:4, again, as someone who has the whole Torah, your mind should be taken to Deuteronomy 32:11, and it establishes this connection. So you have a textual connection, and its coherence is made clear by the conceptual connections between this chapter of Exodus and just generally the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. Again, for those to whom this concept might be new, you haven't read Unseen Realm, just in a nutshell, Deuteronomy 32:8-9 talks about God divorcing the nations, assigning them, allotting them, is language used in Deuteronomy elsewhere, Deuteronomy 4:19-20, Deuteronomy 17:3, Deuteronomy 29:23-26, passages like that, where God allots the other nations to members of the heavenly host, the sons of God, and vice versa. And they're supposed to be caretakers, placeholders, in God's place over the nations, because God is punishing the nations at the Tower of Babel incident. That's Deuteronomy 32:8, when the Most High divided up the nations, set their boundaries. Again, that's Babel language. He assigned them, allotted them to the sons of God, or according to the number of the sons of God. So this worldview is that God is no longer in relationship with the nations of the world. What nations are those? It's the ones listed right before the Genesis 11 Babel story in Genesis 10. And then in verse 9 of Deuteronomy 32, after God assigns the nations to the sons of God and the sons of God to the nations, the next verse says, Israel is Yahweh's portion, his allotted inheritance. And so that has to do with God's election of Israel, but Israel doesn't exist at the time of the Tower of Babel. And so in the biblical story, that's why right after Babel, we get the call of Abram. And again, the origin of Israel there. So this is the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. The rest of the Old Testament is framed by this Tower of Babel event. It's Israel against the nations and Yahweh, the God of Israel, against the other gods, because we find out from other passages, including later in Deuteronomy 32, but especially Psalm 82, that the sons of God, the Elohim allotted to the nations, become corrupt. They enslave their populations. They turn their hearts toward idolatry instead of ruling the nations according to God's good justice, according to God's nature. And we know that's what they were supposed to do, because that's what they're condemned for not doing in Psalm 82. And of course, in Deuteronomy 32, we also get to mention that the gods of the other nations seduced the Israelites, Yahweh's own people, to worship them instead. So this is the worldview of the Old Testament. It ties in with something called cosmic geography, that Israel is sacred space, and every other nation around Israel is under the dominion of hostile divine beings, again, who are corrupt in their administration. So you look at that, and then you go back to Exodus 19:4, and again, those verses are essentially saying, hey, you're my treasured possession, verse 5, among all peoples. For all the earth is mine, but again, you're my treasured possession. You shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, a nation set apart. These are the words that you shall speak to the people of Israel. So Exodus 19:4-6 really, again, has a lot to contribute, or essentially is part of the matrix of ideas that really comprise the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. Again, that's the term I like to give it, and that I gave it in Unseen Realm. So this whole complex, when Abram is called and Abraham and Sarah have a child, and when she's past childbearing age, that's intentional on God's part, because he's going to supernaturally raise up a population to be his own people. That people now has been delivered from Egypt, again, showing that you're still my treasured possession. Again, calling them out of Egypt, judging the gods of Egypt, as we've talked about repeatedly in this series of the podcast on Egypt, or the book of Exodus. Again, all of this is part of the same world, the same matrix of ideas. Now, I want to say a few things about the possession and inheritance language. It's the Hebrew term for that's translated treasured possession is segulah, and Sarna has a few comments on that. He writes, Hebrew segulah, like its Akkadian cognate sekiltum, originally denoted valued property to which one has an exclusive right of possession. A letter from the Hittite sovereign to the king of Ugarit characterizes his vassal as his servant, his SGLT, his treasured possession. The biblical description of Israel as God's segulah, or as his segulah, treasured people, which is also terminology drawn from Deuteronomy 7:6, 14:2, 26, 18, and 19. Therefore, that language expresses God's special covenantal relationship with Israel, his love for his people. At the same time, Those biblical texts in Deuteronomy, as well as Exodus 19:6, all uniquely emphasize the inextricable association between being God's segulah, his treasured possession, and the pursuit of holiness. Again, because it says, you're my treasured possession, kingdom of priests, and a holy nation. All of these things are tied together conceptually. Another observation is that the covenants between God and Abraham and God and Israel at Sinai, which we're approaching here in the book of Exodus, are of course related. They're not like separate random things. God had made a covenant with Abraham that he would give him a land and multiply his offspring. Through him, the rest of the nations would ultimately be blessed. All that, those circumstances, Genesis 12:3. Those promises are linked in some way to the covenant that's going to come up here, which is going to be made at Mount Sinai. And broadly, we can see that because of again, what Sarna has just pointed out, that treasured possession, kingdom of priests, holy nation, these are all ways of describing the same thing. And so treasured possession, that's sort of the Abrahamic component. And then kingdom of priests, that's also the Abrahamic component. And holy nation, that feels like it's more law, but we actually get some of that linked back into the Abrahamic covenant. Now, many listeners out there in our audience, I'm quite sure of this, have been taught and therefore presume that the Abrahamic covenant was unconditional due to its unilateral nature. In other words, when that covenant was formed in Genesis 15, it's God, the fiery theophany that passes through the animal parts. And so lots of Bible teachers out there saying only God passed through, and so only God has obligations in this covenant. This is an unconditional covenant. There are no conditions put on Abraham or his offspring to keep this covenant. That actually isn't true. So we can't really set the Abrahamic covenant against the Sinai covenant, which is filled with obligations. It's the law. Again, this perception that Sinai covenant is conditional because it has laws attached to it, and the Abrahamic covenant is unconditional because it doesn't have laws. Well, the reality is that the Abrahamic covenant is actually both unconditional and conditional. God, for sure, in Genesis 15, does act unilaterally in making the covenant, Genesis 15. But that didn't mean Abraham could live any way he wanted to after that ceremony. Abraham couldn't initially believe in Yahweh and then go off and follow some other god, for instance. He couldn't rebel, intentionally against Yahweh. This is actually made explicit by Genesis 17, and I'm going to read that here. Verses 1 through 14, and then verses 22 through 27. Now, this is the chapter about circumcision. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be blameless. Why? That I may make my covenant between me and you, and may multiply you greatly. See, that's language from Genesis 12, multiply you greatly. And there's a condition attached here, walk before me and be blameless. Blameless in terms of his relationship with Yahweh, his loyalty. Here we are back to a theme in unseen realm, believing loyalty. So Abraham, again, had to believe that, Yahweh was the God of gods. There's the belief component, and his loyalty component is that he's not going to worship any other. So, Abraham couldn't just do what he wanted here. And right here, again, the Abrahamic language from Genesis 12, Genesis 15 is linked to being blameless, again, obedience in some way. The passage continues, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be the father of a multitude of nations. There's Genesis 12 language right in Genesis 17, where he just told Abraham to walk before him and be blameless. Then he changes his name and so on and so forth. And you get down to verses 22 through 27. This is still Genesis 17. When he had finished talking with him, God went up from Abraham. Then Abraham took Ishmael his son and all those born in his house or bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskins that very day as God had said to him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. Ishmael was 13 years old. That very day, Abraham and Ishmael were circumcised, so on and so forth. So in other words, Abraham could not have just said, I don't feel like doing that. Yeah, I know that's the sign of the covenant here in Genesis 17. God and I just had a conversation about it, but that's going to hurt. I'm just not going to do that. No, that's an expression of his belief. It's a way to show loyalty to Yahweh, who he has professed to believe in. And Abraham can't just do whatever he wants. It's also made, this idea of conditionality within the Abrahamic covenant is also made explicit, I think even more dramatically in Genesis 22. This is the offering of Isaac. And we know the story. So, right when the angel of the Lord intervenes, I'm going to pick it up at verse 15. The angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time from heaven and said, by myself I have sworn, declares the Lord, because you have done this, again, because Abraham was willing to offer Isaac, because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you, and I will surely multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven, as the sand that is on the seashore. Now, where does that language come from? Genesis 12, it's the Abrahamic covenant. And God says, because you obeyed here, I'm surely going to do these things. And your offspring shall possess the gate of his enemies, and in your offspring shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. So it is simply not true that the Abrahamic covenant had no conditions. The condition was believing loyalty. Okay, you can't just go off and worship some other god now. So that, I think, is important. It has ramifications in certain respects for eschatology about the fulfillment of these promises, what they mean, how they play out in the future, so on and so forth. Applied to Abraham's offspring and the promised land. Again, if you're thinking that there are no conditions attached, then you're going to go off in a certain trajectory when it comes to end times questions about the land of Israel, whether the land promises were met or sinned away through the exile, all that kind of stuff. It has ramifications for your view of end times. And I'm not going to get into those here. If you want, again, just to think about that, you could just go to Google and my homepage, drmsh.com, and type in the word eschatology and obsession. I did a long series years ago, why an obsession with eschatology is a waste of time. And there's about 10 of these things that you have to you basically have to make hermeneutical decisions on. They're not self-evident in the text. Depending on what decision you make, that takes you down a certain road in terms of end times beliefs. And the Abrahamic covenant in its nature is one of those. Now, secondly, I want to say something else about the covenant here. The covenants between God and Abraham, and God and Israel, really both get into this concept, as we discussed a few minutes ago, about being mediators to the nations, of the means of blessing. And that really, brings us back to this kingdom of priests language that you find here in Exodus 19, 4 through 6. Again, in the context of the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, it suggests a mediatorial role. And just so that you know that this isn't just Mike, just his perspective on it. Let's go back to Sarna. I have three sources here. Sarna, Carpenter, his commentary on Exodus that we referenced before, and Pete Enns' commentary on Exodus, the NIV application commentary. And I don't know if we've utilized Pete's commentary yet in the series, but he has a nice section on this. So to Sarna says this about, again, this kingdom of priest language. National sovereignty, here expressed by kingdom, is indispensable for the proper fulfillment of Israel's mission. Without it, the nation becomes the passive tool of historical forces beyond its control. At the same time, the priest's place and function within society must serve as the ideal model for Israel's self-understanding of its role among the nations. And they're supposed to be mediators between the other nations and God, the true God. Carpenter, in his translation, notes that the phrase here that's translated kingdom of priests, it's Hebrew's kind of small here, but mamlechet kohanim, the translation of that phrase is challenging, he says. Is Israel a, quote, royal priesthood or a priestly kingdom? I mean, you could translate it either way. Various translators, both ancient and modern, prefer one or the other, so that reasonable grammatical arguments can be given for both. In the end, Carpenter says, the biblical text probably intends the reader to hear both points of view. So, royal priesthood, the Israelites have a certain status. And isn't it interesting? If you take the royal priesthood translation, that's imaging. That's representing God. It's a status, again, in respect to the rest of the nations. We're God's priesthood, not somebody else's, and you're not. A priestly kingdom, again, gets to this mediatorial role. Pete Enns, let's just quote a little bit from Pete here. He actually has a nice section here. I might do this a bit more extensively than the others. Pete writes, Israel is a kingdom of priests. This title appears nowhere else in the Old Testament and is therefore a bit difficult to pin down. What is also somewhat strange is that the priesthood in Israel has not yet been established. And that's going to come later in the book of Exodus. So what does God mean by designating his people in this way? To refer to Israel as a kingdom of priests does not imply that we should think of priesthood in the developed cultic sense we see later in the book, Exodus 28 and 29. Yet we must remember that even though the Israelite priesthood proper was not inaugurated until after chapter 19, this is not to say that priesthood was a new idea for them. There's no record of Israel's having performed a priestly role before Exodus 19:5, but they have had plenty of contact with other peoples with priests. Genesis 14:18, Genesis 41:45, and 50, Genesis 46:20. There's a whole list of them here. They know what priests are, is Pete's point. Moreover, he continues, the patriarchs performed priestly duties when they sacrificed. Genesis 15:10 and 11. Israel, by living in an ancient world, or the ancient world, knew very well what priests were and how they functioned. Kingdom of priests, therefore, is not an anachronism. Rather, it is a statement of the manner in which God will use Israel with respect to the rest of the nations. This is where the phrase holy nation comes in. Both kingdom of priests and holy nation are to be taken together, if not as identical, then at least as clearly supporting each other. As a kingdom of priests, Israel is set apart, which is what holy means. They're set apart from the other nations. Israel is different, since she is a treasured possession. This is God's peculiar people, and so they will be separate. But Israel is not separate in the sense of living in isolation from the other nations. As holy and priestly, Israel is the means by which God will, as his plan unfolds more and more, bring the nations to have knowledge of him. That's the end of the quote from Pete Enns' commentary. I think that's really well put. As far as, again, this mediatorial idea. Asarna, go back to him, adds, the priest is set apart by a distinctive way of life, consecrated to the service of God and dedicated to ministering to the needs of the people. And that brings the concepts of holiness being set apart and therefore behavior, obedience to God's laws, into focus. Now, again, this deserves some commentary. The people, Israelites, didn't earn, I hope this is clear, they didn't earn the status of being God's covenant people by obeying laws. Rather, it's because they were already God's people that he gave them laws, to show loyalty to him exclusively and, to repurpose Sarna's thought, to define Israel's self-understanding so that they can play their role with respect to the nations. So it's believing loyalty again. Again, Abrahamic covenant is about believing loyalty, and so is the Sinai covenant. They're not getting laws so that they can become God's people, that they can earn the right to be called God's people, that they can merit the title, we're God's people in his treasured possession. No, they already are. I think this is good for Christians, again, when we think about works. We don't do works to earn our membership in the family of God. Okay, there are rules, if you will. You should live a certain way because you're already in the family of God. It's not a merit brownie point system. Again, I know we beat this drum a lot, but honestly, I think it deserves to be beaten because I just encounter Christians all the time, whether online or in person, that struggle with this concept that, because I sinned, because I don't do this or that thing enough, then God doesn't really like me as much as he did way back when I came to the Lord. That's bogus. That's just bad theology. It forgets Romans 5:8, and it actually changes the gospel to some sort of merit-based thing. And you can't even say that about the Torah. They're getting God's laws because they're already his people. The laws are going to help them not only live, maximize life. I mean, honestly, the Torah, much of the Torah is honestly about how God gives us laws because he knows what will make life most enjoyable, for people. So there are laws about human relationships. There are laws about sexuality. There are laws about children. There are, you have all that stuff because that's how, we avoid living self-destructive lives where we destroy ourselves and the people around us. And then there are lots of laws about sacred space to teach us that God is other than we are, all that kind of stuff. But the laws are about the moral law, especially is about character formation or being a certain kind of people. Why? So that you can earn your spot at God's table. No, it's so that you can be a witness. You can attract the nations back to the true God. If you have a happy people who live in harmony with each other, you have a stable society. Yeah, that's going to be attractive. People are going to wonder why you do what you do. So it's the same concept in the New Testament as in the Old here. There's a lot of continuity here that just gets glossed over in this whole works, faith and works discussion. Now we hit verses 10 through 15, and this is where we get these instructions for purification. They're supposed to wash their garments. I'm not going to read all the verses. Wash your garments. And in verse 10, God says in verse 11, he's going to come down in a thick cloud. And verse 12, Moses is supposed to set limits for the people around the mountain. To take care to not go up into the mountain or touch the edge of it. Whoever touches the mountain will be put to death. It's a lesson in sanctity. It's a lesson in sacred space. Now God will exempt a group later in Exodus 24 that he allows to come up into the mountain. But here, nope, you got to put a boundary around it. No hand shall touch him or touch it, but he shall be stoned or shot with an arrow, not a gun, obviously. Whether beast or man, he shall not live. When the trumpet sounds a long blast, they shall come up to the mountain. So on and so forth. Verse 15, be ready for the third day. When this is going to happen, do not go near a woman. And these are all rules. If you actually look at Leviticus, we did a whole podcast series on this. These are all rules for ritual purity, not moral purity, but ritual purity, avoiding the defilement of sacred space. Again, to reinforce the fact that God is other through various rules and restrictions. And if you want more detail on that, you got to go listen to the Leviticus series. Now Durham writes this of this section. He says Moses reminded the people of the need to be completely ready by the third day, with the additional instruction that they were not to, quote, come near to a woman, a euphemism for sexual intercourse. This prohibition is parallel to the prohibition against touching the isolated area of Mount Sinai. A man's semen rendered both the man and the woman with whom he was having intercourse unclean, again, ritually unclean, and therefore cultically unacceptable for a specific period. And he references Leviticus 15, 16 through 18. The reason for this has to do with the holiness of what may be called a life imminence connected with the presence of Yahweh. Let me stop there. If you remember back when we talked about this in Leviticus, blood and semen, they were life forces. That's how they were perceived. And so when you lose blood, when you lose semen, you've like that's like you die a little bit. Again, in this worldview, you lose some of the life force, and you can't occupy sacred space because that's God's space, and God is the source of life, not death. Again, this is a conceptual world that's very foreign to us. And if you want more details, you go back to Leviticus, and there's a whole bunch of this kind of stuff in Leviticus that you can get sort of the rationale for some of these purity prohibitions. Durham continues with some interesting observations about Sinai as sacred space here. And I want to take a little time to read what he says here, because this is sort of in the sweet spot, for some of the content we talked about in Unseen Realm. So if you haven't read the book yet, this might encourage you to do that, because we do this kind of stuff in the book. So Durham writes, Mount Sinai assumes the character of a sanctuary for the duration of the theophany, when God comes down to meet the people. A close similarity to the wilderness tabernacle is suggested by several shared characteristics. Both Sinai and the tabernacle evidence a tripartite, a threefold division. The summit corresponds to the inner sanctum, or Holy of Holies. The second zone, partway up the mountain, is the equivalent of the tabernacle's outer sanctum, or Holy Place. The third zone at the foot of the mountain is analogous to the outer court. As with the tabernacle, the three distinct zones of Sinai feature three gradations of holiness in descending order. Just as Moses alone may ascend to the peak of the mountain, so all but one are barred from the Holy of Holies in the tabernacle. Just as the holy place is the exclusive preserve of the priesthood, so only the priests and elders are allowed to ascend to a specific point in the mountain. And we're going to see that in Exodus 24. The confinement of the laity to the outer court of the tabernacle, where the altar of burnt offering was located, evokes the parallel with Sinai in the restriction of the laity to the foot of the mountain, where the altar was built. The graduated restrictions on access, touch, and sight are the counterparts of the repeated regulations about the unlawful invasion of sacred domain in the same three ways. God is said to descend upon the mountain as upon the tabernacle, and he communicates with Moses on the summit as he does in the Holy of Holies. Finally, the vivid descriptions of smoke, dense cloud, and fire that issued from and enveloped Sinai are paralleled by the cloud and fire that become associated with the tabernacle. So again, that's the end of the Durham quote. I thought that was interesting because he brings out a lot of this parallel language between the mountain and the tabernacle. Again, this is cosmic mountain, the abode of Yahweh. And this is, again, God's, or God in the case of biblical thought, has his home where? In gardens or mountains, and sometimes those things are combined. Eden is called both a mountain and a garden in the Bible. Okay, and it shouldn't be surprising then that you have Sinai, the mountain, and then when you get to the tabernacle, it's decorated like Eden. It's supposed to remind you of Eden, the menorah, the tree of life, the light, all this kind of stuff. And the same thing with the temple, the way that's decorated, it's decorated specifically with garden and Edenic imagery. And here we have tabernacle parallels to the mountain, to Mount Sinai. Again, this is all intentional. It's all, again, conceptual way of thinking for, again, if you're the Israelite, or if you have the Israelite in your head as you read the Old Testament. These are some of the things that ought to just sort of stick out to you. A deliberate creating, a deliberate associating of these things. Again, sacred space, God's abode, and where God is, his counsel is. We're going to see that. There are going to be references when we get to the giving of the law. We'll go back to Deuteronomy 33, 1 and 2, where we have the heavenly host present with God at the giving of the law. Where God is, his counsel is, his entourage is, the heavenly host with him, his partners there, and meeting with his people who are his partners on earth. This is a whole matrix of ideas that, again, we try to bring out in unseen realm, but here we have it, in Exodus again, and Durham does a nice job of summarizing that. A few other items in the chapter. Verse 16, the language is interesting. It says, on the morning of the third day, there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud on the mountain. I would suggest this is why, that kind of description is why later, in various parts of the Old Testament, the Lord's appearance takes on that character, the so-called storm theophany, or the storm imagery associated with Yahweh showing up somewhere. It's supposed to make you think back to Sinai, to this scene. This is the first use of thunder and lightning in the biblical story, for God's appearance. So when we see the terms or elements in later passages, they're designed to take the mind of the reader back to the God of Sinai. Again, this is intentional on the writer's part. It's not random. Verses 21 and 22 are kind of interesting. There's a note here on third-person language used by Yahweh of Yahweh. Okay, this is part of the two powers in heaven, complex that the two Yahweh figures that I talk about in Unseen Realm. But you actually get a little in another one of these third-person hints here. Exodus 19:9 says this: the Lord said to Moses, "Behold, it's first-person language. I am coming to you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and may also believe you forever." You go down to verse 21, and we read this. The wording changes a little bit. The Lord said to Moses, "Go down and warn the people, lest they break through to the Lord to look, and many of them perish. Also let the priests who come near to the Lord consecrate themselves, lest the Lord break out against them." So you have the Lord talking about the Lord. You have Yahweh talking about Yahweh. Now again, when we get to the giving of the law scene, again, if you've read Unseen Realm, you know that I think there's some anthropomorphic language there associated with the giving of the law that I do think, we have the visible Yahweh there along with the invisible Yahweh, the two Yahweh figures. So I don't know necessarily that this language in Exodus 19, 21, and 22 is a way to, if you pardon the pun, flesh that out. I'm not committed to that as far as those two verses go, but there are other things that suggest, well, maybe we can consider these verses in that way, but we'll get to that when we hit the scene at Sinai and the giving of the law. Now, verse 22, you may have caught this, and again, from the Pete Enns quote, Pete sort of alludes to it as well. In verse 22, we have the phrase, "Let the priests who come near to the Lord do this and that and watch out," so on and so forth. Again, we don't have a priesthood yet. That's Exodus 28 and 29. But as Pete said, hey, they know what a priest is, and there's priestly stuff going on within the Israelite community prior to the establishment of a formal cultic priesthood in Exodus 28 and 29. Scholars have noticed this and noticed the chronological issue, and some of them just say, this is totally anachronistic. Sarno writes this. He says, according to Exodus 28 and 29, the priesthood was not established in Israel until after the Sinai revelation, which would make the present reference to priests like that in verse 24 an anachronism. Many modern scholars regard these verses as reflecting a different strand of tradition about the origins of the priestly institution. So let me stop there. Again, this is the kind of thing, we've commented on this before in the book of Exodus, but this is the kind of thing that scholars will look at, some scholars, and say, we've got two sources here. It's part of the documentary hypothesis, JEDP. And you have a blending of the sources at some point, and you get this little anachronistic phrase that the editor just didn't catch or something like that. Okay, you could look at it that way, but again, not a number of scholars don't. Enns writes this. This is the first reference to Israelite priests in the Old Testament, specifically Israelite priests. Officially, the priesthood is not established until chapter 28. So where do they come from? Do the Israelites have priests in a looser sense of the word before they are officially established? Some commentators reconcile this difficulty by suggesting that the elders, or young men, function as priests at this stage. And Enns writes, we should not dismiss this too quickly, especially in light of 24:5, Exodus 24:5, which reads, "And he sent young men of the people of Israel who offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen to the Lord." Now that offering, you have people doing offerings before you get to Exodus 28 and 29. And in Exodus 24:5, they're not called priests, they're just young men. Okay, so maybe they had some other system or some people playing this role before you get to the formal inauguration of the priesthood in Exodus 28 and 29. Now, Enns, continues, he says, still, nowhere are these men called priests, the term used here, in Exodus 19. Perhaps this passage assumes the official priesthood of chapter 28 and following, but that would throw the entire scene at Mount Sinai into chronological disarray. Enns confesses, I'm as confused by this chapter as by any other in Exodus. I see only two possible solutions. Either priests of some sort existed before the official establishment of the priesthood, or portions of this chapter are chronologically displaced. And that's the end of the Enns quote. Again, it's very apparent that you have, quote, young men. You have somebody offering sacrifices prior to Exodus 28 and 29. So again, for my money, I think that's kind of what we need to go with. And this reference to priests here, I would think it's coherent to say, well, that refers to these young men, whoever they were. It refers to the somebodies who are doing priestly things before we actually ever get to the priesthood. In other words, I don't think that this kind of statement, which looks anachronistic, I don't think it compels either the idea of sources at this point or some kind of blunder. And we've seen in other parts of Exodus that you have anachronistic things happen that are brought in by either the writer or the editor to make specific points and to create associations that will make sense in terms of what does come later. So there might be a literary reason as well. let me quote Wenham here to wrap up our episode here. Those are the things I wanted to cover. You got the kingdom of priests, you got the believing loyalty thing, you got again the Deuteronomy 32 mediating worldview, you've got the covenantal language here, again believing loyalty. And I do think it was an important point that we pointed out that the Abrahamic covenant does have conditions. It's not so foreign to the Sinai covenant, and the Sinai covenant is not divorced from belief, from faith. We associate Abraham believed God and he counted it to him for righteousness. Well, that's true. That's Genesis 15. That's true. But to say that has no, that's the belief component. To say it has no loyalty component is wrong. And when you go to Sinai and say, look, it's all about rules and laws, and there's no faith here. No, that's not true either, because they're already. They have to believe in what God promised them earlier in their history and what God has done for them in the Exodus. They have to decide that we believe that this is the God of gods. We are going to therefore remain loyal to him. He has chosen us. He has delivered us. We believe that, and now we are going to live in a certain way to attract the other nations back to him, to show where our loyalty lies. Again, it's not about earning or meriting a place in God's family. They're already his family. So both of these covenants have both elements. Now, Wenham, again, to wrap up the chapter, to sort of set up, Exodus 20, he says, this whole scene, this material, disrupts, again, a dramatic sequence in which Yahweh comes to his people and speaks to them. As exciting as his advent onto the mountain is, more amazing still is his address to all the people waiting, an address in which he gives himself to them more fully, still, by trusting them to enter into a covenant with him. Exodus 19 holds about half of the scene, half of the theophany. The other half is in Exodus 20. So what he means by this is that, look, we've got a situation where God's talking about, their status, you're going to be a kingdom of priests. There's like instruction, there's theology done here. And that, kind of is interspersed. It interrupts the drama of the situation that God is actually going to show up on this mountain. And the purpose that he's showing up for is to make a covenant with his people, and that his people are going to be a kingdom of priests because they are a treasured possession, and they need to be holy because they're a kingdom of priests. Again, with this mediatorial, idea in mind. Again, this is part and parcel, a working out of the promises in the Abrahamic covenant. That ultimately it's through Abraham's seed, his offspring, that all the other nations will be blessed. That's the way it's supposed to work. And we get part of it. It starts rolling here in Exodus 19, but the rest of it is going to come next time when we hit Exodus 20. Finally, we get into the scene of the giving of the law. Well, this one, obviously is going to be a preliminary episode, part one. We're going to cover issues related to Exodus 20 and what we call the 10 Commandments. We won't actually get into any of the specific commandments on this one. And you think, well, how in the world, are there really that many questions? It's just the 10 Commandments. I mean, what's so complicated about that? Well, nothing's ever really that simple, in biblical studies. And again, I think you're going to see as we go through this, a lot of these questions are not just stuff that scholars, come up with or invent, but there are things that arise from the text. Just even the phrase 10 Commandments, we're going to learn that there's some controversy to that. So the one thing we should say up front is you're going to hear me use the word Decalogue as well. That is another way to refer to the 10 Commandments specifically, as they appear in Exodus 20 or in Deuteronomy. Again, so if you hear me using that word, that's what it means. It's just another way of referring to the 10 Commandments. So one of the things we need to sort of discuss out of the gate, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this, is the source critical debate. That this is the JEDP stuff again. And the reason I bring it up, I hope will become evident. Any scholar who holds to a mainstream view of the authorship of the Torah, the Pentateuch, the JEDP stuff, that the Torah is just a patchwork quilt of sources. Anyone who takes that view would see the laws of Exodus 20 and other places in the Torah, i.e. Deuteronomy, but also other places in Exodus. They're going to see all that as the result of authorship of varied sources from various time periods. JEDP, again, this approach to the Torah, the documentary hypothesis, is married to the history of religions school. That's an academic term again, which presumes an evolutionary development of Israelite religion from the primitive polytheism to the more enlightened monotheism, which we've talked about other times on the show. Now, as an example of how this thinking affects the Decalogue, consider this trajectory. Since later prophets like Amos focus on ethics and social justice. I mean, Amos is famous for this. See what I did there? I rhymed, okay? But Amos, the book of Amos, any study of that, you're going to get into ethics and social justice because there's so much content in that book about that stuff. So since that's true, scholars would presume, if you take this evolutionary trajectory view of Israelite religion, they would presume that the principles of the 10 Commandments found somewhere in Amos, when Amos applies the 10 Commandments, that would suggest that the principles, the 10 Commandments themselves, come from the time of Amos. That's the 8th century BC, which is long after the period of Moses. The 8th century BC would coincide with, you might think this is circular reasoning, but this is just how people are going to think. The 8th century BC would coincide with the time, therefore, that the E document, because that's where Exodus 20 is supposedly from, that would coincide with when the E document was composed, from which major parts of the book of Exodus derives, again, hypothetically. Now, the essay on the 10 Commandments from the Anchor Bible Dictionary notes this. Just listen to this here. Many of the critical studies of the Decalogue took issue with the tradition of its Mosaic origins on the basis of a history of religion's approach to the content of the 10 Commandments. It was argued, for example, that the social ethic expressed in the Decalogue is under the influence of the 8th century prophets, Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, Micah, and that the first commandment, having no other gods before me, was unthinkable prior to the time of Hosea. The Mosaic origins of the Ten Commandments were therefore questioned on the basis of a developmental theory with regard to Israel's religion and ethics. That's the end of the quote. So again, I'm not creating a caricature here of critical approaches to the Ten Commandments. There it is. It's Anchor Bible Dictionary. This is the way that this is thought about. Now, this isn't a graduate Hebrew course, so we're not going to get bogged down in source critical theory here. I'm more interested in the text as we have it, not hypothesizing about where all the parts came from and when they were created. Because I do think, as I've said many times before, I do think a lot of that is circular reasoning. So what we're going to do is look at issues that are apparent from the text as received. And we're going to start with the placement of the Decalogue, the Ten Commandments, in the book of Exodus. I'm going to read an excerpt here from the Dictionary of the Old Testament, Pentateuch, volume, as follows. In Exodus 20, where God gives the law at Sinai, the Decalogue is situated at the beginning of the book of the covenant. Let me just stop there. The book of the covenant, quote unquote, that's not a reference to the whole book of Exodus. The book of the covenant is a reference to all the portions of Exodus that are concerned with laws, crimes, punishment, ethics. Exodus 20 is going to start that, but then it's what we read in the Ten Commandments is going to get expanded elsewhere in the book of Exodus. So that's what the book of the covenant means. Okay, so back to the quote. So the Decalogue is at the beginning of the book of the covenant. Source and redaction critics, redaction is a word that means editing. Source and redaction critics have argued that the Decalogue interrupts the flow of material between Exodus 19 and chapter 20, verse 18. Now I want you to think about that. If you read, let me just stop here. If you read Exodus 19, beginning in Exodus 19, all the way through the end of 20, and then on into 21 and 22 and so on and so forth, it does feel interruptive. The first 17 verses of Exodus 20, if you go back into chapter 19, for instance, you've got the scene at Sinai there about, the Lord said, come up bringing Aaron with you. Don't let the priests and people break through to come up here. And then all of a sudden, we've got the Ten Commandments. Well, what happened in the rest of the scene? It feels interruptive, is the point. Now back to the quote. So if you take the Decalogue out, with the Decalogue removed, if you actually just plucked it right out of your Bible, the remaining material after, the Decalogue describes a theophany in which God instructs Moses to set limits around the holy mountain, with only Moses and Aaron allowed to ascend the mountain. The people, frightened by the thunderous theophany, request that Moses be their intermediary so that they will not die from standing in God's overwhelming presence. Now, let me just stop there. Here's Exodus 20, verse 18, right after the commandments end. Now, when all the people saw the thunder and flashes of lightning and the sound of the trumpet and the mountain smoke, the people were afraid and trembled and said to Moses, "You speak to us, we will listen. Don't let God speak to us, lest we die." Blah. So it just seems like the commandments should sort of come after all the mountain scene setting. Because when you get to Exodus 20, verse 22, we get more laws. There are laws about altars, for instance. Like why do we have, critics, source critics would say, why in the world are the first 17 verses, the Decalogue, Ten Commandments, why is it plopped down sort of right in the middle of this mountain scene? And then the mountain scene resumes before we get to other laws. Wouldn't it have made more sense to just put all the laws together, beginning with the Ten Commandments? And so when they see that raises questions about, well, maybe what we have here is just a material from a couple of sources that somebody just put together and probably could have been put together more smoothly, but it's evidence, again, of this patchwork kind of thing going on. So again, we're talking about the placement now. We're not going to get into source critical theory and all that stuff. But this is worth thinking about. And I would suggest, and other people have had this suggestion who are not concerned about source critics and source criticism. What are the original sources of all this? Okay. People who approach the Bible in literary terms propose something different. They would say, okay, the placement of the Decalogue in Exodus 20 is, indeed interruptive, but that doesn't prove any part of chapters 19 or 20 come from different sources and time periods. There may be, and again, various scholars have proposed there is, a literary or structural reason for the ordering of the material as we have it. There may be some other reason rather than sources. There may be some literary design going on here, something intentional. Now, Durham, in his Word Biblical Commentary, comments on this, and I want to highlight a couple of observations he makes. So here's the quote from Durham. He says, in some ways, the single most important point about the canonical form of the Decalogue is not what this section contains, but its location. The commandments are given as an integral part of the Sinai narrative sequence and as an essential segment of the account of Yahweh's presentation of himself to Israel within that sequence. Some literary critics indeed have even suggested that the relocation of the Decalogue is an uneasy insertion disruptive of the narrative sequence of which it is now a part. Such suggestions, he says, are mistaken, however, not alone for the violence they do to an Exodus, and again, that's the book of Exodus, carefully planned and arranged, for very definite reasons, into the form in which we have received it. The Ten Commandments must first of all be seen as Exodus, the book of Exodus, presents them. Words addressed by Yahweh himself to Israel, gathered by his command at the perimeter of holiness about the base of Mount Sinai. They form an essential part of Israel's experience of Yahweh's advent, and to detach them from the narrative preceding and following them compromises our understanding of both that narrative and the commandments themselves. With such a point clearly in mind, better consideration can be given to the form of the Decalogue, especially the question whether that form may have been dictated in part by the original purpose of the commandments, and in part by continuing application of the principles set forth by them to life lived out in Israel in covenant with Yahweh. At least 5 aspects of the form the Decalogue has taken, and by form he means the order of the commands themselves, and also, again, where they're situated in the book. He says about 5 aspects of the form of the Decalogue has taken need to be considered. Now this is me speaking. Now I'm going to only mention 2 here for the purpose of this episode. Here's one. Durham says we need to consider the ancient Near Eastern covenantal legal form to which the commandments are obviously related. In other words, well, maybe the book of Exodus is trying to intentionally to mimic the way ancient Near Eastern covenants were ordered in their content. And then secondly, we need to consider the connection between the commandments and other Old Testament covenant legal collections, in particular the Book of the Covenant at large, which is Exodus 20, verse 22, all the way really toward the end of chapter 23. So that's the end of the Durham quote, and what he's saying is, look, there are going to be discernible reasons why the stuff is where it is. If we just, if we don't flip out and say, oh, the editor, had no idea what he was doing, it's just haphazard, what a goofball. Or if we just say, well, this is obviously from, independent sources, blah, 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 blah. Durham's saying, you don't really need to draw those conclusions. Those are conclusions that overreach the data. Now, we'll be hitting on both of those ideas that Durham listed, the ancient Near Eastern covenantal form and then the bigger picture as we proceed. But for now, just note that the interruptive feel and sequence of the Decalogue may be due to Exodus 19 and 20, really even beyond that material following ancient Near Eastern covenantal forms and elements. Second topic we want to say something about. Are the Ten Commandments the actual or original Ten Commandments? You say, what kind of a crazy question is that? It sounds odd, but the question arises for two reasons. First, the Hebrew phrase from which Ten Commandments as a term derives does not occur in Exodus 20. It actually occurs later in Exodus 34, verse 28. Let me read you verses 27 and 28. And the Lord said to Moses, write these words, for in accordance with these words I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. So he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water, and he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 words, or in the ESV, the 10 commandments. That's Exodus 34, 27, and 28. So it's not until Exodus 34 that we actually get the phrase, the Hebrew phrase, Aseret HaDevarim, the 10 words. And so, people look at that, well, why wouldn't that occur when the list is actually given? That's kind of odd. The phrase, again, the Hebrew phrase also occurs in Deuteronomy 4:13 and Deuteronomy 10:4. But again, does not appear at all in Exodus 20. Now, Nahum Sarna, we've been quoting his Exodus commentary periodically through the series. He writes this. He says, the present chapter, Exodus 20, carries no designation for this document, the Decalogue. The popular English title, the Ten Commandments, is derived from the traditional, although inaccurate, English rendering of the Hebrew phrase Aseret HaDevarim that appears in Exodus 34:28 and in Deuteronomy 4:13 and 10:4. In fact, the term commandment, which is Hebrew mitzvah, the plural is mitzvot, is not employed in the present context. In other words, that word doesn't occur in Exodus 20. The Hebrew means rather the 10 words, which the Jews of ancient Alexandria and Egypt translated literally into Greek as dekalogoi. This gave rise to the more accurate English alternative, Decalogue. So Decalogue actually means 10 words. It doesn't mean 10 commandments because the Hebrew word for commandment is an entirely different word than we get in Exodus 34 and Deuteronomy 4, Deuteronomy 10. And then Sarna adds, in fact, traditional, this is Jewish exegesis, derived 13, not 10 commandments from what we know as the Decalogue. We're going to get into this. It depends on how you group certain statements in Exodus 20, verses 1 through 17. Again, that's where we get the quote-unquote 10 commandments, all right? It depends on how you group certain statements, whether you come out with 10 or in the case of ancient Jewish exegesis, 13. And even in the Christian tradition, Protestant and Catholic, this is an issue. We have 10 commandments, but how are they worded? So Christian tradition will settle on 10, but depending on what you group with what and what you separate, the wording is going to be different. Now, the InterVarsity Press, again, that dictionary, the Old Testament Pentateuch, I'm going to refer to what it says here because it's useful. The Decalogue in Exodus appears to be given a second time in chapter 34. So when you get the 10 words in Exodus 34, there's a lot of overlap between that and Exodus 20. Back to the quote. When Moses discovers that the Israelites began worshiping the golden calf in his absence, he angrily breaks the tablets containing the laws. Moses then ascends Sinai yet again, where God gives a set of replacement tablets. Though Exodus 34:28 says that God, quote, wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments, unquote, the commands given in Exodus 34 are clearly different from the ones recorded in Exodus 20. This is me now. They do not precisely overlap. There's new material in Exodus 34. And Exodus 34 is the one that actually refers to the 10 words. The prohibition against idols and the call to Sabbath rest do appear in Exodus 34, but the remaining stipulations pertain to religious festivals and sacrifices. That material about festivals and sacrifices is included in Exodus 34, and those are the 10 words. Back to the quote again. The Decalogue occurs yet another time in Deuteronomy 5, where its form and content are comparable to the material in Exodus 20. A book of speeches, Deuteronomy, has a sermonic exhortative quality. Here the Decalogue is incorporated into hortatory, that's exhortational, material by Moses that reminds Israel of its covenantal identity and responsibility in preparation for entering Canaan. Deuteronomy recalls the giving of these laws at Mount Horeb, a more general name for the locale rather than Mount Sinai, the more specific name for the mountain. Apart from that difference of name for the holy mountain, distinct differences between the Exodus version and the Deuteronomy version of the Decalogue are minimal. The commandment to observe a Sabbath rest in Exodus is based on God's divine rest on the seventh day. In Deuteronomy, the motivation for a Sabbath rest is Israel's memory of its enslavement in Egypt. So that's the end of the quotation. It actually gives you an example there of how the laws in Exodus, the commandments in Exodus and Deuteronomy are different. The motivation for the Sabbath rest is different in both accounts, okay? Now, is there a discernible reason for these differences and the repetitions of the Decalogue in these, in Exodus and Deuteronomy? And, Exodus 34 as well. Well, most would say, yeah, there is. I'm going to limit this to the repetition in Exodus 34. We'll hit later in part 2, and maybe we'll even have a part 3, as I said at the beginning. We'll hit differences between Exodus and Deuteronomy in the Decalogue when we get to the individual commandments. Now, Durham writes as follows about Exodus 34 and this whole issue. Exodus 34, 10-28 has been woven with some care into the larger narrative whole that is now Exodus 32 through 34, with the express purpose of suggesting the renewal of the covenant relationship between Yahweh and Israel. This section has been pieced together from material taken from several areas of interest. For example, covenant renewal, the avoidance of syncretistic influence, Yahweh the jealous God, gifts and sacred festivals due to Yahweh. Now, so it's been taken from material from several areas of interest in order to present an overall impression of covenant renewal that, number one, emphasizes complete loyalty to Yahweh, and this is a deliberate contrast to the terrible sin with the calf. So it emphasizes complete loyalty to Yahweh, whose justified jealousy is stressed as a warning against the temptation of a divided loyalty. And number two, summarizing in a deliberate mingling of themes from the Ten Commandments in what is now called the Book of the Covenant, earlier in Exodus, or more fully in Exodus, let's put it that way. An array of requirements directed against exactly the kind of disobedience the sin with the golden calf presented. So that's the end of the quote. So in other words, Durham is saying, look, some of the differences in Exodus 34 are very obviously due to the incident of the golden calf, which occurred while Moses, was up getting the commandments. And so when we have to do the commandments the second time around, there are going to be some alterations to reflect this incident and reflect God's attitude toward it. And so he's saying that's why you're going to get these differences between Exodus 20 and Exodus 34. It's what happens in between. Fair enough. Again, when we get to the individual commands, we'll talk about why there are differences between Exodus 20 and Deuteronomy 5 in the actual commands. But we're going to move on, for the sake of this episode, to a third consideration. The number of the commands. We just brought this up a few moments ago, so let's drill down a little bit on it. Are there 10 or more than 10? Now, I'm going to share something here that I wrote for Bible Study Magazine. And on the episode page for this website, you're actually going to see this in chart form. Okay, so there'll be a link there to a visualization of what I'm going to say here. But this is from Bible Study Magazine, which again is pitched, for the average, churchgoer. So there's not going to be a whole lot of detail here, but I think it sort of captures the issue here. It seems to go without saying that the list of the Ten Commandments is something that Judaism and Christianity have always agreed upon. Well, that's not exactly true. Historically speaking, Jews and Christians, and even denominations within Christianity, have disagreed on exactly how the Ten Commandments should be listed and expressed. In fact, how to precisely spell out the commandments was an issue of considerable importance during the Protestant Reformation. The difference concerns how many commands are to be found in the first 6 verses and then the last 2 verses of Exodus 20, verses 2 through 17, which is the initial listing of the commandments received by Moses at Sinai. Again, the chart, this is me breaking in here, that the chart, that again, we're going to have linked on the episode webpage, illustrates those disagreements. So back to my Bible Study Magazine portion. Interestingly, the Jewish tradition treats the statement in Exodus 20, verse 2, and you could compare Deuteronomy 5, verse 6, as a command when the wording has no imperative force to it at all. Exodus 22, I'll read it. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. That's very odd. There's nothing commanded there. But the Jewish tradition treats that statement as a command. Okay, just kind of odd. This latitude, back to the Bible Study Magazine portion, this latitude arises from the fact that the Hebrew text of the Old Testament exclusively uses Aseret HaDevarim, 10 words, instead of Aseret HaMitzvot, 10 commands, with respect to the contents of Exodus 20 and Deuteronomy 5. After regarding Exodus 20, verse 2 as the first word of the 10 words, again, this is in Jewish tradition, verses 3 through 6 are then thematically understood as speaking to a single prohibition, and that is making idols for worship. That's what's prohibited. There are actually 3 imperative statements in this group of verses, verses 3 through 6. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image. You shall not bow down to them or serve them. But to consider them as separate commands would move the total beyond 10. Now, let me stop there. So in other words, Jewish tradition is going to take that first statement in Exodus 22 as one of the words. And then these 3 imperatives that follow in verses 3 through 6, they're also going to split out. Okay. And what you've got here is you've got more than 10 words. Just like Sarna said, in Jewish tradition, you actually have 13 commandments. So if you take verse 2, okay, that's not a commandment, but it's one of the words. This is going to sound really odd. It's not a command, but it's one of the 10 words. But now we're going to take the 3 imperatives that follow in verses 3 and 6 and split them out into separate commands. And if we add that to what's left, we come out with 13. So we have 13 words, 13 commands, even though Exodus 34 says 10 words. It gets really odd. But again, as Sarna noted, in Jewish tradition, the actual number of imperatives, the actual number of commands, if you pressed them and said, well, what are the commands? How many commands? How many commandments did Israel get? They would say 13, and then they'd wait for you to have the deer in the headlights look. Because they're Jewish and you're not. They know Hebrew and you don't. So they're right, you're wrong. It's that kind of discussion. So this is how it's arrived at. It's 13 imperatives. But again, you could see, I'll just read them again. Here are the 3 in verses 3 through 6. You get, you shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image. You shall not bow to them or serve them. Okay, so those are 3 different commands, but they all sort of point to the same thing. And you say, well, we're not going to split them out. We're going to put them all together. Now we got 10. So there. Again, this is how the debate goes. Back to the Bible Study Magazine for one more little paragraph here. Christian perceptions of Exodus 20 are not rooted in the Hebrew terminology, Aseret HaDevarim, 10 words. And so Christian formulations do not regard verse 1 as the first point of the Decalogue. And as a result, all of Exodus 20, verses 2 through 6 is considered the starting point. And the imperative wording, you shall not, prompted the commandment terminology so widely known and used today. And that's the end of the excerpt. And again, those three separate imperatives that all point to the same thing are considered essentially one. So the numbering is actually an issue. Again, this was fought about between Jews and Christians. It became an issue between Protestants and Catholics. And so if you go to the episode webpage and you look at the chart there, you get a nice visualization of what the disagreements are and why they are what they are. But Sarna lastly comments that Jewish, again, rabbinic tradition, again, numbers of the commands is more than 10. Again, you get 13, not 10. And this has become a sort of part of rabbinic tradition. But at any rate, 10 words, the actual biblical terminology from Exodus 34:28, seems to settle the number dispute. At least I'm thinking, this is me now. I'm thinking, well, look, it calls it 10 words. So what are you doing fiddling around with this 13 thing? Just, forget that. But I would say Exodus 34:28 should settle that. So it seems best to try and articulate whatever these 10 words were as 10, as a unit of 10. But that, again, that's just me, and you can look at the chart on the episode webpage. Fourth consideration for today's episode: what kind of law are the 10 commandments? These 10 words. Okay, what kind of law? And you say, well, what do you mean? They're just laws. Well, there are two types of law in the Hebrew Bible, and basically everybody knows this and everybody agrees on it. And these are going to be distinctions that we sort of in our legal systems, in the modern world, are familiar with. So, two types of laws in the Hebrew Bible. One is casuistic law. That's casuistic, casuistic law. These are if-then laws. So if X does this, or X happens to be the case, then Y will happen, or Y is the outcome. So X, if then, X, then Y. This is very common in ancient Near Eastern legal codes. You see this all the time. The other kind of law is apodictic law. These are absolute prohibitions, thou shalt nots. These don't lay out any conditions like the first kind does. There's no conditions here. These are absolute prohibitions. They are categorical, and they usually involve issues of religion and worship or morality. Now, Dictionary of Old Testament Pentateuch points out that, here's a quote, even if death is not prescribed, death is the understood penalty for breaking apodictic laws. Some scholars initially argued that the apodictic laws were uniquely Israelite, with the Sitz im Leben, that's a German phrase for the life setting, being Israelite religion. Thus, these laws reflected Israel's attempt to live completely under the guidance of their God. This argument is no longer credible because apodictic laws have been found in other ancient Near Eastern materials as well. Instead, apodictic law seems to operate in settings that rely upon persuasion for urging compliance with the law rather than upon physical force or structures. Unquote. Now, I think this language and this assessment that I just read needs some rewording and, frankly, some rethinking. In light of Exodus 19, verses 5 through 6, which we naturally covered earlier in an earlier episode. Just to remind you, Exodus 19, verses 5 and 6 says, now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, you shall be my treasured possession among all peoples. For all the earth is mine. You shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the people of Israel. That was God to Moses. So I would say it doesn't matter that other ancient Near Eastern cultures had apodictic laws. So what? The reasons for the apodictic laws are the issue. It's certainly true that Israel's identity was supposed to be distinct from the other nations. Again, and I think that is something we should not lose in our discussion here. Dictionary of Old Testament Pentateuch, that same entry goes on later to say this. The context for the giving of the Decalogue is a religious one, as God provides a covenant and in some sense a founding charter for the people delivered out of Egypt. Penalties need to be stated and enforced when laws are broken, if those laws are to be functionally effective. The stipulations of the Decalogue lack any prescribed punishment for those who break these laws, relying on fear of the Lord to promote allegiance to the terms of the covenant. Let me stop there. I would say, yeah, there's certainly the element of the fear of the Lord, but there's also the element of being holy and being a kingdom of priests. Back to the quote. Finally, the Decalogue addresses subject matter that is not culture-specific, but that instead has universal relevance and appeals to principles broadly held. For these reasons, the stipulations that form the Decalogue may be legitimately understood as ordinances or principles, rather than laws in the strictest sense, going by these definitions. So, okay, to me, that's quibbling a little bit, but again, I think there's content in there that's worth, again, hearing and then making part of our own thoughts in relationship to what we're going to think about as we go through the laws in succeeding episodes. Fifth issue, the content and structure of the Decalogue. Now, it has long been realized that the content and structural elements of the Decalogue, again, both in terms of where it's positioned and its own order and all that kind of stuff, it's long been realized that the content and structure of the Decalogue bear some relationship to Hittite suzerain vassal treaties. The word suzerain is S-U-Z-E-R-A-I-N. So this has long been known in biblical studies. This is because the Decalogue's context is clearly a covenant relationship. So we would expect it to look like covenants that people are going to know from other cultures and other parts of life, okay? Hence, scholars studying the structure of ancient Near Eastern covenants with the Sinai covenant have extended that inquiry to the content of the Decalogue and its placement in the wider book of Deuteronomy as well. Okay, recall that the Decalogue is repeated in Deuteronomy. Now, usually when you run into studies about the Decalogue and its relationship to Hittite, suzerain, and vassal treaties, it's going to be like in a commentary on the book of Deuteronomy, not necessarily Exodus. So since the Decalogue is repeated essentially in both places, I wanted to bring this issue up, even though it's more pertinent to what we see in Deuteronomy in terms of a covenantal structure. But you still have a covenantal context here in Exodus 20, very obviously. Now, in Dictionary of the Old Testament Pentateuch, I'm going to read from a couple of the different essays here. The covenants essay in that volume says this: suzerain vassal types of covenants. There are between a major power and a lesser nation. Parity treaties sought to establish non-aggression between the parties and to guarantee the stability of the respective ruling dynasties. Suzerain vassal treaties serve to consolidate the hegemony of the suzerain, the greater power. The vassal's interests, the lesser power, were clearly subordinate. Okay, end of quote. Now, the form criticism essay in the Dictionary of the Old Testament Pentateuch says this. It adds this content. G.E. Mendenhall, who is a very famous scholar, deceased, maintained that the Book of Deuteronomy in its organizational structure and form is very similar to certain suzerain vassal treaties common in the ancient Near East. In its arrangement, Deuteronomy may thus be viewed as reflecting the same core sections, appearing in roughly the same order, as are found in ancient Hittite suzerain vassal treaties. These sections are as follows. There's a preamble. There's a historical prologue. It relates some historical circumstance. There are general stipulations given in the covenant. Then there are more specific stipulations given in the covenant. There are blessings and curses. There are witnesses brought, to bear witness to what's going on here. And again, the witnesses sort of sign off. So those are the elements of a Hittite suzerain vassal treaty. And if you look at the way the Decalogue is presented in Deuteronomy, it really fairly closely follows those elements. Back to the Dictionary of the Old Testament Pentateuch quote. When viewed in this light, the structure of Deuteronomy is a mirror reflection of a treaty form borrowed from a neighboring Near Eastern culture. This understanding of Deuteronomy, however, has not met with universal acceptance among scholars. Now, elsewhere, he's going to say this, the same entry. It should be noted here that the general stipulations, again, that's the part of Deuteronomy where the Decalogue falls, and then the specific stipulations come later. There are scholars, again, and I'm going to quote Eugene Carpenter here. Again, we're out of Dictionary of Old Testament Pentateuch now, and Carpenter I want to throw in, he adds this. There are scholars who have attempted to show that the literary structure and the content of sections of Deuteronomy form an exposition of each of these 10 words in order as they are repeated in Deuteronomy 5, 7 through 21. That's the end of the Carpenter quote. Now, I threw that in for this reason. He cites John Walton and Andrew Hill, their survey of the Old Testament, because they mention this. But another one of his sources is from Stephen Kaufman, The Structure of the Deuteronomic Law. It's in an Israeli journal, Marav it's called. And it's a very lengthy article. It's 50 pages. Now, I bring it up for this reason. I think it's kind of important that we recognize that what is happening in Deuteronomy and also what's happening in Exodus, once you get out of the Decalogue, is that the content that follows, the legal stuff, the law stuff, the commandment stuff, is in fact deliberate. It's intentional. That there is an attempt to apply the principles of the Decalogue to life situations. And so it's sort of an exposition of the Decalogue in both of these books, both of these cases. And that's important for realizing that, well, maybe that's why, part of the reason anyway, we have the Decalogues positioned where they are. They naturally have to precede what's going to follow in terms of an explication or actual situations that Israel is going to find itself in, the people. And they're going to have to be, thinking about what to do in light of the ethical principles laid out in the Decalogue. So again, this is very, I think, understandable when you realize what's going on after the commands are given, that they're just being unpacked, again, in certain situations, life circumstances, life situations, in both Exodus and Deuteronomy. Now, Sarna, however, I think it's fair to say probably that the majority of scholars accept some relationship of the Decalogue to the Hittite suzerain treaty idea. Now, Sarna is an example who hesitates, though, to embrace the model, and I wanted to include him because his reasoning is kind of interesting. Now, you think of what the Hittite suzerain vassal treaty was. It was a treaty, it was a covenant between an absolute authority and a lesser entity, okay, where the interests of the lesser entity aren't so much in view. It's the establishment of hegemony by the superior power in that kind of ancient Near Eastern treaty, the Hittite variety. That's kind of what Sarna objects to, the sort of the characterization, what a comparison to the Hittite suzerain vassal model sort of suggests or entails. And he writes this: a study of these documents, particularly a suzerain vassal treaty where one party transparently imposes its will on the other, leaves no doubt as to the influence of the ancient Near Eastern treaty patterns on the external, formal, literary aspects of the biblical berit, the biblical covenant. The affinities are to be expected. In order for the berit, the covenant, to be intelligible to the Israelites, it made sense to structure it according to the accepted patterns of the then universally recognized legal instruments. So he's okay with that part, okay? Sure, it reflects the structure. But again, he doesn't like sort of the implications. He writes this, Sarna says, the Decalogue and its contents are, however, in a class by themselves. The idea of a covenantal relationship between God and an entire people is unparalleled. Similarly unique is the setting of the covenant in a narrative context. It is the latter that imparts to the covenant its meaning and its significance. The covenant would be devalued were the link between them to be severed. Another major and original feature is the manner in which the content of the berit, the covenant, embraces the internal life of the vassal by regulating individual behavior and human relationships. Such a preoccupation with social affairs is beyond the scope and intent of all other ancient treaties, whose sole concern is with the external affairs of the vassal, unquote. I actually think that's well said. He's saying, look, you can't, even though the covenant could be modeled by the Hittite suzerain, model or Hittite suzerain vassal treaty, he's saying, okay, structurally we can see that, but we can't lose sight of the fact of what makes this one, the Israelite one, unique. It's part of a narrative, which the others are never part of the narrative. And it's linked to more than an overlording relationship with Yahweh. There's a love relationship here going on in the Israelite circumstances. And that is something you don't find in the Suzerain Vassal Treaty. So I wanted to include, Sarna again because of his objection. I think there's substance to it. So lastly, our last consideration here for this episode is number 6. Why 2 tablets? Okay, why 2 tablets? Because you get that in the story. Now Sarna writes this. Several biblical texts testify to the inscribing of the Decalogue on 2 stone tablets. The practice of recording covenants on tablets was well rooted in the biblical world, as was also the custom mentioned in Exodus 25:16. I'll read that. And you shall put into the ark the testimony that I shall give you. Okay. So the practice of recording covenants on tablets, that's common, as was also the custom of depositing the document in a sanctuary. A treaty between the Hittite king Shupi-Liumas and King Matiwaza of Mitanni in Upper Mesopotamia noted that each of the contracting parties deposited a copy in his respective temple before the shrine of the deity. Similarly, when Ramses II of Egypt and the Hittite king Hattusilus concluded a treaty around the year 1269 BC, the clauses were inscribed on a tablet of silver, which was placed, quote, at the feet of the god. Okay? Why 2 tablets were needed for the Decalogue, Sarna says, is unclear, nor do we know the spatial distribution of the text. The Mekhiltah, again, that's rabbinic material, assumes that 5 declarations were incised on each tablet, which is the tradition reflected in Jewish art since the 13th century Spanish illuminated Bible manuscripts. However, such an arrangement would have resulted in a grave imbalance in Hebrew. One tablet would have contained 146 Hebrew words and the other only 26. The Palestinian Talmud has preserved a different tradition. They're given as the majority view that each tablet contained the entire Decalogue. That's the end of the Sarna quote. Now, the notion that both tablets held the complete Decalogue. In other words, you don't have 2 tablets. There's like 5 on one, 5 on the other, that kind of thing. We're talking about here that both tablets had the entire set of laws on them, entire set of commands. That idea may be derived. It might derive from Exodus 32:15, which says this. When Moses turned and went down from the mountain with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hand, tablets that were written on both sides, on the front and on the back, they were written, which is kind of interesting. We kind of missed that detail that they're written on 2 sides. Now, Currid, again, he's the Egyptologist, trained Egyptologist, Old Testament scholar. We consulted a lot with the plagues. He writes, and he's quoting Meredith Klein here, who is a now deceased Old Testament scholar. I like Klein because he thinks out of the box. But he's quoting Klein here. Currid thinks that the answer lies in the ancient Near Eastern covenant practices. So here's what he says. It is now clear that the 2 tablets did not have different laws written upon each of them as was previously thought. As Klein comments, quote, the 2 tablets were duplicate copies of the covenant, and the correctness of this interpretation is decisively confirmed by the fact that it was normal procedure in establishing suzerainty covenants to prepare duplicate copies of the treaty text, unquote. And he's quoting from Klein's book, Treaty of the Great King, where Klein does a lot of this comparison with ancient Near Eastern covenantal structures. So what he's basically saying is, look, you have these examples with Ramses and the Hittite kings. They make 2 copies of the covenant, and then each of them deposits it with their deity at their respective homes, respective temples, whatever. Klein's saying, look, the 2 tablets did the same thing. They're 2 copies of the complete law, the complete Decalogue. Now, it's not made, the treaty is not made with another deity. So both of the copies get deposited in the ark. That's why we have 2. And on each, again, there's the full set. Now, I would say that's reasonable, though it's a little odd that the people would never see them. Okay, people, both tablets are kept in the ark. Okay, we know that to be the case. Nor is there any indication that they can be taken out and more copies made. So, note that there's nothing said about Moses or somebody else copying the text of the tablets before they were deposited so as to eventually have them codified in Scripture. Now, this raises a problem. Well, if both of the copies are put in the ark, well, nobody's taking them out. The high priest can't do that. I mean, he's only allowed in there once a year and he can't touch the thing. So where do we get the laws? How do we know? Well, again, I think we can guess that, again, Moses or some other writer, whoever is actually the one, you could have a later writer taking, oral tradition that comes from the time of Moses and, putting it down into words and all that. And this gets into the authorship issue, whatever. Somebody, before they were deposited within the ark, I think would have made a copy of them. They would have written it out in some other form so that the people can know them and then they can be taught. And then the 2 tablets are stuck in there. There's no verse that contradicts that idea. There's no verse that says it, but there's no verse that contradicts that idea. We simply aren't told anything in that regard. So we have to suppose either that was done or the text was memorized. Maybe it was oral. Maybe somebody memorized it. It's not that long. We have to presume something like that if we are going to presume an actual alignment of what was inscribed on the tablets with what we are reading today in our Bibles. We have to assume something like that happened. Now, those are the 6 issues I wanted to cover, to introduce the 10 Commandments, Exodus 20 more properly. And so next time on the podcast, we're going to dive into the individual commands. And there's a lot to think about in a number of them. So I think it'll take at least 2 episodes to go through the Decalogue. But I think, again, all these things, are a good setup. We will periodically, dip into this content when we're discussing, some of the other the individual commands. But again, for right now, I think that was a good introduction to the kinds of things that scholars think about when they approach something to us that's apparently as simple as 10 Commandments. Again, not quite that simple. There are issues here that need some consideration, and that will matter a little bit down the road. And so in this part, we're going to hit the first 4 commands. So I think the rest of them are manageable in part 3. So that looks like how we're going to do it. So again, in the last episode, I read something from Sarna's commentary, his Exodus commentary, in regard to the number of the commands. So I'm going to read this part again, just to sort of refresh people that there was actually an issue with the numbering. But we're going to go with the traditional 10, just so that we don't create confusion. But again, just so that you know why this is an issue, Sarna writes this. He says, interestingly, the Jewish tradition treats the statement in Exodus 20, verse 2, and let me read it, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. It treats that statement as a command, when the wording has no imperative force to it at all. Now, this latitude, Sarna writes, arises from the fact that the Hebrew text of the Old Testament exclusively uses aseret ha-devarim, 10 words, instead of aseret ha-mitzvot, which is the Hebrew for 10 commandments. So Hebrew, the Hebrew Bible actually refers to the Decalogue as the 10 words, not 10 commands. And so that's why they can sort of treat verse 2 as one of these words, even though it's not a command. Okay? So Sarna keeps going. He says, after regarding Exodus 20, verse 2 as the first word of the 10, verses 3 through 6 are then thematically understood as speaking to a single prohibition. That is, don't make idols. Don't make idols for worship. There are actually 3 imperative statements in this group of verses, though. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image. And you shall not bow down to them or serve them. But to consider them as separate commands would move the total beyond 10. If you take all the imperatives as 3 separate commands, then you're way over 10. You're actually at 13. And Sarna goes on to point out that that's actually part of Jewish tradition as well. If you asked a rabbi a certain period, the rabbinic period is basically medieval. Hey, how many commands are there in Exodus 20? When he heard the word commands, he would think of the imperatives. Oh, there's 13. But again, since they look at it as 10 words, they can lump some of those together and have one word beginning in verse 2, and then we go on from there. So there's actually an issue here. We talked about that last time. We, for our purposes, are just going to go with 10 commandments. Again, I know that that's not technically precise. We're not counting imperatives here. This isn't a Hebrew exegesis class. So just so the listeners out there who would like this to be a Hebrew exegesis class sort of balk at 10 commandments, I get it. All right, I know, I understand. We're just going to go with the traditional numbering here to avoid confusion. Now, as we jump in to the very first series here, I want you to be thinking about the patriarchal faith here, what preceded Moses, and that which marks the basis by which, after the Tower of Babel episode, God moves to restore to himself a human family, and therefore the Edenic dream or goal. Now, a lot of people mistakenly assume the Abrahamic covenant to be unconditional, and that is simply not true. So let me just stop there. I want you to be thinking about the basis of the relationship between God and Abraham, really Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, all the way up to the time of Moses. Because when we get to Sinai, we're going to have this covenant, and the law is going to be part of this covenant. 10 commandments are going to be part of this covenant. Well, what happened? What's the basis of the relationship with God prior to that? And I'm going to argue it's the same even after. But since you get a whole list of commands from Sinai onward, again, that's not about meriting your salvation. And we'll talk a little bit about this, as in the episodes that follow. But it defined, the Sinai covenant defined one's relationship with Yahweh. You were in covenant with Yahweh, and there were expectations to be in the covenant. That doesn't preclude or exclude the necessity of belief. Again, what we would call, faith. It's not this that now we after Sinai just blind obedience in every jot and tittle that merits your salvation now. No, God is never in your debt. The issue with the law, Sinai, is that this defines your relationship with Yahweh in the sense that this is how you are supposed to live and believe for a couple of reasons. I should say this is how you're supposed to live and behave for a couple of reasons. One is, if you do this, if you live this way, it shows that you believe that Yahweh, that this deity Yahweh, is the one who took you out of Egypt and is the true God, is the God of gods, is superior to all other gods. So you believe that, and so you want to be in this relationship with him, because to be outside of it, that would be bad. What assurance do you have, of resurrection, of hope in the afterlife? What assurance do you have at all if you're not in relationship to the God who's really the God of gods? And so you do these things not to put that God in your debt, like he owes you something now. You've earned a place at the table. You do it because you believe who he is, and that you're going to trust him with your everlasting destiny, whatever that might be. This is just the way to look at Sinai. This takes us into the whole works of the law controversy with Paul. And I would suggest to you that no Pharisee who understood the law is going to think that they're putting God in their debt by obeying the law. They're paranoid about following the law because of the exile. They don't ever want to see that circumstance happen again. They know what resulted from disloyalty to their covenant relationship. They were expelled from the land. And in Jesus' day, they're back in the land. They at least are occupying it, even though all 12 tribes are not restored. So in that sense, the excluded tribes, there's still a sense of exile, not with the 2 that come back from Babylon, because that was only a 70-year captivity. But the others, there's still this sense of exile. There's still this sense of being in this situation. And so this is a real consciousness. We want to follow the law so that this doesn't happen to us again. It's not that we think that God owes us something now. We're always at the mercy of God. What Paul's really talking about with the works of the law is that you should no longer define your identity, your relationship with God, by virtue of the Sinai covenant. Instead, you should define your relationship with God by virtue of Jesus. Okay, the Messiah, identifying him as the Messiah and the initiator of the new covenant that was promised in the Old Testament, and believing that this Messiah, Jesus, was God in the flesh, God come as a man to fulfill the rest of the covenants, usher in the new covenant, and now our faith is in him. We recognize him as the incarnate God of Israel, who sacrificed himself for our behalf. And we live the way we do now, both to attract people, just like it should have been in the Old Testament, attract people to the faith, but also, again, to show the world where our loyalty is. Our loyalty is to this one now, Jesus of Nazareth, Jesus the Messiah. So that's what Paul is after. Change your identification, change the way you're thinking about how you show your loyalty and your belief, how you illustrate and demonstrate your belief to the true God. It's no longer by the law of Sinai. Now it's by faith in Christ. That's really what he's after. He's not attacking a merit-based way of thinking. Now, I'm sure there were Jews out there somewhere that thought that got it wrong, thought that God was put in their debt by virtue of them obeying the law. But again, Paul's one of these, any self-respecting Jew or Israelite who sort of understands the necessity of belief, that what God is after is the heart, not just performance. Anybody who understood that from the Old Testament is going to know that it's never about putting God in your debt. So we need to think about that in relationship to where we are here, because I'm going to suggest, and I've suggested many times, and of course in the unseen realm I do this, that's the way that it was with the patriarchs. At all times, patriarchs before Moses, Sinai, the time of Moses, and of course the theocratic state of Israel, the monarchy, whatever, biblical Israel. And then afterwards, after the exile with Jesus, up until right now, it's always been the same. Believing, loyalty. That is salvation. Belief, and then you illustrate that belief. You confirm it in terms of how people are wondering, well, where's your faith at? What God do you serve? You reinforce that, you illustrate it, you demonstrate it through the way you live. And it's no different before Sinai and after Sinai. Again, we're talking about Christians now in the new covenant. And again, I would suggest it really wasn't any different in biblical Israel. You believe that Yahweh is the God of gods, that he has entered into a covenant relationship with you, and you demonstrate that belief by worshiping no other. And you want to be loyal to him out of gratitude. You're thankful to him. And so you want to do the law, again, for the right reasons, not to put God in your debt. So let's just be thinking about that, because when it comes to the Abrahamic covenant, I'm going to show you that this is consistent. There are a lot of, especially Christians, because of their eschatological situation or their position or what they've been taught, that they insist that the Abrahamic covenant was unconditional. If that's true, then salvation is different before the time of Moses, and it's really actually different in the sense of the new covenant as well. It's not different. The Abrahamic covenant does have conditions. Abraham had to believe and be loyal to Yahweh. Loyalty was the means by which belief was shown. Abraham, he couldn't just decide to reject the sign of circumcision. Okay, so here we have Genesis 15. Abraham believed God, and it was counted unto him as for righteousness. Okay, Paul quotes this verse in Romans 4. It's Genesis 15:6. Well, Abraham couldn't believe and have God count it to him for righteousness. And then, 2 chapters later, when God says, okay, here's the sign of the covenant, circumcision, Abraham's like, forget that. I'm not doing that. That's going to hurt. I don't get it. I don't see any reason for it. I already believe, so why am I going to do that? He can't just reject the demonstration of his loyalty. Because if he did, that would show that he is disloyal. It would show that he doesn't believe that Yahweh is who he is. He doesn't believe that if he did believe it, he would obey. And Abraham does obey because he does believe that. And in fact, when you get to Genesis 22, the offering of Isaac, Abraham couldn't just say, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go through with that. I heard you, Lord, loud and clear, but I'm just not going to do that. Right? Abraham believes. And that's why he takes Isaac up and is about to go through with offering him. And we actually get a hint of this in Genesis 22:5, where, if we read the verse, again, in the book of Hebrews picks up on this. Abraham said to his young men, as he's about to take Isaac up on the mountain, stay here with the donkey. I and the boy will go over there and worship, and we will come again to you. The verb is plural, and come again to you. It's plural. Abraham, you can say, well, Abraham's bluffing. He's just lying to these guys. No. The book of Hebrews actually alludes to this verse. It says that Abraham believed that God was able to raise up his son again. He was serious. He believed that somehow God would give him his son back. So what he does is a demonstration of faith. It's belief. And again, it's right there in the grammar. In this case, we will come again to you. He's being absolutely sincere. So again, there are conditions here. If Abraham doesn't do this, it shows he doesn't believe. Again, if he obeys, it's not that, okay, God, you got to pony up now. I performed well. That is not the issue, and it's not the issue with Sinai either. Well, the point about bringing all this up, with Abraham, the Abrahamic covenant and its conditions is just to summarize, you have to believe. Before the law, the period of the law, and of course the New Testament period, you have to believe. And if you do believe, you will live a certain way. Again, none of these instances, Abraham, Moses, anybody righteous in the Old Testament period, Paul, when you get to the work of Christ, nobody is thinking that we should do works to put God in our debt. Nobody is thinking that. If they're thinking, correctly, it's consistent across the Testaments. You must believe, and if you do, you will live a certain way. And we already know from Exodus, when we hit Exodus 19, that part of the logic of living a certain way was to attract the nations, back and be the kingdom of priests and a holy nation, all that stuff. I get that, but that's fine because it's biblical theology. But notice that if that's the motivation, if that's the rationale for it, it's still not putting God in your debt. That is not what's going on here. And so again, just to apply this to us, we did enough of this in the book of Hebrews. I'm not going to rehearse all this territory. But Christians, okay, you need to stop thinking about your works being the necessary element to your salvation. Faith is the necessary element to your salvation. Works are for lots of reasons. Earning salvation is not one of them. And this is going to be consistent across the board. So when we jump into the commands, okay, it's not about, again, earning a position. It's about defining a relationship that you have with God because you believe who he is. You are going to enter into the covenant. You're going to approve, the Israelites are going to approve the covenant, with God because they believe that, good grief, this is the God who defeated the gods of Egypt and took us out of Egypt, and look at the Red Sea and the manna and all this stuff. They believe this. They're going to make a statement of faith, and then they're going to enter into this covenant relationship and agree to live a certain way, to honor that God, to honor his sacred space, to honor his presence, to honor each other as members of the same family, to attract the nations. Again, these are all reasons why believing Israelites are supposed to live the way they're supposed to live. Again, you have to be really wrong-headed to think that, okay, I did this, now God owes me something. And that's just not in the picture. It's not the point. So listen to how the Decalogue begins in light of all that. This is Exodus 20, verses 2 through 6. And God spoke all these words. So they're at this mountain scene, and God starts speaking. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Now, let me stop there. The point is Pharaoh, if you remember the Exodus story, Pharaoh had mockingly asked, who is Yahweh? Well, he got his answer. The whole point of delivering Israel and the hardening of Pharaoh's heart was to answer that question, not only for Pharaoh, but also for Yahweh's own people. They had to believe Yahweh was the God of all gods. When God says, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery, they're like, yep, you sure did. And we know what that means. It means you are the God of all gods. Okay, all of this was to bring them to faith. Okay, so they had to believe that Yahweh was the God of all gods, the God of their fathers, the God who had supernaturally created them by virtue of Abraham and Sarah. This is the God of our fathers. I mean, they have to believe all this stuff. They have to believe that he is who he says he is. And if you go back in Exodus, this is sort of clear in hindsight. I mean, all this disaster, the plagues that come on the gods of Egypt, they have a purpose. Exodus 6:7, I will take you to be my people, and I will be your God, and you shall know that I am the Lord your God who has brought you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. Exodus 7:5, the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand against Egypt to bring out the people of Israel from among them. So the Egyptians are going to learn the lesson that their gods are lesser, and Israel's going to learn the lesson, and they're going to believe that their God, this God, is the God of all gods. Exodus 8:10, he said, Moses said to Pharaoh, be pleased to command me when I am to plead for you and your servants and for the people, that the frogs be cut off from you and your houses and be left only in the Nile. And he said, Pharaoh speaking, tomorrow. And Moses said, be it as you say, so that you may know that there is no one like the Lord our God. Again, this is just the whole point. Exodus 14, the Red Sea crossing. I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he will pursue them. And I will get glory over Pharaoh and all his hosts, and the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord. Verse 18, again, the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord. This is why these things happen. So for the Egyptians, and if Egyptians convert, they turn into believers, they go along. We know the Exodus story says that a number of the people of Egypt, Israel's neighbors, they went with them. They were convinced. I mean, that does happen. The judgment part of it happens too. That Pharaoh, he lets the people go, but he's not like becoming a Yahweh follower. Well, some of the Egyptians did. Some of them did. A mixed multitude went out, of Egypt and followed Moses and the rest of the Israelites into the desert. So this is how the Decalogue begins. Do you know this now? I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Now, because of that, because you know that and you believe it, verse 3, you shall have no other gods before me. Okay, it's not like you could sit there, be an Israelite, and believe in no deity, but just never go through life and make an idol. I'm good now. I never made an idol. Lord, you said I wasn't supposed to make an idol, so here we are at the pearly gates, and you got to let me in here because I never made an idol. No, that isn't the point. The performance is not the point. The performance demonstrates something that is believed. We just have to get this straight in our heads. So this is the loyalty element. Don't have other gods before me. Believe that Yahweh is your God and reserve all of your loyalty for him. This is believing loyalty all over again. Now, as a sidebar, notice that the command doesn't deny the existence of other Elohim. I'm not going to go off into unseen realm territory here. We're all well familiar with that. If you're new to the podcast, you've never read my book, Unseen Realm, or the lighter version, Supernatural, you need to read one or both of those, to go off into the nature of Elohim in the Hebrew Bible, and that the gods were real, but Yahweh is species unique. Yahweh is an Elohim, no other Elohim or Yahweh ontologically by definition. Okay, this is the theology even of the Decalogue. You shall have no other gods before me. In other words, you're not being loyal to anybody else but me. Okay, I am the Lord your God. The Lord our God is one. Okay, so again, we right here in the Decalogue, we get this flavor for it. The best place to read is Deuteronomy, because Deuteronomy affirms, if you understand Deuteronomy 4 and against the backdrop of Deuteronomy 17, the first few verses, and Deuteronomy 29, right around verses 23 through 26, Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, reading verse 8 with the Dead Sea Scrolls, and Deuteronomy 32, 17. The gods are real in the biblical writer's mind. They are spirit beings. That's all they are. Okay, they are lesser. They're contingent. God created them. The God of the Bible created everything, all things in heaven and earth, visible and invisible, all that. Okay, there are lots of Elohim. All the term means is spirit beings. It has nothing to do with a unique set of attributes. But Yahweh among them is ontologically unique. Only he is sovereign, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, all this stuff. He's the only one that those things are said about. He's unique. So there's one. There's one of him. Let's go back to Exodus 20. So we have, I'm the Lord your God. You shall have no other gods before me. Verse 4. You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them. It's pretty clear. It means that the plagues should have taught Israel that Yahweh was above all creation, not part of it. So by definition, no, don't make an image of anything, any likeness that's in heaven above or earth beneath or the water under the earth. Notice the three-tiered cosmology there, the ancient Near Eastern cosmology. Right there it is in the Decalogue. You're not going to make an image of any of those things in any of those spheres, of your worldview of Israelite cosmology here. Don't do that, because the Lord your God is not part of creation. He's the one who is separate from and responsible for creation. He's the one who created. He is the creator, not a created thing. Okay? He is completely other. Nothing in creation is like him or his equal. He is unrepresentable by anything in creation. So, if you think about this, God would veil himself when present, clouds or the storm theophany, storm clouds and all that stuff, or he'd remain out of sight. And the scene that we've been reading in Exodus 19 with Sinai is kind of like that. You see the storm, atmosphere at the top of the mountain and the burning and the fire and all that, but you never see, Yahweh himself. Now, he does at some points, and he's going to in Exodus 24 decide to let some of the Israelites see at least part of him. When he does decide to show himself, guess how that happens? He comes as a man. He appears as a man. It's Exodus 24, right? We're going to get there, but you probably already know the verse 9 through 11. They see, Moses, Aaron, Nadav, Avihu, the 70 elders. They go up into the mountain and they quote, they saw the God of Israel. They see what's under his feet, so they can see part of his form. That doesn't say they see his face, but there's a man there, and they know it. It's kind of like Ezekiel 1. There's a seated man on a throne, the divine man, quote unquote, as scholars like to refer to him. You get these episodes where God does decide to show himself, at least partially. And in some cases, it's even more dramatic. God does show up as a man. I would say the angel of the Lord is one of those. And you can read, I've got 3 chapters in this on in Unseen Realm. Again, I know how to make this case, and the case is a good one, that Yahweh is the angel of the Lord. You have the 2 Yahwehs, the invisible transcendent one and then the visible human one. They can be in the same scene or different. But this is a precursor to Judaism's 2 powers in heaven. Judaism used to believe in a Godhead until the 2nd century AD. Timing is not a coincidence there because of the advent of Christianity. This used to be a normal part of Jewish theology, what they called the 2 Yahwehs, the 2 powers in heaven, the greater and lesser Yahweh, okay? They both bore the divine name. This was part of Jewish thinking. It comes right out of the Hebrew Bible. So you have instances like Genesis 18 where God comes as a man, has a meal with Abraham, with 2 others, 2 angels. We find out they're angels in Genesis 19. And, God does this. And in some of those instances, you can't say that like the face was covered. They have conversations. We don't really know that for sure, but there's no indication in the passage that God is like wearing a hood or something. They have a meal. They sit down and have a meal. Abraham speaks to God, like he would any other person, interceding for Sodom. I mean, this does happen, but God veils himself in this form, and it's a precursor to the later Christian, the way Christians think and the way the New Testament writes about Jesus. Okay? God is man. Now the incarnation is a bit different. It ups the ante because God is born of a woman there, but one sort of sets up the other. So when you go back to the command, how do we reconcile these things? Don't make for yourself any carved image, and anything that's in heaven above, the earth beneath, the water under the earth. But God will do this, and so you would think that God came as a man. Can't we make it like an idol of a man? No, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to bow down to any created thing, a thing made with your own hands. See, the key here is the bowing down. And we know this to be the case because God later in the book of Exodus tells them to make objects of heavenly things, the cherubim. Well, did God just violate his own command here? No, because the issue is the worship, is the bowing down. So God can come as a man, but don't you go make an idol of a man, a figure of a man. You can't justify it by saying, well, God showed up, as a man, so we're going to make this statue. It's a man. We're going to bow down to it. God will know we're worshiping him. No, you do not bow down to anything made with human hands, period. Don't do it. And even the Ark of the Covenant, when God tells them how to do this and how to fashion the cherubim and all that sort of thing, you're not supposed to worship the Ark. Okay, the Ark isn't supposed to become a fetish. And we know it from Israelite history that sometimes this kind of thing happens, like with the bronze serpent. It became an object of worship later in Israel's history, and it had to be destroyed. We know that this sort of transgression did happen. But the issue here with the command is that you bow down to nothing made with human hands, because again, it's a theological statement that our God is not made. Our God is by definition uncreated. He is not part of creation. He is not made. This is a theological statement, and it's a really important one. And observing it, again, is part of believing loyalty. Again, just to use my earlier illustration, you can't just sit there, you get to the pearly gates, as it were, I'm here, Lord, I was a faithful Israelite, I never made an idol. You have to let me in. No, that isn't the point. The point is not the performance. The performance demonstrates belief. Okay, so we're back at the same point again. Now, I would say this applies again to like our pictures of Jesus today. Like if you have a picture of Jesus on your wall, should you take it down and destroy it? No. If you're bowing down to it, you probably, you need to get rid of it. You need to stop doing that. Again, it's a theological statement that I will bow down to nothing that is made. I will only bow down to the uncreated God, to the uncreated creator. That's it. That's the line in the sand. So again, these are theological statements in some pretty important ways. And verse 5 sort of elaborates on this, or I should say verse 4. Let me go back to Exodus 20 here. It is verse 5. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God. Okay, so we have some added emphasis here. I'm a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing steadfast love to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. So jealous God. Sarna has a really nice summary here. I'm going to read it. I think this is pretty well said. He writes, the Hebrew stem, again for the word jealous, kaf, nun, okay, and aleph, K-N, aleph, okay, in its primitive meaning seems to have denoted, quote, to become intensely red, unquote. Because extreme and intense emotions affect facial coloration, the term came by extension to express ardor or zeal or rage or jealousy. It is used in a variety of contexts, even with God as the referent. The limitations of language necessitate the application to God of phraseology that typically belongs in the human sphere. Again, what are we going to do? We're humans. We have to use human phrases. The present epithet, El Kana, okay, a jealous God, is most frequently translated a jealous God, a rendering that understands the marriage bond to be the implied metaphor for the covenant between God and his people. Let me stop there. There's no evidence in Exodus 20 that this is how marriages were conducted. Okay, in other words, the Israelite marriage ceremonies don't mimic what happens at Mount Sinai. Like there's no animal killed and blood sprinkled on everybody. So that's not what Sarna is talking about. There's no evidence for that. Rather, he's saying that the jealousy that would occur within a marriage if there's a violation, that becomes the point of the metaphor for what is trying to be conveyed here. God's attitude. It's really an attitude that is well understood within a marriage context because of the intimacy of the relationship and the potential violation. So back to Sarna. God demands exclusive loyalty from Israel, and according to this interpretation, his reaction, there we go, his reaction to their infidelity is expressed in terms of human jealousy. It should be noted, however, that the form kana is used in the Bible solely of God, never of a human being, a distinction that testifies to a consciousness that the emotion referred to differs qualitatively from the human variety. Whether one renders kana as jealous or impassioned, the term emphasizes that God cannot be indifferent to his creatures, and that he is deeply involved in human affairs. It underscores the vigorous, intensive, and punitive nature of the divine response to apostasy and to modes of worship unacceptable to himself. That's the end of Sarna. I just thought that was a really good summary again of how to think about the jealousy element. And the rest of the verse, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing steadfast love to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. Sarna, again, and note how these phrases are to be contextualized. I think Sarna, again, has a good summary. These are not curses only on individuals and their families. Let me just telegraph where I'm going here. Notice verse 6, that God shows steadfast love to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. Look, if you were an Israelite and your parents were apostates, but you follow the Lord your God with all your heart, you know what? God's going to love that. He's going to respond positively to that. Now, what I'm picking at here is this generational curse idea. Your relationship to God depends on your believing loyalty to him. It is not going to be impeded or overturned or trashed by I almost want to say mythical, generational curse idea. Okay, some generational bugaboo curse that someone utters over you or somebody else, that is not more powerful than the gospel. It just isn't. So stop believing lies. I get emails like this. Oh, my brother did this crime or whatever, or some witch, pronounced a curse over him and his family, and I'm the grandson and I'm cursed now. No, you're not. Stop believing lies. Stop giving power to something that has no power. And you cannot use a verse like this to justify it, because God will show steadfast love to thousands of those who love him and keep his commandments. Believing loyalty. Where is your believing loyalty? If it's with him, that's all you need. Is he the Lord your God who brought you up out of Egypt and out of the house of bondage? Is he the creator? Is he who he says he is? If you claim to believe that and start living like it, stop believing lies. Okay, off my hobby horse now. Here's what Sarna writes on this section. He says, the Israelite conception of itself as a community bound to God by a covenant has dual implications. Society is collectively responsible for its actions. Okay? Society is collectively responsible for its actions. And the individual, too, is accountable for behavior that affects the life of the community. There is thus forged a mutuality of responsibility and consequences. Let me stop there. Yeah, if your grandpa committed a crime or something like that, yeah, your family's reputation is going to suffer. You could get caught up in that. It has nothing to do with your relationship with God, your eternal destiny. The crime of someone else and the stigma attached to it, or the social suffering that you endure for something, has nothing to do with your eternal destiny. Zero. Okay, so there's a difference between consequence, okay, and eternal destiny. I mean, I would think that would be clear, but again, I get these emails that people are so hung up on this generational cursing thing. Is Jesus, who is God in the flesh, Yahweh in the flesh, the God who brought Israel out of Egypt, is he and his work on the cross sufficient or not? That is the fundamental question. You either believe or you don't. So don't tell me you believe, but now you're cringing there in the corner that you're under a curse. Look, you don't need to pray long prayers of memorization. You don't need to do the Christian voodoo stuff of deliverance ministry to get rid of it. You know what you need to do. You need to start trusting God. You need to stop believing lies and start believing truth. That's what you need to do. And then live your life, be a disciple, be a partner in the Great Commission, and start doing the things you're supposed to be doing, and God will bless you. That's what you need to do. Back to Sarna. It is further recognized that contemporary conduct inevitably has an impact upon succeeding generations. It does. There are effects. These historical effects are perceived in terms of God, quote, visiting the sins of one faithless generation upon the next, or of his showing kindness. That is rewarding fidelity far into the future. This understanding of God's governance of the world occurs many times in the Bible. It has an educational function. Over time, however, this led to a pervasive feeling of hopelessness and apathy in an era of acute national crisis. Now, what Sarna is referring to, and he quotes Lamentations 5:7 here, is that when Babylon's knocking on the door, we get Lamentations 5:7. Our fathers have sinned and are no more, and we bear their iniquities. Well, yeah, because your fathers violated Leviticus 26 and they became idolaters. You're going to be driven from the land. The righteous will suffer along with the wicked. Those who were not guilty of those things, they're going to suffer the effects. But you know what? God still knows who the righteous are. So you can get driven to Babylon, and you can be sitting there by the river Kivar when Ezekiel has his vision, and you can believe. You can take hope in Ezekiel's message because he's sent to give the exiles hope. All right? You can still believe and be in right relationship with God and trust him with your eternal destiny. This has no effect. This has no impact on your eternal destiny. It may have an impact on how society looks at you, but spiritually speaking, this has zero power over your eternal destiny. Zero. Goose egg. Again, the point of what Sarna is saying, and peripherally what I'm getting at here is, if you look back at the exile, it's illustrative of community suffering. Again, the righteous do suffer with the unrighteous. Sin does have consequences. Scripture elsewhere juxtaposes this idea with individual guilt as well. Jeremiah 31:29-30, I'll just read that. In those days they shall no longer say, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. Like the children are suffering for what the fathers did. But everyone shall die for his own iniquity. Each man who eats sour grapes, his teeth shall be set on edge. Ezekiel 18:1-4. The word of the Lord came to me, what do you mean by repeating this proverb concerning the land of Israel? The fathers have eaten sour grapes, the children's teeth are set on edge. I mean, Ezekiel attacks this notion, about how because of what our fathers did, now our fate is sealed and blah, 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 blah. He says, as I live, declares the Lord, this proverb shall no more be used by you in Israel. Behold, all souls are mine. The soul of the Father, as well as the soul of the Son is mine. The soul who sins shall die. And the soul who doesn't sin, the soul who, again, the believing loyalty, the heart that is aligned toward Yahweh will live. That's the whole point. I would also say, before we leave this, one additional observation. The phrase, who reject me, and of course, who are blessed, these phrases can modify, grammatically, either the fathers or the children or both together. Now, the fact that those who reject me can modify either means the statement should not automatically be read as some generational curse that will make the godly suffer. Okay, yes, sin has consequences, but this is consequences for what other people do. Your suffering has nothing to do with your own individual eternal destiny and the way the Lord looks at you and your heart. These are two distinct things. Stop conflating them and stop believing lies and start believing what's true. Again, believing loyalty. There we are. We're back to square one again. Now, Sarna adds this. It is important to note that the statement in the Decalogue concerning the generational extension of punishment has nothing whatsoever to do with the administration of justice in Israel's legal system. There, vicarious punishment is never mandated. Indeed, it is explicitly outlawed in Deuteronomy 24:16. Quote, fathers shall not be put to death because of their children, nor shall children be put to death because of their fathers. Each one shall be put to death for his own sin. Now, here's the question. Here's why I bring it up. If God's not even thinking that way, like your fate is sealed now because of what somebody else did, this is your lot, okay? If God's not thinking of that even in his own legal system that he gives Israel, why do you suppose he would think about that in terms of your spiritual everlasting destiny? It just makes no sense. And so stop believing lies. This is theocratic covenantal language in context. It has nothing to do, again, with our eternal destiny. So on to Exodus 20:7. Next command. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Now, as I've noted a number of times, again, sort of just recently in some of the talks I've done that are on YouTube and so on and so forth, the word take here is Hebrew nasa. It means to bear, like in lifting up, to carry. The idea of bearing the name, taking the name, carrying the name, the idea is representational. Yes, okay, that's going to encompass speech that is disrespectful or makes God's name of no consequence or the object of contempt. I mean, that's part of bearing the name. But bearing the name is much bigger. It's also about imaging. Fundamentally, it's about imaging. To bear the name, to carry the name is about representing God. It's about imaging God. The name, again, this is unseen realm territory again, doing biblical theology in that book, the name refers to the person. Hashem, the name, is another way of referring to God himself. It's not just, hey, don't say the four consonants in a frivolous manner. Okay, that's part of it. If you're treating the name frivolously, that means you're treating God frivolously. But it's bigger than that, okay? Bearing the name in a frivolous way, bearing the name, let's talk about in vain. In vain can mean falsely, like you have false profession, false representation. Leviticus 19:12, you shall not swear by my name falsely, and so profane the name of the Lord your God. or your God, I am the Lord. So it can be like lying. Okay, just do a false representation. In vain can also mean worthless, bearing the name worthlessly or uselessly, behaving in such a way that you equate the name, that you equate God himself with nothing, with something of no consequence, you equate God with an insubstantial thing, making him of no consequence. Again, that's much more wide than just what comes out of your mouth. But again, the in vain idea, the Hebrew wording here can mean, again, just this, making something insubstantial or inconsequential. 1 Samuel 25:21. Now David had said, "Surely in vain have I guarded all that this fellow has in the wilderness." Like, well, this was a useless exercise. So again, in vain there, again, it refers to something that just is useless, having no consequence. It's lashav in Hebrew. Jeremiah 2:30. In vain have I struck your children. They took no correction. Your own sword devoured your prophets like a ravening lion against Jeremiah. It's on the impending invasion of Nebuchadnezzar. So this was useless activity. You get the idea. And we actually, I think, have easy ways to illustrate this, how bearing the name is representational. It's another way of talking about imaging God, being God's proxy. And for an Israelite, again, they're supposed to be the kingdom of priests, right? They're supposed to be a holy people, kingdom of priests. They're supposed to represent their God well. And we have this idea today, like we talk about bearing the family name or bearing the company name. Like when I worked, with Logos, we would go to different events, and you'd wear the shirt with the logo and all that kind of stuff. So you go out and you are a representative of the company. So that if you're a jerk, that means that people are going to perceive the company in a negative way. Anyone who has a job or considers the reputation of their family important is going to get this idea immediately. You don't do certain things because that brings shame, or it brings it puts the thing you represent, family, company, whatever, in this case your God, it gives it ill repute. It lowers opinion. Okay, it makes inconsequential something that should be of great consequence. Now Wenham, I like what he says here. He writes, "This commandment is couched in language deliberately chosen to permit a wide range of application, covering every dimension of the misuse of Yahweh's name." So he says it's really broad. Yahweh had not withheld his name, but had freely given it to Moses, and so to Israel, as both a summary and an extension of the revelation of his presence. His sovereignty is such that he was not subject to the manipulation of his worshippers, and thus he opened himself to his people with as much fullness as they could stand. Not surprisingly, there are no incantation texts in the Old Testament. Yahweh could not be controlled or even altered in his set purpose by men. The third commandment is directed not toward Yahweh's protection, but toward Israel's. Yahweh's name, especially the Tetragrammaton, but in principle all of Yahweh's names and titles, must be honored, blessed, praised, celebrated, invoked, pronounced, and so shared. And I would add, believed in. To treat Yahweh's name with disrespect is to treat his gift lightly. His gift is himself. Okay? It is to underestimate his power, to scorn his presence, and to misrepresent to the family of humankind his very nature as the one who always is. That's the end of Wenham's quote. Again, to bear the name, and bear the name uselessly, bear the name in vain, bear the name poorly. It's about imaging God. It's about representation. And it's really important. It ties back in again to Genesis. Now, for those of you coming to the Naked Bible Conference, you're going to hear a little bit more about this, because this is going to be the topic related to the topic that Carmen Imes is going to be talking about, because she did her dissertation on this. So this is something that is a really significant part of biblical theology. So if you're at the conference, you're going to get a good dose of it from Carmen. The next command, Exodus 20, verses 8 through 10. Let's read that. Exodus 20, verses 8 through 10. "Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work. But the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter, your male servant or your female servant, or your livestock, or the sojourner who is within your gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy." Now back to Wenham. I'm going to read something from Wenham and then Carpenter, their commentaries. Wenham says, "The fourth commandment is the longest in the Decalogue because it is the most expanded of all the commandments. No other commandment has received as much reapplication and as many defining and justifying clauses as this one. The probable reason for its expansion is the difficulty the people of Israel had keeping it, a difficulty attested by the attack of Amos in Amos 8, 4-8, on the greedy merchants fidgeting for the Sabbath to pass." That's the end of the one quote. If you're one of these merchants, I can't wait for the Sabbath to pass so I can make money. You've just really missed the point. You've really missed the point of what it means. Now, Carpenter writes this: "The Sabbath, or the seventh day, as a day of rest and a test for Israel's commitment to keep the way of Yahweh, had already been described in Exodus 16, verse 5 and 21-30. That was the manna incident. Now it is placed under the broader canopy of the covenant and within the context of the 10 words at Sinai. It has no parallel in the ancient Near East as hallow, that's Hallo, has shown definitively." Now, that's the end of Carpenter's quote. And the study he's referencing, I have put this article in the protected folder. So if you're a newsletter subscriber, McLeod newsletter subscriber, you can get access to these articles. It's William W. Hallow, and the title of the article is "New Moons and Sabbaths, a Case Study in the Contrastive Approach." That's from Hebrew Union College Annual, number 48, 1977, and it's an 18-page article. Now, Hallow, for many years, was a professor of Akkadian and Sumerian at Yale. In his day, Hallow was one of the voices, the top dogs in cuneiform studies. He was also a champion of the comparative approach, the legitimacy of how cuneiform material, Akkadian, Babylonian, Sumerian, all that stuff could enlighten our reading of the Hebrew Bible, and even a little bit, give and take, even vice versa. Okay, so he was big on the comparative method. He was a champion of it, and he had critics, obviously, who didn't like the fact that any other literature out there might sort of endorse what's in the Bible, might actually show that, yeah, the biblical writer knew what he was talking about here. So Hallow had critics in his day in the 60s, 70s, 80s. That was his period when people were especially attacking biblical archaeology, an attack that is still ongoing. But in this article, notice the subtitle, A Case Study in the Contrastive Approach. Not comparative, but contrastive. In his article, he talks about the importance of the comparative method, but he says, today we're going to look at something that's actually contrastive. And it's an important study because he goes through, again, Akkadian and Babylonian material about 7-day festivals and even the terminology, and says, look, none of this aligns well or really even coherently with the Sabbath. The Sabbath is unique. And I think it's an important article because out there in wacky internet land, again, Middle Earth, this is going to be one of those things where, even the Sabbath, the Jews and their Sabbath, even the Sabbath, they stole that from the Babylon. No. Okay? It just doesn't work. And so I want to give you a good resource to refute nonsense. This is what we like to do here. Let me read you a little bit of a selection from the New International Dictionary of Old Testament Theology and Exegesis. That's a premier word study resource. And it's the entry on Shabbat, and Shabbaton, is the noun, but Shabbat, the verb. The entry says this in part. Although a cognate exists in Aramaic and Syriac, Shabbatah, it is unlikely that the Hebrew nominative Shabbat, the middle consonant being doubled, if you have Hebrew, it's the dagesh dot. So it's in English it'd be Shabbat, Shabbat. Okay. It is unlikely that the Hebrew nominative Shabbat with the middle consonant doubled can be derived from the Akkadian term Shabatu or Shapatu, which means the 15th day or the full moon day, because of the doubled last consonant of the latter, of the Akkadian term. Now, if you haven't had Hebrew or Semitic languages or something of comparative morphology and all that kind of stuff, you're not going to get that. But basically, I'll try to decipher this. In Hebrew, the third consonant is doubled, Shabbat. In the Akkadian, it's the last consonant that's doubled. There is no way linguistically, etymologically, to account for the difference. And so Hallow, again, he would agree with this. The NIDO-TTE entry is going to be dipping into Akkadian stuff. So the one term does not mean the other. The one term does not derive from the other. Linguistically, etymologically, you can't make the case. Okay, that's what the entry is drawing on here. Back to the entry. It says, there is also uncertainty about the possible connection between Shabbat and the Akkadian seventh, Shibbatim, and that does have the double B. The Hebrew for seven is Shavah, and there has been no convincing explanation as to why the final consonants changed. So the Akkadian word for seven or seventh is SHB, and it would double the B, T. The Hebrew for seven is SHB, Ghayan. It's not a T. And there is no linguistic interchange between Ghayan, that last consonant, looks like a backwards Y, and T. So again, even this is, again, I'm pointing this out because this is what you're going to hear on the internet, this is what you're going to read on the internet. Well, the Akkadian word for seven is, spelled like Hebrew Shabbat. Yeah, it is, but you're overlooking the fact that Hebrew 7 isn't the same word. And when you get the thing that's actually calendrical, the Akkadian term that refers to the calendar pattern, Shab-atu or Shapatu, that doesn't align with Shabbat because of the doubling of different consonants. Again, linguistics matter, comparative linguistics matter, comparative philology and etymology matters. I realize in internet land it doesn't matter. And you're going to be deceived by what looks like a visual similarity that actually, if you knew, again, how to work with the languages, you would see that these aren't the same. But in internet land, they're close enough. People can be duped, and they are duped into thinking that one thing derived from the other when it actually didn't. So again, I'm trying to give you resources here and alert you to the fact that when you see this kind of stuff online, don't buy into it. Don't buy into it. The people who actually work with the languages know that it's nonsense. And I sure wish more of them would comment on the nonsense, but hey, there we are. Now, back to the entry. Let's just wrap it up here. Despite inconclusive ancient Near Eastern comparative evidence and fruitless etymological speculation, sevenfold chronological divisions can be found in Ugaritic texts. There's 7 years in the Donnell cycle. 7 years is mentioned. 7 days in the Kirta legend. But the entry goes on. This does not presuppose any universal sevenfold chronology in the ancient Near East. There just isn't any, except for the Sabbath. All it does indicate a certain tendency to use a sevenfold division for whatever reason. And Hallow, that's the end of the quote. Hallow would say, there was just a fondness for the number 7. So you see it pop up here and there. But there's no system in the ancient Near East of having a unit of time, a 7 unit of time that is more than just a singular event. There's no annual 7 cycles. There's no annual Jubilee pattern cycles anywhere else except in Israel. This is just the fact. Okay, this is just the fact. But again, out there on the internet, you'll read and hear other things to the contrary, and they are misinformed. So for our purposes, I'm not going to fill the episode with more speculations. This is where we're going to drop it. Again, try to get you the resources and just to at least alert you to the fact that, hey, Assyriologists, people who are serious, Akkadian, Babylonian, Sumerian experts like Hallow, again, who taught at Yale for many years, they're not persuaded at all that the Israelite Sabbath derives from anything else in the ancient Near East. Now, recall, since we brought up Exodus 16, Exodus 16, the manna incident, was the first time in the Torah that the noun Sabbath, the noun, occurred. Shabbat, it occurs 4 times there. So again, if you concorded it, you're not going to see Sabbath, the noun, back in Genesis. The first time you ever see it is Exodus 16. The verb rest, Shabbat, the verb, of course, does occur in Genesis. It does occur in the creation account. And Hallow, again, who is cited in Carpenter, so this is really quoting Carpenter, but he's citing Hallow, argues as follows. The sabbatical idea of Israel permeated the legislation of Israel, and the building of the sacred tabernacle was not to impinge on this holy day. As one of 2 positive commands, it promises great benefit to those who honor the Sabbath with awareness that Yahweh is Lord over this holy time in a special way. The recognition of the day is not, in this motive clause, tied to nature or to human culture, but is linked to creation and creator. At creation, Yahweh first hallowed this Sabbath, again, because he rested, because on it he ceased from his labor. The Sabbath for Israel, and in the scheme of creation itself, was a part of the texture of God's created order, an essential part of the matrix of reality. Now, Deuteronomy 5:15, of course, links the Sabbath to the deliverance from Egypt. So there's other sort of context and motivations for Sabbath. But it's kind of interesting that on one hand, the Sabbath is linked to the resting of God in creation. Like it's just part of the fabric, the matrix of reality, as Carpenter says. And then on another hand, it's linked to taking Israel out of bondage. Now, Carpenter writes this: Yahweh had redeemed Israel from their slavery in Egypt. This is a new act of creation. For the people of God were created anew at the Exodus event. All social classes and even animals were to be allowed to observe the Sabbath. It was a gracious gift. The Israelites affirmed Yahweh as their God, their Redeemer, and Creator on a weekly basis by keeping this day. It's the end of Carpenter. So there's actually a connection. Why is it that the Sabbath, is linked not only back to creation in Exodus, but in Deuteronomy it's also linked back to, the removal of Israel from Egypt? Because God is creating. It's a supernatural act of creation. It's creating a people. It's a recreation of God's family on earth. And it is miraculous because why? Because look how it was accomplished. The plagues, control of the Creator over creation, defeat of the gods of Egypt. And out of all that, again, comes this people. So it is perceived by the Israelites, by the biblical writers, as being connected, the creative idea and the new national status idea. These are ideas that are connected. Now, I would suggest to you, this is in part why Jesus could refer to himself as the Lord of the Sabbath. Why? What's the logic? He was the Passover lamb and the new Redeemer of God's people. And I would even add, if the destroying angel at the last plague is in fact the angel of Yahweh, this the Son, as it were, in human form, in visible human form. If that's the case, then he was also Egypt's judge as well. I mean, you could have Jesus being performing, even foreshadowing his role as judge of evil. And isn't it interesting that we get the Egyptian plagues in the book of Revelation? I'll just stop there because I'm not into eschatology, but there we go. I mean, literarily speaking, theologically speaking, there might be a connection there, and I would suggest there is. Connecting all these things again to Jesus. Jesus is Lord of the Sabbath because he is the new Redeemer out of bondage. He is the agent of creation in New Testament theology. He's linked back to the God of Sabbath by these things. And so he can rightly say, the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath. Carpenter adds another thought. God did not circumcise his sacred day of rest. His people were then and now at Sinai invited to enter into that holy time and space to share it with their Redeemer, Creator God. Now, what he's getting at here is, if you think back to Genesis, the seventh day, God rests. And this is like God is now in the state of resting. He's done with creation. He's now in the state of resting. So in theory, the seventh day, the time of rest extends, indefinitely, which is again part of the logic as to why it was a thing to be remembered again, and it was cyclical throughout all time, not just some isolated individual feast or festival. Okay? He doesn't limit it. God did not circumscribe his sacred day of rest. His people were then and now at Sinai invited to enter into that holy time and space and to share it with their Redeemer, Creator God. Von Rad and recently Walt Heiser have emphasized this much neglected theme in Old Testament and New Testament theology. The ultimate rest for God's people is realized when his presence dwells among them. See, that's really, when you rest on the Sabbath, you're supposed to be sort of picturing yourself at home with the Lord, because the earth is God's temple. Back in Genesis and creation, God has made himself a place to live. He's made earth, which is fit for human habitation, but he's also made Eden, the divine abode. So heaven is going to come to earth and he's going to rest there. He's going to have family time now. He's going to enjoy this. And so you're supposed to be thinking in that mode. Again, you're invited to think in that mode to join God in his rest when you do this, The ultimate rest, again, back to Carpenter, for God's people is realized when his presence dwells among them. He will dwell among them in the wilderness and the tabernacle in a more permanent way than in the pillars of fire and cloud, and more so when he plants them in his prepared location, the land, the place where God will choose to set his name. Exodus advances this theme significantly and maintains the promises to the fathers and looks to the future. Israel's rest of shalom had historical goals, but these goals expanded to include eschatological parameters and are ultimately realized in the New Testament and even later in the new heavens and new earth through Christ. And again, the book of Hebrews, dealt with this a lot, entering into God's rest. And our rest is Jesus. Again, we go back to the series in Hebrews. Yahweh's new people are commanded again to enter into a closer relationship with him by observing his Sabbath. His call is a call to begin to restore the image of God in persons by imaging his own behavior. But to redeem fallen humanity, he had to interrupt and work on his seventh day to deliver his people. To save life on the Sabbath was good. The observance of the Sabbath by Israel was a clear mark that they were the newly created people of Yahweh, on whom he was once again conferring his guidance in the way of holiness, righteousness, love, and wisdom. That's the end of the Carpenter quote. Now, again, his rest was interrupted. He had to go back to action in Egypt and rescue his people. Now that they're out, now we have rest again. That's the whole point. I would suggest as well that this provides some context for Jesus' statement that the Sabbath was created for man and not man for the Sabbath. The Sabbath was created for man. The rest is what it is, so that God's family can be with him at rest in his house, in his world. Okay, man wasn't created for that. That was created for man. Pete ends, and we're going to end with this. He has a nice summary section here. He writes this. This is a reconnection with the Garden of Eden as Israel sits poised to enter the land of Canaan, the new garden. As God ordered the universe in Genesis 1, he is now giving Israel order in its existence amid the chaos of the world around them. By resting on the seventh day, Israel is not just following God's command, but actually following God's lead, his example. They are doing what he himself did first. This pattern, therefore, is not a burden, but a delight and a high honor. By ceasing his own work on the seventh day, God declared it to be different, separate, or as the commandment puts it, holy. The Israelites, too, are to keep it holy, verse 8, by remembering it. The first 4 commandments concern our conduct toward God. The remaining 6, our conduct toward others. But we should not force too sharp a distinction between these two foci, as if the first 4 are religious and the last 6 social or ethical. The laws concerning conduct toward others are still commands from God. They are still his laws, so that breaking any commandment, even one against a fellow Israelite, is an offense toward God. That is, there is no sphere in ancient Israel life that is secular, or, this is me adding it, without God. And I think that's really a nice summary and sort of creates a segue to part 3 when we get into those last 6 commands. But I really like the notion of looking at the Sabbath, and really, all these laws, because bearing the name is about, just think of it. I'm the Lord your God who brought you up out of Egypt. Okay, don't make graven images. Okay, God cannot be represented adequately by anything in creation. He is other than creation. He is uncreated. Consequently, you must not bow down to anything made with human hands. You only bow down to the uncreated creator, who is your God, entering into covenant with you, Yahweh of Israel. Okay, look at that. That has to do with images. Imaging. It's the wrong use of imaging. And then it transitions, to bearing the name. That's imaging. It's representation. And now we've got Sabbath. We imitate God. We image God. I mean, the imaging and the law, these things are really tied together. And you get the last 6, how you treat other people. Who are other people? Imagers. How you treat other imagers. So this is a really big deal. Again, and I think it's worth pointing out because, again, we typically look at the law as something either to earn brownie points with God, to put God in our debt, or some kind of ridiculous burden, or, God forbid, thank God I don't live under the law. A godly Israelite wouldn't look at it that way. This is our chance to imitate God, to image him, to represent him, to be his proxy to people who don't know him, and to treat each other well. That was the law. It doesn't sound too bad when you actually look at it the way it should be looked at. Not as a system of bondage where, look, we're humans. We want autonomy. We don't like anyone telling us what to do. It's part of the flesh, okay? But if you actually look at what the law was supposed to mean, it's not a system where you earn God's love. God already loves you. You're in his family. You're supposed to believe and be loyal. Show that you believe, that God loves you. Show that you believe that God is who he is by the way you live. Treat him well, treat everybody else well. Again, the law, like Jesus said, you can reduce it all to 2 things: love God and love your fellow man. It's not burdensome when it's perceived and sort of enacted in the right way. But that isn't what people do. It's not what humans do. We tend to basically ruin everything we touch. And here we go again. This is why Paul could say the law was holy and just and good. But again, it makes us aware, of our need to be saved by an external savior, God, Christ. So it serves that purpose as well, ultimately because we're fallen. But in and of itself, in principle, again, I think we need to try to not lose sight of what it really meant. And I think tying it to imaging will help us do that. So the real takeaway here is that the 10 commandments themselves actually have context. They're not just sort of dropped in our laps and there's nothing to think about here. There's actually plenty to think about in a number of instances. So they have a context in which they themselves need to be understood. Mostly it's a wider context that once you get into the wider context, it reveals, some exceptions or helps you sort of narrow down what the command actually means, what the point was. And so that's often new to people. And we're going to see more of that today. So we might as well just jump right in with the 5th command. This is going to be Exodus 20, verse 12 is really our starting point, where it says, honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. So this is the 5th command. Sarna, who we have referenced before and we will reference several times today in his Jewish Publication Society commentary on Exodus, has, again, I think a good summary. I really like Sarna's commentary in a number of respects. He writes this command forms the transition from the first to the second group of divine declarations, in that it simultaneously possesses both religious and social dimensions. It shares with the preceding command the formula of the Lord your God, and also the relationship of Israel to God is often expressed metaphorically in filial terms, like in family terms. Let me just break in here. We have this honor your father and your mother, and then that's linked to the land that the Lord your God is giving you. So there's this sort of boots on the ground kind of thing. It has to do with your relationships one to another, but there's also this overarching relationship to God expressed in the land. And this isn't new. In Exodus 4:22, this is the passage where God refers to Israel as his son. Okay, so there you have like a family sort of terminology there. Jeremiah 31:20, is Ephraim my dear son? Question, is he my darling child? These are rhetorical questions. Hosea 11:1, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son, and so on and so forth. So you get this family language where ultimately what's being talked about is the relationship of God, and then the covenant promises, one of which was the land, so on and so forth. So you get a little bit of that here. Back to Sarna, he says, the same verbs of honoring and revering are used in expressing proper human attitudes to both God and parents. So the same verbs in the Hebrew Bible are used to both how you relate to parents and how you relate to God. So this command is sort of a bridge of the two halves, even though they're not equal halves of the commands, the first four and then the next six. Relationship to God, relationship to other imagers, other people. So just by way of example, Exodus 21:17, whoever curses his father or his mother shall be put to death. So there you have a very obvious one about revering parents. Leviticus 29 is the same way. Deuteronomy 21, again, about the rebellious son. We're going to get into some of these, where it talks about relating, to parents in a certain way. But you also get the same kind of language in Leviticus 24. Those were laws about blaspheming God. Earlier, the one I just read and some of that I just referenced are about, to use, for lack of a better way to put it, not blaspheming or not, cursing your parents. Well, the same language is used of God, like in Leviticus 24, Numbers 15, and so on. So we get the language in both, which, as Sarna is pointing out, is kind of a bridge between the two halves. He writes, in fact, the obligation to respect is enjoined only for God and parents, and the offender in either instance is liable to the extreme penalty. The parallels point out the supreme importance that the Torah assigns to the integrity of the family for the sake of the stability of society and generational continuity. Family life is the bedrock on which Jewish society stands. No other item in the Decalogue is similarly formulated wholly in positive terms, and for none other is there a promise of reward. So this one, the fifth command, honor your father and mother, there's some special characteristics to it that link that command to the way we should revere and honor God. Now, a few comments here, just to sort of get into the weeds. You have an honor your father and mother. There's no hint here. If you really think about it, there's no hint that the command has a time limit. It just says honor your father and mother that your days may be long in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. It doesn't say honor your father and mother until, and then there's some limit. Okay, there's no hint that the command has a time limit. There's no hint that it expires when children reach a certain age, or that one parent is valued above the other. Again, Sarna notes elsewhere the command applies equally to son and daughter, irrespective of their age, and it holds for both parents, end of quote. So the question, of course, is what does honor mean? Does it mean obey in every circumstance? Now, we get a little help here from other verses in the Torah that speak to the treatment of parents, one of which I've already quoted a little bit, but Exodus 21:15, that's the one we quoted, whoever strikes his father or mother shall be put to death. Leviticus 20, verse 9, anyone who curses his father and his mother shall surely be put to death. He has cursed his father or his mother, his blood is upon him. Now, the verb for cursing there, in Hebrew, it's the lemma kalal, and it's in something called the PL stem. Now, the PL stem, sorry for the little Hebrew grammar digression here, is often characterized by grammarians as factative in its semantic. And what factative means is that it points, you would have a verb that when the action of the verb is performed, it leads to a certain specific end result. So in this case, since the verb for curse is put in this particular Hebrew stem, that has the end result in mind, often in its semantics. The idea is that cursing your parents results in their being put in a state of being demeaned or humiliated. Okay, this is what you're not supposed to do. Leviticus 19:3 reads as follows: every one of you shall revere his mother and his father, and you shall keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord. Revere here is the Hebrew word yarah, which means generically to fear. We get the verb in Leviticus 19:30. Again, just to reference that, you shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. Okay. Leviticus 26:2, also referencing the sanctuary. So are Israelites really supposed to be afraid of the sanctuary? No, they're supposed to revere it. Revere is a good translation. You're supposed to avoid desecrating it. You're supposed to avoid, defiling it in any way, bringing sacred space into a state of being common. Okay, lowering it, bringing it down, making it low, demeaning it. So revere is actually a pretty good, translation. So this is what we're not supposed to be doing to parents. Deuteronomy 27:16, we get a different verb, kala, which means to degrade, despise, or treat with contempt. And that verse says, cursed be anyone who dishonors, kala, his father or his mother. So this helps us, get some sort of a framework, for how these verbs are used in the fifth command. Don't humiliate, don't, do the opposite of revere. Don't demean. Okay, this is what you're not supposed to do. Don't bring your parents down, bring them low. They're supposed to be treated as special. It's the same verbs that you would use for treating God. So don't treat them as common, like everybody else, so that they're humiliated and demeaned or whatnot. So, we need to sort of have those things in mind. Let Scripture, as best we can, try to define Scripture. The other factor that we need to think about is the Bible's own view of marriage and how this sort of works out in biblical history. You have the leave and cleave language of Genesis, for instance. A man will leave, his father and mother, leave his, one family and then be, cleave to his wife and then, of course, start a new family. Well, again, just because you're married and you have a new family unit, that doesn't excuse you from the fifth command. Again, you just read it. It's pretty straightforward. There are no limitations or exceptions and so on and so forth. But we still don't quite know what the command means to honor your father and mother. Like, how do we do that? And how do we transgress that? How would we know? So I bring up the leave and cleave thing because, yeah, it establishes a new family unit. But in Israelite culture, even in urban settings, when they're actually living in cities, as opposed to patriarchal, when they're living in tents, okay? Even in urban settings, the new family units typically in the patriarchal era lived in the same tent. They lived under the same tent roof. You just essentially added to the tent or partitioned it off so that the man and his wife now have their own space, within the patriarch's tent, his house, as it were. Or, as the parents aged, they weren't sent off, to some other living accommodation. They stayed with the family, either in the same tent or in the same house. Again, when we're in an urban setting, so you often have parents living in the home. Parents and these other units, these other family units living together. It's an extended family living situation. And even when the leadership of the family or the clan passes on to the eldest son or whoever has the right of the firstborn conferred to them, okay, even in that situation, the parents are still going to be there. So you have the presence of both one or both parents in the home, and that kind of changes the dynamic, or at least it's a factor that needs to be considered. Regardless, of who has leadership, the family of the clan, the parents are not supposed to be demeaned or belittled. Again, even when some other son effectively ran the home and the family's property, the parents, especially the father, had reverential leadership status. Now, in our day and age, really in modern society in general, the circumstances are often quite different. Those set of circumstances really aren't going to play out, at least in modern Western society, really in the same way. So there is a different dynamic here. Let's take another angle at this. So we've got kind of what the verbiage means: don't demean, don't humiliate, don't belittle. Again, treat us special. It's stated positively. We've got a situation where that's what the words mean. There's no limitations or exceptions in the command. The dynamic is a little bit unfamiliar to us because the parents basically stay with the children and the children with the parents really their whole lives. Another bit of a rabbit trail. Well, let's look at it at a different way. There is one passage, the Deuteronomy 21 passage. This is Deuteronomy 21, 18 to 21, where the command apparently does mean obey the parent, where the child is supposed to obey the parent. And we actually have an adult child in the context. So we need to factor this in as well. So let me read Deuteronomy 21, 18 through 21. This is obviously a negative example. But it says, if a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and though they discipline him, will not listen to them, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his city at the gate of the place where he lives. And they shall say to the elders of his city, this our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the city shall stone him to death with stones. So you shall purge the evil from your midst, and all Israel shall hear and fear. It's like, yeah, I guess they would. Now, the context there seems to be one where the son is an adult, at least a young adult, because he's referred to as getting drunk. He's a drunkenness problem. And the son is undermining the family unit by being a drain on resources or just refusing correction. He's not a little kid where they could chastise him in some physical way or isolate him in some way or take away privileges, that kind of thing. We have what seems to be an adult relationship here, an adult child. Because of the emphasis in other passages in regard to the prohibition of demeaning parents or treating them with contempt, we might presume that, obviously this is what's going on here. I mean, why else would they essentially have to take him to the law, as it were? They're being treated with contempt. This is part of the picture. So the parents in this case do not take matters into their own hands, but instead they take the son to the tribal elders, which in effect in Israel was law enforcement, and put his fate, the son's fate, into their hands. They turn him over. And now the legal system's going to do with him what the legal system does. We, of course, today might have to do the same thing, with a child. In other words, let the legal system handle that kid. And they might do something where, going to law enforcement is appropriate and merited. The passage is therefore an endorsement of the idea that parents may need to resort to these means, to law enforcement. It's not an endorsement of the system of law enforcement or the penalty. It's an endorsement of the idea that, hey, when you have an adult son like this who's treating you with contempt, you may have to just take them to the authorities and let the authorities deal with him. Now, we aren't a theocratic state, obviously, and the theocracy was by definition, I've said this a number of times in the podcast, the theocracy was by definition planned to be obsolete. It's planned obsolescence. At least if we care to think about where all the covenants were supposed to lead, to the reunification of the nations, which meant a circumcision-neutral people of God brought back into the family through a Savior, which is Jesus, okay? This is where salvation history was always supposed to go. The theocracy is sort of a way station. along the road to that God is intending here. So God's plan was never to reinstitute or to institute a theocracy that would endure for all time, and that's how things are going to go now. No, it was supposed to lead somewhere. The theocracy was a stopping point, a way station. And even as far back as the Abrahamic covenant, the Gentiles were in the picture. Jacob's blessing in Genesis 48, okay, through which we talked about, in earlier episodes about the reference to Ephraim. The Gentiles were supposed to be part of this. So from the very beginning, the plan was not an Israelite theocracy. So to say that God ordained a theocracy, and this is God's ordained form of the way that his kingdom family is supposed to be on earth, is wrong. You basically have to ignore not only the way salvation history played out, you have to ignore the way it was intended to play out. That's my point here. So I continually kind of go back to this because we get stuck on these passages like, oh, well, unless we turn our kids over and the kid gets capital punishment, we're not obeying the Bible. Well, again, just rip that thing out of context and pretend a theocracy was supposed to be the way things were supposed to play out in God's plan. Let's just pretend that. It's wrong. Okay, it's just wrong-headed, it's misguided, it's out of context interpretation. So what we have here is not an endorsement of a particular culture or even a particular form of government that God was at one point behind. What we have here is an endorsement of the idea that parents may actually have to let somebody else deal with their kids. That's what it is. We're at that point now. This is an important principle that the Torah, okay, the Bible, the wider Bible, does not endorse a specific culture. Hebrew culture, okay, and I realize I'm striking at the Hebrew roots people, and I don't mind doing that because they're wrong-headed. All right, here, God does not endorse theocracy for the church, for his, for believers through all time. Well, it's the Torah. Well, yeah, I know it's the Torah. If you read the Torah, like Genesis 48 and Genesis 12, you would know that Gentile inclusion was always in the picture. You would know that. And Gentile inclusion is a circumcision-neutral thing. Because elsewhere in the Bible, we have Gentiles becoming priests of the Most High. This is all part of the picture. So to pick one period of Israelite history and one facet of salvation history, in this case theocracy, and say this is the way God wanted it from the beginning to the end, that's just wrong. It just is. And so that's important when you get into things like the commands, and because the commands are the foundation for ethics. And the whole issue of, now that we have the church now, which is a circumcision-neutral thing, what are we supposed to do with the Torah? The Torah was planned obsolescence, the theocracy. Now, the moral laws of the Torah get carried into the New Testament. We know that. That makes sense because it's just morality. But the specific laws of the theocracy do not, because they are they are operative within a theocratic state, which was never the designed endpoint. Again, so this is important. I would say this in regard to honoring the father and the mother. Again, having gone on that little rabbit trail, but again, that's going to help us, at some points in the rest of the episode. The command, to honor the father and the mother may not have a scriptural limit, but it does have practical limits. So we need to get real here. And what I'm going to say here would have been logically applied, in the theocratic state as well. People kind of know when, let's say, the parents are just not functioning like they are, like they should be. Like there might be a health problem, something like that. People are people. We try to not treat parents with contempt. We want to make sure they're not belittled. This is what these verbs mean in the command. They don't mean to obey at all times in every circumstance, regardless of how absurd or abhorrent it might be. So let's get real. The command wasn't given so that a parent or parents with dementia would have to be obeyed, no matter how irrational they have become. That's just real life. If your parent in Israelite society is commanding you to sin, sorry, but the fifth command, and no command of God, I will add, is given so that you enable evil to proliferate. No command is given so that evil gets help. That is not the point of any command, including the Ten Commandments. And when we have a situation where someone is obviously debilitated, okay, this is real life. It doesn't. The command doesn't require slavish obedience by children when a parent wants to do evil or wants the child to do evil. The first authority is God, and God is omniscient. God actually knows when it's in a parent's best interest to not let that parent have authority. God knows the circumstances. He's not surprised by any of these things. Sometimes we read these commands again as if they require us to check our brain in at the door or ignore a real life circumstance. God knows the circumstances you are in. So, I know believers often struggle with this, how to honor a parent's wishes. When do I say no to a parent? Because I just know that if I say yes, it's going to really be bad. It's going to be destructive, not only to my parents, but to somebody else. What do I do? Again, God knows the circumstances. He's not learning anything when he looks at your situation. He knows. He knows the circumstances you're in. He knows the motivation of your heart as well. And sometimes to honor a parent means making a decision contrary to their wishes. Just like as a parent, sometimes letting a child suffer the circumstances of their behavior is the best thing in the long-term interest of the child. So having the best interest of the parent in mind is what the command is really about. That is honoring the parent. That is making them, giving them the benefit of the doubt in every way possible. We are not treating them like they're some ordinary person. They have special status. This is why we're struggling with the decision. If it was somebody else, we wouldn't struggle at all. Okay, we're struggling with the decision because this is our parent or parents. We're trying to make the best decision for them. God knows the real motivation in our heart. He knows the things that we say and don't say that are just floating around in our head. God knows all that. So we do need to be careful about the decisions we make in regard to parents, especially when they get to a certain stage in life, because God does know, and we will be accountable, either in this life, or we will suffer loss, when it comes to reward in heaven because of the decisions we make. I mean, we're not going to get away with anything is the point. So we do need to be careful. We need to do the best job we can to honor them. But sometimes the best way to honor them is to say no or come up with some alternative. And God knows that. And God isn't learning anything here. God actually knows the circumstances, and he knows what's in your heart. He sees everything, and he knows everything. He knows if you're really acting in self-interest. He knows if you're taking pleasure in your parents' displeasure. He knows all that. God is not fooled, and he will not be mocked. So the bottom line is that this command, which doesn't expire, speaks not of handing absolute dictatorial authority to parents, no matter their situation or no matter what they want. That isn't the point. Rather, it speaks of not belittling or demeaning them, treating them in the best way possible with the circumstances being what they are. Don't treat them with contempt. Treat them well as best you can, God being your witness. And that's tough sometimes. Let's move on to command number 6. You shall not murder. This is Exodus 20:13. Now that's the ESV. The exceptions in this command are discernible by virtue of that translation. You shall not murder, as opposed to other translations that say something like you shall not kill. Now, if you're going to translate the verse you shall not kill, that produces conundrums or conundra. When you look at the rest of the Bible does command taking the lives of animals, for instance, sacrifice. If you're going to, thou shalt not, I mean, I've actually heard people say, thou shalt not kill. We need to be vegan. Thou shalt not kill. Well, does that really what the command means? Because God actually did command sacrifices. So you got a problem here, dude. God also commands taking human life in war, or the life of anyone who has committed a capital crime, both within Israel and even before we get to the theocracy. Now, Sarna nicely summarizes why murder, which is the taking of an innocent life, a life that has done nothing deserving of death in a legal sense. He talks about why that is in view biblically, and of course this is with respect to human beings. He writes this: the Hebrew stem ratzach, as noted by Rashbam and Bekor Shor, these are two rabbinic authorities, applies only to illegal killing, and unlike other verbs for the taking of life, is never used in the administration of justice or for killing in war. Let me read that again. The verb here in the command, ratzach, is never used in the administration of justice or for killing in war in the Hebrew Bible. That's a significant point. Also, it is never employed when the subject of the action is God or an angel. God never murders, and his angel never murders either. They never ratzach. This command, therefore, cannot be used to justify either pacifism or the abolition of the death penalty, both of which, Sarna writes, would have to be argued on other grounds. In other words, that's the end of the Sarna quote. In other words, he's saying it's illegitimate to argue, again, for those things, pacifism or to abolish the death penalty, on the basis of this command. You're going to have to do it some other way. And again, I think that's a significant point, to bring up as far as the discussion, because this command does get used in the wider culture for those causes, and they're just not. Again, if you're just taking the verse and you're not looking at any other verses, you're not looking at where the verb is used or not used anywhere else. Okay, then thou shalt not kill. No, that by definition would be taking the command out of context, and that's what Sarna is objecting to. Now he adds an interesting side note that takes us into the social ethical application of the command. He writes, Genesis 9:6 provides the rationale for the prohibition on murder and taking an innocent life. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed, for in his image did God make man. This means, Sarna writes, that society must exact satisfaction for the crime of murder because life, being derived from God, is infinitely precious and is his alone to give and to take. By his unspeakable act, the murderer usurps the divine prerogative and infringes upon God's sovereignty. And because human beings are created in the divine image, he also affronts God's majesty. For this reason, it is not in the power of human beings to forgive a murderer or to commute the death penalty into ransom, as Numbers 35:31 makes clear. Let me read you that verse. He's speaking now of Israelites and those who are going to follow the Torah here. Numbers 35:31 says, moreover, you shall accept no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death. He shall be put to death. So there were other commands. We talked about this in the Leviticus series that could be downgraded. Could be the penalty could be adjusted in some way. Murder is not one of those. And it's for these reasons that Sarna is articulating. Now he adds, before we end his quote, in practice, however, at least in Second Temple times, imposition of the death penalty was a rare occurrence. And that is also true. It was rarely ever carried out. So we're not going to do an episode on whether Second Temple Judaism was fudging on the Torah. I think it's fair to say in this regard, they were when they don't do this. But Sarna's bigger point is that, look, the rationale for this is rooted in Genesis 9:6, which is pre-Mosaic, and it's rooted in the image of God and God's own authority. Okay, life is from him, and he alone has the authority to give it and to take it legitimately. Okay. Now, Wenham also comments on this. This is the Word Biblical Commentary, and his thoughts echo those of Sarna, but he has a little bit of nuancing in here. He writes, the precise meaning of the sixth commandment depends on the definition of ratzach. This verb occurs just over 40 times in the Old Testament, far less frequently than the more general terms, harag, to kill, to slay, or to destroy, which occurs more than 160 times, and the hifil of the verb mut, cause to die, i.e. kill, which occurs more than 200 times. Ratzach plainly refers to killing that can be understood to be murder, and some translators so render it. But ratzach can also refer to unintentional killing, i.e. manslaughter, as in Deuteronomy 19:3, 4, and 6, and Joshua 20, verse 3. And therefore, it extends to the legal execution of a convicted killer, as in Numbers 35:30. One could therefore conclude that ratzach is a verb of specialized application, referring to killing that brought illegal violence into the covenant community. Such a general understanding of ratzach fits its pattern of usage in the Old Testament. The verb refers only to the killing of persons, never to animals, and it can refer to capital punishment, but not to killing in war. Okay, so there you go. Again, manslaughter, because again, it's not legitimate killing. It's not something that God through the law would sanction. So manslaughter is still an illegal taking of life, but the penalty for that was different than premeditated murder. And again, without getting into all the laws, those of us who have read through the Torah know that these things were treated differently. So when it comes to thou shalt not murder, there are exceptions if we understand what ratzach actually means and how it is used and how it is never used. So I think, again, that discussion, getting into the word a little bit, helps us understand, and incorporating the wider context helps us understand what the command means and what it doesn't. Let's go to the seventh command. You shall not commit adultery. Now, obviously, you're going to wonder, well, what's not clear there? Where's the ambiguity? What could possibly be an exception to this? We'll get there. Now, Wenham writes, again, this is word biblical commentary, and this kind of sets up the discussion. Wenham says, the ancient Near Eastern attitude toward adultery has been surveyed by a number of scholars, and he gives their names. They have commented respectively on texts from Egypt and Ugarit in which, as in the Old Testament, adultery is referred to by the discreet euphemism, quote, the great sin, unquote. The Hebrew verb for this great sin and the verb of the seventh commandment is na'af, to commit adultery. It is used in the Old Testament with both men and women as subject, though far more frequently of men, and by analogy as a designation of idol worship, the violation of the bond of covenant relationship with Yahweh. Great sin, quote unquote, is used in the Old Testament of both those betrayals. That's the end of the Wenham quote. So that's kind of interesting. The Old Testament refers to adultery as the great sin, and the other place that expression is reserved for is idolatry. Again, that's just a really interesting observation. Now, for the purposes of our discussion, and the exception that I've sort of alluded to, we need to understand something from the outset, how the Old Testament defines adultery. I'm going to tell you right now, this might be news to some of you. The Old Testament, the Torah, defines adultery in a way that we don't. We are actually more prohibitive in this regard than the Old Testament is. Here's what I mean. Here's how the Old Testament defines adultery. This is where you're going to see na'af used, these contexts. Number one, a man having sex with the wife of another man. Okay, I'll just read an example with each. Leviticus 18:20. You shall not lie sexually with your neighbor's wife, and so make yourself unclean with her. Okay, so a man having sex with the wife of another man, that's adultery. Number two, a man having sex with a woman betrothed or engaged to another man. That's Deuteronomy 22:23 through 27. If there is a betrothed virgin, and a man meets her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city. And you shall stone them to death with stones, the young woman because she did not cry for help, though she was in the city, and the man because he violated his neighbor's wife. Now, you see there, betrothed virgin is defined as neighbor's wife. Engagement was just like being married. Okay, but the passage continues, but if in the open country a man meets a young woman who is betrothed, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. Again, the presumption is that she cried out. You shall do nothing to the young woman. She has committed no offense punishable by death. For this case is like that of a man attacking and murdering his neighbor. Because he met her in the open country, and though the betrothed young woman cried for help, there was no one to rescue her. So that's different. That's rape, okay? So the key point here is that betrothed woman is defined as neighbor's wife in that passage. So that's two. So how does the Old Testament define adultery? A man having sex with the wife of another man, a man having sex with a woman betrothed to another man. Third, it defines adultery as a married woman willingly having sex with a man who is not her husband, okay? And this is where like Hosea and Ezekiel pick up on the idolatry, the spiritual adultery thing, playing the whore, that kind of language. So we've got three ways, three elements here, three trajectories that define adultery in the Torah. Now, it should be obvious what isn't included here. What's not included is a married man taking another woman or a series of women to be additional wives. So long as none of them are married or betrothed to someone else, to another man, that's not adultery in the Old Testament context. It's never defined as adultery. The key is, again, whether the woman was married or, again, engaged. Now, this is no surprise, given the patriarchal, polygamous culture into which God inserts himself when calling his people out of Egypt. Okay, God, shows up while they're in Egypt. He had talked to the patriarchs before, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God never tells them, now look, I'd really love to have a covenant with you, but you need to not be patriarchal and polygamous in your culture first. And then we can talk about having a relationship. Then we can talk about me using you to kickstart the kingdom of God. I got to start somewhere, so I'm starting with you, but before I can start, you got to not be polygamists. God never does that. The culture is incidental. God doesn't create the culture. He invades it. He inserts himself into it, and he calls, Abraham. He enables Abraham and Sarah to have a child. He punishes. It doesn't go well when Abraham goes outside the bounds of what God had told him. But taking Hagar at Sarah's suggestion, again, that was a normal suggestion. That's why Abraham doesn't recoil in horror when Sarah, who isn't getting pregnant, says, well, why don't you just take Hagar? Maybe that's what God meant. You have a kid, God wants you to have a kid. He promised you to have kids, so go take Hagar. And Abraham's like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I mean, he doesn't recoil in horror because it's already part of their culture. But God has to intervene and say, look, this wasn't the point. The point is that Sarah is the chosen one because she is barren, and I'm going to supernaturally enable her to have a child. Okay, so, this is part of the culture. God doesn't create the culture. Well, it's in the Bible. Yeah, it's in the Bible. Lots of things are recorded in the Bible that God doesn't come up with. This is one of them. There are lots of these cultural things God doesn't create and come up with. They just are when God invades the setting, when God enters into the picture. And so you got their descendants down in Egypt for 400 years, and God, calls Moses the burning bush and says, hey, I need you to go down there, and I'm going to let deliver my people, and so on and so forth. He doesn't go with a message that, hey, God's really interested in taking you out of here, but you got to get rid of the polygamy thing. Again, it's absurd. But yet we read the Bible this way. They don't have any law on anything until Moses. There's no patriarchal law that's codified. Yeah, I know all the Noahide law stuff, where we sort of make up the idea that this gets codified, and it doesn't. There's nothing in the Bible about that. That is rabbinic tradition. And frankly, it's an overread of the Noah passage as well. We did a Fringe Pop episode on that. If you were interested in my thoughts on that, you can go watch that. But we have here a situation where, again, we have a polygamous culture. Patriarchs are polygamous. That's just the way it was. God doesn't bother to change the culture when choosing these men to start anew his plan for people on earth. Now, we get eventually Genesis 1 and 2. I think Genesis 1 through 11 was written or heavily edited much later than the Mosaic era. I've said that many times in the podcast because of all the very explicit and specific Babylonian polemic going on in there. But eventually we get it, whether it's the time of Moses or later in the exile, we get the ideal. One man, one woman, because that's the reference point for Jesus. When Jesus is asked about marriage, and all that, he goes back to Genesis. So that's the ideal. That's the way it should be. It's the way it should have been. Okay? But, God has to invade human history after not only the fall, but after all all three rebellions that we read about in Genesis 1 through 11. He has to invade human history, and he takes it as it is. He's going to clean that up later. But for right now, we need to start a family anew on earth. And that's what we're going to do. We have to start somewhere. I think we just need to read Scripture a little more clearly for what it actually says. And again, God doesn't endorse these cultural elements. He invades them. This is just where he inserts himself in the story. Now, none of that means that everybody, or even most people, was a polygamist. It's not that every man was a polygamist in Israel. We actually, if you really think about it, we actually have very little information on this. It was the norm, for patriarchal culture, and it functioned as a means of social welfare for women, to make sure they were taken care of when their husbands died, because the husbands are the property owners and the sons and all that stuff, and you have the succession issues. I mean, the women need to be taken care of, and this is part of the way it's done. As distasteful as it is to us, this is. It beats putting her out in the desert and saying good luck. Okay, it really does beat that. So it's the norm for the patriarchal culture. It's part of the social welfare system. Once Israel was in Canaan, once you have an urban situation, the need for a patriarchal system isn't as apparent. You just think about what urbanism means for something like middle class living. You're not dependent on flocks and herds. You don't need to have lots of kids by lots of wives to manage huge flocks and herds. The circumstances change, but we're just not told many specifics in the Bible about how life was. So we have very little way of knowing how many families were polygamous or not. Our only glimpse into this is with the leadership, royalty. And in such cases, there's the added consideration there. And I use consideration. It's a nice term. I'm not saying it's a good thing. But we have the added consideration of political and family alliances when you get into the monarchy. What we do know is that someone like David had no qualms about having more than one wife, nor is he condemned for it, so long as it wasn't adultery. He is condemned for adultery with Bathsheba, but he has other wives before that. So that's what we know. We have a kind of a spotty picture. Now, this leads us to the chief exception for the adultery command in Israelite culture, and that is, yes, generally taking other women sexually as wives as long as they were not married to someone else or betrothed. Well, there was actually a legal institution to do that, and that is Deuteronomy 25, 5 through 10, what we call levirate marriage. Lever these are Latin terms for what the passage describes. Let me just read the passage. If brothers dwell together, which is an interesting phrase, but if brothers dwell together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the dead man shall not be married outside the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in to her and take her as his wife and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. And the first son whom she bears shall succeed to the name of his dead brother, that his name, the dead person, may not be blotted out of Israel. And if the man does not wish to take his brother's wife, then his brother's wife shall go up to the gate to the elders and say, my husband's brother refuses to perpetuate his brother's name in Israel. But isn't that cutting? He will not perform the duty of a husband's brother to me. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak to him. And if he persists, basically they're trying to talk him into doing this. If he persists, saying, I do not wish to take her, then his brother's wife shall go up to him in the presence of the elders and pull his sandal off his foot and spit, in his face. I mean, this is a contemptible thing. For the brother to refuse to take this woman as his wife is a contemptible thing. Now here's the question. What if the brother's already married? He's still supposed to take this additional woman. This is the law. There's nothing in Deuteronomy 25 about that lets him off the hook if he's already married. This is a divinely, this is part of the Torah. This is a divinely ordained exception to what we would think is adultery. But the Torah, this is not adultery in the Torah, because this woman has no husband now. She is not married. She is not betrothed. He is allowed, not only allowed, but the law basically wants him to take her and add her as a wife, so that the name of the deceased will not be blotted out. Now, Tigay has some interesting commentary here. And again, I've said before, this is my favorite Deuteronomy. I just like Tigay's commentary. He's a good writer, and he always gets to the point. So in verse 5, he comments on the phrase, if brothers dwell together. The precise force of this term, together, is uncertain. It could mean that the brothers are living in the same family estate, either because their father is still alive or because they have not yet divided the estate after his death. But it could also mean that they are living near each other in the same vicinity. In Genesis 13:6 and 36:7, quote, dwelling together, unquote, means dwelling close enough to use the same pasture land. In either case, this condition is perhaps related to the fact that the offspring of the levirate marriage, the brother-in-law marriage, will inherit the dead man's property. This may mean that in biblical times, the marriage was obligatory only if the levirate's home, where the widow and the future child would reside, was close to that property. So Tigay is suggesting, if we take the biblical phrase, maybe if you live like 500 miles away, you don't have to do this because it's really connected to property. And that's possible. Tigay also comments on the phrase, he has no son. The halakha and Septuagint, halakha, again, Jewish law, Jewish legal theory, and Septuagint take ben, son, to mean offspring, whether male or female. Thus, levirate marriage takes place only if a man leaves no child of either sex. This view is based on reading the law in the light of Numbers 27, 1 through 11, and that is the Zelophehad incident, which implies that a sonless man's name can also be perpetuated if he has daughters to inherit his property, thus obviating the need for levirate marriage. Now, Tigay has a whole excursus on levirate marriage, and I'm going to read a little bit of that. He writes, according to Josephus, whose view is echoed by some modern scholars, the purpose of levirate marriage is to prevent men's households from dying out and their property passing to relatives, and to provide for their widows. Now, let me just stop there. You realize what would happen. Let's say you have a woman, her husband dies, and this happens. I'll put myself into the situation. Let's say I'm the brother here. So my brother dies, and his wife, is just there, and I'm supposed to marry her even though I'm already married. Why? It's so that a stranger doesn't get hold of her, i.e., my brother's property. The property needs to stay within the family, both for the family's sake and also for the woman, because he could basically marry or somebody could either swindle her, or a stranger could marry her and then divorce her, and then she's toast. She is just toast. She is abandoned and alone. She has nothing. And in this society, women who have nothing are either going to turn to prostitution, or they're just going to die. Okay, they have nothing. There is no government to take care of them. So it's a serious thing for me to look at the situation and say, okay, I'm going to add her, and we're going to make sure that she is taken care of and the property stays within the family and the children inherit, all that kind of stuff. This is what it's for. But back to Tigay. The practice undoubtedly had those effects, but the Bible's own explanation, as noted in the commentary, is that levirate marriage aims to provide a dead man with a son in order to prevent his name from being blotted out. This is the secondary concern. This reflects the belief, and this is real interesting for those who want to deny an Old Testament afterlife, okay? This reflects the belief that death does not put an absolute end to an individual's existence. In biblical times, it was believed that dead people's spirits continued a shadowy existence in Sheol, the netherworld beneath the earth, and that the living could assist them in various ways. Many of these methods involved keeping a deceased man's name present on earth, thus perpetuating his spirit's contact with the living. Perhaps the reasoning was that just as the mention of a person's name can conjure up a very real mental picture of him, wherever a person's name was present, his spirit was present. In this respect, a name functioned more or less as an image was thought to function. Hence, in some places, it was the custom to place a person's image or an inscription bearing his name in a sanctuary, thus keeping him before the deity at all times. Conversely, one's enemies could be harmed by writing their names on bowls and then smashing the bowls, just as effigies are used in voodoo, unquote, from Tigay. Now, I've commented on this before about when we get to the teraphim issue. The teraphim were probably, we would call them idols, but physical objects that represented a person. Maybe they were effigies, or they're the akin of our pictures, Polaroids, if you want to go back to the 80s, okay? Why do we have pictures of deceased loved ones around the house? It's because we want to remember them, to sort of, quote unquote, keep them alive, and also because, at least for most of us, that we believe that they're honored in this way. Why do we leave flowers at a gravesite? Does the dead person like that? Well, again, even though they're dead, we think that, this is a gesture of respect. The person's looking down on me and see, all this stuff. Well, the Israelite version of that was to do what Tigay just described. You inscribe their name somewhere. You maybe make a little representation of them. You keep it in the house. The teraphim were kept in the house. This is why you brought the servant to the house. The servant, the slave that wanted to join the family. You had to bring them before the family, and the family, the dead, are called Elohim. You had to bring them before the Elohim. It's not the Israelite judges. Okay, if you want to get into this, we spent a whole episode. I think it was episode 109 on this. And there's another one. You have to just Google it. But this is the thinking. They're still part of the family. And again, I realize this is a rabbit trail here, but this is part of the logic of levirate marriage. You don't want the person's name to die out. The name is going to be inherited by the son of this new marriage, this new relationship. When the brother adds the woman, as a wife to his own family, and then her first son, inherits the name of the father. I mean, this is the logic of it. Tigay adds, levirate marriage is part of the same complex of practices. It provides a man with a son posthumously to assist his father's spirit in ways just described. Given the importance of perpetuating the name of the deceased, it seems likely that the son would not only be legally attributed to the deceased man, but would also take his name as a patronym. Marriage of a widow to a member of her husband's family is also mentioned in Genesis 38. And here's where we get into the Onan incident. It's also mentioned in the book of Ruth. In Genesis, Judah, the father of the dead husband, is still living, and it's his responsibility to ensure that another of his sons marries the widow. The second son, Onan, is unwilling to provide a son for his brother. What he does is he has sex with her and then withdraws, and he, quote, the King James, spills his seed on the ground. He uses her. He doesn't want the responsibility of the levirate relationship. And you notice this is Genesis 38. This is before Moses. This is before the law. This is part of the culture. Okay, this is just part of the culture, and it gets codified in this case in Deuteronomy 25. This is an instance where a cultural element gets codified. But there's a logic to it. And so if I was already married and I was in this situation as an Israelite, this is not adultery. This is adding a wife, okay, in a very specific circumstance. So let's move on. The 8th commandment, you shall not steal. Asarna lets us know again that things aren't quite as simple as they would seem here. Steal, he writes, the precise application of this prohibition is complicated by the lack of specifics. The Hebrew verb ganav may cover theft of chattel or kidnapping. Rabbinic tradition interpreted the command according to the latter meaning. Many modern scholars do likewise. Again, they think that thou shalt not steal refers to kidnapping, arguing that otherwise there would be an overlapping with the last commandment, that in the context of the foregoing items, a capital offense rather than a tort is more likely. Let me just stop there. So the argument to say thou shalt not steal refers to kidnapping is, well, if it doesn't, then this command repeats thou shalt not covet. And that's confusing. So that's why a lot of scholars want thou shalt not steal to refer specifically to kidnapping. Now, Sarna keeps going. He says, these considerations are not entirely persuasive. So Sarna is not on the kidnapping bandwagon. The summaries of the Decalogue's provisions found in Leviticus 19:11, Jeremiah 7:9, and Hosea 4:2 also fail to specify the category of theft that is intended. It would seem best, then, not to define this command so narrowly as to exclude from its scope the protection of property rights. To me, that seems reasonable. Let me read you what Pete Enns says in his Exodus commentary here. He writes, this commandment is developed somewhat in chapters 21 and 22. There's the case laws. We're going to be getting into some of those in future episodes. Although the references to stealing are not exhaustive in those chapters, it does give us a framework from which to understand how the Israelites may have heard this command. Stealing includes kidnapping, Exodus 21:16, in addition to taking animals, Exodus 22, verse 1 and verse 12, and material things, Exodus 22, verse 7. Clearly, the Israelites have some notion of ownership and rightful property for such a command to make sense. Stealing from one's neighbor, as with the 7th commandment, is a threat to society. It breeds distrust and strife. Little explanation is given, perhaps because little is needed. That's the end of the Enns quote. I think Pete is on the right track here because you do get these case laws that come up after the 10 commandments are given, and the stealing, thievery that's described is not limited to kidnapping. It includes other things, personal property. And I think that really helps us here. So I think he's on the right track. It doesn't help us, though, except perhaps, again, to tell us that we need to make this sort of wide because it would have been intuitive to Israelites, and therefore it ought to be intuitive to us. So whatever constitutes theft in our culture, it would seem reasonable to attach it to this command. And I do think that's reasonable. And Wenham agrees. He says the 8th commandment is best understood perhaps as a prohibition of stealing of any kind under any circumstances, unquote. So I would add to that, the commandment has no apparent exceptions, which is a circumstance created by the lack of any precise definition, and we just leave it there. So we have things that we would call theft today that a pre-technological, a pre-digital culture would not even have imagined. And what I'm saying is we need to still apply this command to those things because back in the day, in Israelite thinking, the command was sort of left wide open. It would have been intuitive to the culture. And so that's the way we need to look at it now. Our application of this is based on what's intuitive to us as far as theft, okay, taking property. So let's move on to the 9th commandment. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. Now, Wenham makes an important observation here and one that is perpetually neglected by most Bible students. Let me read that again. Wenham's going to make an observation here, and this is something that I'm willing to say most Bible students, at least the ones I've encountered, don't even think about this, and it's an important part of the context. And I'm talking about preachers, I'm talking about even theologians, Bible students. They hear thou shalt not bear false witness, and they don't even ask, well, is there a context to that? Yeah, there is. Wenham writes, the language of the 9th commandment connects it to the judicial process in the covenant community, unquote. Now, in other words, the bear witness language here is the same as one finds in the Torah for legal proceedings. As such, the context of the commandment is the legal system of Israel. And Sarna has a nice summary of this again. He writes, each individual is here directly addressed as a potential witness in a juridical forum. This is not the same as swearing falsely, for witnesses did not testify under oath in ancient Israel. The purpose of court procedure was to establish the truth on which decisions could be based. The witnesses, whose testimony about the facts with which they were acquainted, was always given orally, and they constituted the key factor in the judicial process. False evidence not only hindered the administration of justice in any particular case, but also undermined public confidence in the integrity of the judicial system, and thereby jeopardized the very stability of society. As a consequence, various measures were taken to discourage false testimony. 2 witnesses were necessary in order for the evidence to be valid. It's Numbers 35:30, Deuteronomy 17:6, Deuteronomy 19:15, and others. So you need at least 2 witnesses, and false witnesses were punished according to the principle of talion. That's lex talionis, eye for eye. That is, for their mendacious, damaging testimony, they would receive the same punishment that would have been meted out to the accused. Also, the witnesses themselves had to initiate the execution in cases involving capital punishment. That's Deuteronomy 13:10, Deuteronomy 17:7, Deuteronomy 19:16 through 20. I mean, that's the end of the Sarna quote. I mean, this is a serious business. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Don't give false testimony in court, because if you do, the punishment that was due to the accused is going to fall on your head, up to and including death. Okay, that's actually the context for that command. Now, we interpret that command as any sort of non-truth telling or any sort of withholding of information. That is not the context for this command. Neither of those things. Now, I'm going to put it this way. I used to love to do this in ethics class because I think it drives home the point pretty effectively. What this means, consequently, is that this command was not given by God to forbid being tactful. The ninth command does not compel us to provide exhaustive, precise, detailed responses to questions like, do I look fat in this dress? Did you like dinner? Doctor, did my child suffer much before he or she died? Oh yeah, I'm a Christian, doctor. Let me tell you in exhaustive totality what happened to your kid and how much they suffered. Because I don't want to violate the ninth command. That's just bunk. Okay, that's just bunk. This is not why the command was given. How about, officer, what do you think happened to my wife? Oh, let me tell you in excruciating detail. Or your kid walks up to you after a game. Did I do good, Daddy? Well, you did okay, but let me just tell you what you did wrong. Because we're Christians. And the ninth command forbids us from being nice, from being tactful. So I'm going to just give it to you in as many ways as I can, just so that we avoid violating the ninth command. Here's what you didn't do good. The ninth command is not given to crush people. We just need to stop it. We need to look for what's going on in context. And there's more here. The ninth command was not given for us to produce absurd ethics or assist evildoers in doing evil. How about these examples? When the Christian quarterback looks left and throws right, I'm suggesting he doesn't need to repent. It's the same for the no-look pass in basketball or the intentional foul. It's part of the game. How about, are you hiding any Jews here? Well, yes, sir, SS person, I am. And just so that I don't withhold any information, let me draw you a map in my house to where they're hiding. Because, I don't want to violate the ninth command. Or let me lead you to them so that you don't waste your time or I can't be accused of withholding information. How about the drunken dad comes home and in a rage yells at the kid, where's your mom? And the kid knows that the whole reason for the question is so he can beat her. Well, Daddy, we're Christians, so yeah, I'll tell you where mommy is. Again, this is bunk. This is not why the ninth command was given. A little lighter, are you planning a surprise party? Oh, yeah, here are the details. Gosh, I don't want to withhold any information. Look, this is not, again, I could just go on and on with these things. But this is how we, and I'm going to say it, this is how we undermine, we destroy this command. We do. These and other circumstances are not what this command forbids. We know this for sure because God himself uses deception to thwart and punish evil. We did a whole episode on that on the podcast, episode 210. God's use of deception to punish evil. Aside from the obvious judicial context, thou shalt not bear false witness, again, the witnessing language, the best way to apply this command is to remember that you owe the truth to those authority structures and partnerships, relationships that God has placed over you and put you in, things like the government, church leadership, marriage. You owe the truth to your spouse, child-parent relationships. Okay, these are the institutional things that God has given and endorsed and uses and has put you in and put over us. But again, the point of the command is not to compel you to crush people, to crush their spirits and to avoid being tactful. It's about truth-telling that doesn't damage fellow imagers and that doesn't make evil easier and more possible. It doesn't proliferate evil. So let's move on to the last of the 10th command. This is verse 17. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife or his male servant or his female servant or his ox or his donkey or anything that is your neighbor's. Okay. Sarna, again, referencing him, summarizes the difficulty with parsing this command. He writes about covet, this term. A study of the biblical context in which the Hebrew stem chamad occurs discloses that it does not signify the general human proclivity for acquisitiveness, that's acquisitiveness, to acquire things. Rather, it always focuses on a specific object of desire, the sight of which stimulates the craving to possess it. However, because of an inherent ambiguity in the biblical usages of that Hebrew stem and the verb, the meaning of the present command has been a matter of dispute. Action, not just a hidden mental state, is certainly implied in Exodus 34:24. Quote, no one will covet your land when you go up to appear before the Lord, unquote. Yet a decidedly inward feeling is understood in Proverbs 6:25, literally, do not desire her beauty in your heart, unquote. Further, passages like Deuteronomy 7:25, Joshua 7:21, and Micah 2:2 indicate that chamad itself having a passive nuance. is of sufficient intensity to stimulate active measures to gratify the desire. The issue is further complicated by such questions as whether desire or its avoidance can be commanded or legislated, and whether there can be liability for mere intention or feeling. But this poses no greater difficulty than does the oft-repeated command to love God, to love one's neighbor and the stranger, and to not abhor an Edomite or an Egyptian, or not hate one's brother in one's heart. And that's nice. It's a little bit abstract, so I'm going to read you Wenham's approach. I think it's a bit more helpful. And then we'll wrap up. Hamad is by choice a reference to an obsessive covetousness that could be the gateway to the violation of every other principle in the Decalogue. The 10th command, in other words, let me just break in. The 10th command basically is at the root of violating all the other ones. Wenham writes, thus coveting for oneself the gold and silver with which idols are decorated leads to idolatry. The violation of the first commandment. Desiring the free love of the fertility cults leads both to the worship of other gods and to sexual irresponsibility. The violation of the first and seventh commandments. Yearning after the possessions of others may lead to stealing, a violation of the eighth commandment. The 10th commandment, therefore, I'm skipping ahead, thus functions as a kind of summary commandment, the violation of which is a first step that can lead to the violation of any one or all of the rest of the commandments. As such, it is necessarily all-embracing and descriptive of an attitude, something internal, rather than a deed. It was perhaps set last in the Decalogue precisely because of this uniquely comprehensive application, unquote. And I think that's well said. I would agree that's what's at the heart of the covet command. It is the place where the violation of all the other ones begins. So I think it's well placed and certainly, is pretty devastating in terms of the necessity of circumscribing our behavior, not just our behavior, but our thought processes. It's James, about how sin is conceived and brings forth, death and all that. Now the rest of Exodus 20, all the way through Exodus 23, verse 20. So basically over 2 chapters. Oh, really 3 chapters. The rest of that, and it stops right before, Exodus 23:20 stops right before the instruction God gives to Moses about sending the angel in whom was the name to lead them to Canaan. All of that stuff up to that point is comprised of a wide description of other laws. The context for those laws will be these first 10, obviously, but there will be laws that are new in the sense of not specifically deriving from these 10. But even those might be said to have a peripheral conceptual relationship to these 10, to the Decalogue, about relating to God and fellow imagers, fellow members of the covenant relationship with Yahweh. And so we're going to jump into those, basically the 3 chapters. I'm going to land in different places in that material. I don't know if we'll spend more than one episode doing that, but that's what's coming next. Some specific sort of case laws, application of what we've just read through in the Decalogue. And we'll tackle, again, not everything, but some of the things that are interesting in that material as we keep going through the book of Exodus.
Mike, I just got a quick question about the structure of the Bible. Why not in chapter 20 there? Why start with the laws, the altars in chapter 20 rather than 21?
Oh, as far as like interrupting the Sinai sequence?
Yeah, why... just to break the chapters, why don't they start with the laws of the altars with chapter 21? Why is it on the end of chapter 20? I'm
going to combine a bit of the thinking of that last comment about the 10th command, about how it's the springboard or the starting point for the other ones, with something we talked about in the last episode actually the first episode, part 1. If this part of Exodus, is more clear when the Decalogue is given in Deuteronomy 5, there it's really clear. Exodus 20, it's less clear, but there are those who argue it's still here. If this is all set up as a covenant ceremony, a covenant event, then the laws need to occur in a certain place in the structure of how covenants were written. So that is, again, I'm confessing that's more evident in Deuteronomy than it is in Exodus. But there will still be those scholars who argue that this is why to our eye it looks interruptive, but it's actually following covenant formula for the whole wider event. Once they get to Sinai, to when the Decalogue is actually given, it's put in that place because that's where it belongs in the covenant ceremony kind of thing. So it's a little odd, again, to our eye, but I think that's probably, it's a reasonable reason. The other one is if you recall from 2 episodes ago, that they're situated here because not to interrupt the theophany necessarily, but to precede the case law that comes. But in my mind, that doesn't answer why you get here at the end of Exodus 20, which we didn't read. You get right after the laws, it picks up, with the scene. Now, when all the people saw the thunder and flashes of lightning, the sound of the trumpet, they're still at Sinai. So the second explanation to me doesn't explain as well the interruptive nature of this as well as the first one, because essentially, if you're following a covenant formula and people are reading it that way, or it's read orally, literate people in the culture are going to know why it is what it is, even though it's really foreign, to our ear and to our eye. But I think that's probably the best option.